I just have to make
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's 8 o'clock, and I think we have everybody ready and available to
Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
resume the D5 agenda item. First up, we'll have a presentation on the PCFMAC report from Dr. Kate Hopla. I'd just like to remind the public that at the conclusion of the staff reports is the cutoff time for signing up for public testimony. So with that, turn it over to Dr. Hopla.
Thanks.
And Dr. Hoppala, before you get going, I'm going to remind members of the public and others to be sure to mute your phones if you're not speaking or testifying. Dr. Hoppala.
Thanks. So we will be completing the staff presentations for the C5 agenda item, which includes the partial coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee, or the PCFMAC report, as well as the TRAWL EM Committee report. The presentations begin with the PCFMAC, which last met virtually on September 16th. At this meeting, the committee received a status update on the 2020 annual deployment plan, as well as a presentation on the draft 2021 ADP. The PCFMAC made recommendations on the 2021 draft ADP, as well as the potential work of future analyses. And today, the report will just be highlighting the recommendations and supporting rationale for the committee. Overall, the committee supports the agency's approach to deploying observers and EM in the partial coverage category. With respect to fixed gear EM, the committee did support NIMF's prioritization of new vessel placement in the fixed gear EM pool based on whether vessels that were already equipped with EM systems, vessels that were cost-effective for EM and unlikely to introduce large data gaps, and vessels which are between 40 and 57.5 feet of length, where carrying an observer could be problematic. However, the committee's discussion really emphasized that the fixed gear fleet is not static, and so there is a continued priority for reevaluating the zero selection pool for cost efficiencies. And this was because there may be smaller vessels which are ill-suited for carrying an observer, and these smaller vessels could be either new entrants or have never been randomly selected for observer coverage and would like to participate in the EM selection pool in the future. With respect to the TRAWL EM trip selection pool, the PCFMAC supports NIMF's recommendations to continue to dedicate staff resources to the pelagic TRAWL EM EFP and to increase shore-based observer coverage to fill data gaps where possible. One other important thread of committee discussion, and I do believe Ms. Evans will cover this in more detail in the TRAWL EM committee report, was related to developing a common cost reporting structure for fixed gear EM and the potential future TRAWL EM program. And here the committee did think that a better understanding of the costs of both current and future EM programs could help identify potential efficiencies and allow the EM programs to be tracked over time and support fixed gear EM optimization. In terms of observer deployment, the committee supports NIMF's continued use of the port-based approach, and it noted that this is responsive to the Council's June 2020 motion related to COVID-19 and fishery monitoring. Some committee members were concerned, however, about the disproportionate effect this approach has on the pot fisheries, and this is largely due to the agency's current inability to deploy out of Akutan. Nevertheless, the committee did feel that there is an opportunity here to understand if the current port-based approach is more cost-effective than deploying observers across the state. And the committee recommended that NIMFs would use this opportunity to gather information on costs to better understand if this might be a cheaper approach for observer deployment in the future, regardless of COVID-19. And there was some specific interest in looking into the extent that this approach might minimize observer travel and down days. The PCFMAC supports NIMF's recommendation to deploy observers into 3 strata, which are defined by gear type. There is continued concern, however, that the coverage rates across strata are below 20%, with the exception of 30% for fixed gear EM and the 100% pelagic TRAWL EM rate for vessels that are fishing under the current EFP. In terms of the allocation strategy, the committee recommends that the 15% hurdle be reevaluated for fixed gear to consider EM data. The committee was supportive of the agency continuing to use the 15% plus optimization. And finally, the PCFMAC does support NIMFs continuing to use waivers for observer coverage to provide flexibility to participate in the partial coverage program. And currently, I would just ask you to recall that NIMFs may release trips from observer coverage on a case-by-case basis for vessels that are participating in the partial coverage category. And finally, the agency did present new analysis in the draft 2021 ADP. And this really had two primary components, and that was where committee discussion was also centered. So first was this effort to optimize the fixed-gear EM fleet based on preliminary cost efficiency measures. And the committee did appreciate this analysis, but continues to emphasize that our understanding of EM optimization is highly dependent on accurate cost data. And this links back to the discussion on finding a common cost reporting structure for fixed-gear EM and the potential future TRAWL EM program. It was noted that the optimization approach presented under Scenario 3 is not a realistic option for the near future because the current program is voluntary, and so changing this would necessitate a shift in the Council's current policy approach. Overall, the committee recommended that future analyses incorporate improved cost data. They would continue to recognize the need to accommodate bunk space limited vessels and focus on the efficiencies that might be gained through a reevaluation of the zero selection pool. Another piece of the new analysis considered the data needs of stock assessment authors, and biological data collection for stock assessments has been a hurdle so far for integrating fixed gear EM data, so staff asked assessment authors if they're currently using observer data. And the analysis used a single otolith pair per time area metric to evaluate the sufficiency of biological data collection for stock assessments. And the committee appreciated this analysis, but some members did feel as though it was not consistent with the Council's recommendation from February 2020, which asked staff to evaluate other sources of data, such as surveys, in order to provide biological data for stock assessments, as opposed to relying on human observer coverage to meet this need. The committee's discussion here really focused on the fact that identifying alternative sources of data may provide biological information for stock assessments, and that's a key component to improving cost efficiencies, and suggested that the Council might determine who can best evaluate the integration of multiple sources of information to meet those biological data needs. So, for example, that might come from the SSC or the plan teams. And finally, just to call your attention to timing for future reporting and meetings of the monitoring committees, the PCFMAC recommended the agency complete the 2019 Observer Annual Report as planned, but only produce an abbreviated 2020 Observer Annual Report. The full FMAC typically reviews the annual report in May prior to the Council's annual June meeting, and the committee felt this would be appropriate given the primary purpose of the annual report is to determine whether NIMS implemented the deployment plan and met the monitoring objectives, as well as guiding future ADPs. And the annual report from 2020 will not be especially helpful in that regard due to COVID-19 and changes to that ADP. So doing an abbreviated report would provide NIMS the opportunity to highlight lessons learned in 2020, but primarily it might open up the time and space to dedicate resources to furthering EM integration, zero selection, and cost efficiency analyses that are already being asked of the partial coverage program. So that concludes the committee recommendations and the PCFMAC report, and of course, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Dr. Hopala. First, let me see if Ms. Kimball would like to add anything as committee chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have anything to add. I think that was a great report from Dr. Hopala, and I do appreciate kind of the summary format that we got, both the observer presentation and the committee report. I would encourage everyone to read the full committee report when they have time. The committee received a presentation that was very comprehensive. I think our PowerPoint was 60 slides compared to the Council, 12 or 15. And so they really did get into the weeds of the analyses that were provided and then tried to reflect those either concerns or support in the committee report. So just a thanks both to the staff that did that analysis for us, that provided the presentation, and then of course Dr. Hopala in getting the committee on track to make some recommendations. So that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions? Any? Thanks again, Dr. Hopala. We'll take up the TRAWL EM report. Ms. Evans, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the Council. My name is Diana Evans, Council staff, and I'm here to present the TRAWL EM committee report. for the meeting that occurred in September. Just noting that as with Dr. Hapela's presentation, this is a fairly high-level summary of the information from the meeting. You can find more detail in the meeting report or also in the original presentations that are posted on the e-agenda for the TRAWL-EM committee meeting. The primary topic that was discussed at the meeting was looking at the 2020 program, how that has gone so far, and then looking ahead to changes that might be proposed or that the participants might be interested in for 2021. So looking first at 2020, the TRAWL-EM fishing has occurred in 2020 in the Bering Sea and the Gulf pollock fisheries, both under the exempted fishing permit, which lasts for 2020 and 2021, was issued for 2 years, and it's funded by NPFMC grants. That fishing in 2020 covered just over half, I believe, of the vessels fishing pollock in the Bering Sea and the Central Gulf, and a large majority of the vessels that are fishing in the Western Gulf, including some tenders, some vessels that were delivering pollock to tenders. And despite COVID, it appears that the program has really been quite successful in 2020. Obviously, there have been adaptation required and changes, and the major lesson learned that we heard from the EFP team, which includes the principal investigators under the NPFMC grants from industry, the National Marine Fisheries Service representatives from the Observer Program and from the region, and then the service providers, both for EM technology and also for shoreside monitoring. So that group has met frequently through the course of the year. They've been very adaptive in responding to problems as they arrive, and also communicating back to the fleet when there are issues that need to be addressed in the field. And that process has been very successful, which is one of the advantages of being able to set up these types of programs through an EFP, through this more experimental onboarding of this type of program. So springboarding from that, in the minutes there just highlights in 2020 some of the specific issues encountered with respect to COVID in 2020, but again, I'm not going to focus on those. Those were largely to do with having to put in place new protocols and some increased costs that related to shoreside monitoring observer costs ending up being a larger proportion of having to spend more money on that than anticipated in the budget. Looking ahead for 2021, the committee supports recommendations to add 26 new vessels to the TRAWL-EM EFP in 2021, and this would bring all eligible vessels that are fishing pollock into the program. Funding has already been, or the permit process anticipated extending the program in 2021, so that's consistent. Some of the funding for that expansion is already in hand. Some of it has been applied for through a NPFMC grant that has not yet been awarded. The committee also supports some specific changes to EFP requirements, and I'm not going to walk through the details on those as are listed out in the minutes, but they're at a fairly detailed operational level, things like relating to how, what the regulations should be with respect to which sharks get discarded under the program, whether that should be based on a size limit or a species designation, for example. So we walked through some of those different recommendations to optimize the program, and the committee supported those changes, which will be put into effect through the EFP team when they're looking for that 2021 program requirements. And then the third recommendation here is related to the bigger term goal of trying to achieve implementation of the TRAWL-EM program and regulation by 2023. And that was what the council had talked about when approving this EFP and during the development of the TRAWL-EM program for the last couple of years. So the committee recommends asking National Marine Fisheries Service to see if the EFP can be extended for 2022. The EFP itself is in place for 2020 and 2021 right now. So if we're not having an implemented program until 2023, that leaves a gap year in 2022. If the current EFP can be extended, that would be the easiest way to do that, and the committee asked if we could look into that, or you could ask the National Marine Fisheries Service to look into that. Also, the 2022 gap year is a funding gap year. And so in the past, the Council has supported these NPFMC applications for funding for these types of EM programs, initially for the fixed gear and subsequently for the TRAWL program. And so the committee would like to recommend to the Council to continue to support those applications. Digging in a little bit more on how to get to that 2023 implementation target, the goal for next year in 2021 would be to write the analysis that would support that regulatory change. And in order to meet 2023 implementation, we really need to have initial review towards the end of this upcoming year. A December 2021 initial review draft would allow the analysts to include data from the first half of the 2021 fishing year, which would make for a stronger document for you to look through and research or to understand the different choices that you can have for how you implement that program. So you can see this is the target milestones that we laid out, looking in June for approving alternatives and then coming back in December for initial review. And so the committee asks that the Council stay on this schedule, if at all possible, to allow for that 2023 implementation date. And as such, proposes to, with the approval of the Council, to meet twice as a committee in 2021 to support that schedule and that regulatory process as well. So the final topic that we talked about as a committee was to review the draft Alaska Regional Electronic Technologies Implementation Plan. This is a plan that you have seen before in a previous incarnation. An existing plan has been developed before by National Marine Fisheries Service. It's a document that's largely used to document for headquarters, for grant applications, for the public at large, what are the priorities in Alaska for electronic technologies. And that's not just limited to electronic monitoring, but also goes beyond to other use of electronic reporting, for example, or some of the other programs that are currently in place in Alaska are all detailed in this plan. So the plan needs to be updated and the final needs to be submitted to National Marine Fisheries Service headquarters in February 2021. In the minutes, and when we discussed this at the committee, we were under the impression that NMFS Alaska Region could ask for an extension to submit that plan and perhaps submit it in June, which would allow the Council's FMAC committee, Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee, to review the plan in May 2021, which is their next meeting, and then you could also take on board those recommendations in June. A slight update since our committee meeting, it seems that the deadline for submitting that final version is February, so it might be that we need to schedule a council review at least of the electronic technologies draft implementation plan for you before perhaps at your February meeting, so that you'd have a chance to look at that document before it's submitted. We do have, I believe, some confirmation from National Marine Fisheries Service that if the FMAC is to review that in May and provides some suggested revisions, that those could be incorporated into to a revised draft following that meeting. Just a slight update on the schedule there from our committee. But the committee did provide specific feedback on the vision statement and the priorities as they're expressed in the plan. And again, those details of exactly those changes are in the document. I think it was a good conversation with National Marine Fisheries Service, and the version that you see back, unless National Marine Fisheries Service hears objections from you, would likely incorporate those changes or respond to those changes. As Dr. Hoppala noted, we did have quite a conversation about EM cost reporting as a component. That's something that's listed out in the electronic technologies plan, and cost reporting to come up with a consistent metrics for reporting amongst the different programs that we have in Alaska for EM, particularly fixed gear and trawl gear, and also consistency across the providers was quite a lengthy subject of conversation at our meeting, how best to get to that point, which everybody agrees is important. The TRAWL committee created a cost subgroup to crosswalk the various reporting categories used to date and try to come up with that framework, and we'll bring that back to the group at their next meeting. We do recommend bringing in a fixed gear representative so that it really does get that across program perspective as well. So that's set up to be underway. And then that also has implications for the upcoming TRAWL EM analysis in that as we can better identify what the cost reporting categories are, we can then look at options to how to associate them with a particular funding mechanism, whether that be a pay-as-you-go type of mechanism, something that is paid out of the fee, or something that is recovered from participants as a cost recovery fee. So we would anticipate that when you look at alternatives for a TRAWL EM analysis in June, you would see some discussion of what the funding mechanism might be for the TRAWL EM program as part of that options for that analysis. And with that, that is the conclusion of the committee report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Mr. Twite, would you like to add anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Evans. She covered our work as a committee really well, and the minutes were really thorough. There's two issues, though, that came up during discussion that weren't really reflected in our minutes because they're not really central to what the TRAWL EM committee is charged to work on, that I think are worth flagging for the attention of council members. One is the, and you saw that in one of the pictures in the minutes, which was a shot of the working deck of a tender, and just the progress that was made this year in 2020 with really great cooperation from the processing companies working in the Western Gulf. So real kudos to all those companies that were cooperating with Charlotte at Aleutians East Borough and the Western Gulf portion of the TRAWL EFP. We're beginning to crack open the issue of how to do fishery monitoring on board tenders. This is obviously the easier one of the problems is with pollock, where it's just a full haul delivery or a full hold delivery. But really good news there that we're starting to make some progress on tenders, and that's an issue that's been in front of the council several times and it's been sort of frustrating to get our arms around. So great to see some initial progress there. The one that really struck me, the point that really struck me though was a comment that that NIMS made regarding the value of EM and after we've gone through a year like 2020. And they reminded us just how grueling 2020 was for observers in particular, a lot of whom signed up for one thing and ended up with a very, very different deployment than what they were originally sent out on. In many cases much longer, a more arduous deployment. And NIMS's concerns that, and they sound like very valid concerns to me, that may well affect retention in future years, that just how difficult 2020 was may well discourage some of the observers who worked through it from returning in 2021, and the value of having something like EM there as another means of gathering similar data, fishery monitoring data, in the face of potentially some I don't want to use the word shortage because I don't think it's necessarily that dire, but in the face of some additional challenges, I think, in having an observer pool. I'm confident that all the companies will be able to do that, but it was really good to be reminded that one of our unseen components of our program, so often an invisible component, the human observers, that it was good to be reminded just how tough it was for them for 2020 and for the observer companies working with them to have as successful a year as we did. And I think that's worth council attention, and it's potentially worth council acknowledgement too, that we got a lot more data out of 2020 and out of our fishery monitoring program than I thought we were going to get once I began to understand the full impacts of the pandemic. So those are the two additional items that I would flag for the council.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Okay, any questions on the report? Thanks again, Ms. Evans. Okay, so that concludes the staff presentations, and that will bring us to public testimony. Okay, we have 2 people signed up to testify. First up is Dan Salvey, and then Bernard Wilson III.
Hi, this is Dan.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you for this opportunity. For the record, my name is Dan Falvey with the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I submitted a letter to the council under this agenda item, and I encourage you to read if you get a chance for more details on my comments. In general, I support the AP's recommendation on the deployment plan and their endorsement of a port-based sampling approach in 2021, the deployment rates that they talk about, and the continued use of waivers as necessary. I would also just draw your attention to their second point, which is similar to what the FMAC recommended, that in terms of looking ahead for the annual report on the 2020 season that's scheduled for next June, I support the idea of doing an abbreviated report and instead trying to focus staff resources on some of the analytical tasks that you have in front of you to try and advance those. You know, a year ago we were in Homer. What a different world that was. Pretty. But when the council took action on the fee increase, they did so knowing that a fee increase alone was not going to result in the type of observer program that we had all hoped we could get, and that more work was needed on some of these cost-saving measures to free up days for optimization, which was one of the real goals of this program. And the council listed some ways to do that and then prioritize them potentially for this ADP, but I understand that circumstances prevented that. But I think we need to keep moving on those tasks. Everything I've seen in the ADP shows that we continue to need to do so. Scenario 1, if you look at it, shows that even if you do away with the whole fixed gear EM program, at the current cost of human observers approaching $1,700 a day, you'll barely get the 15% hurdle amounts, which are not consistent with the ability to have some fee days for optimization, which is what the council recommended. So we need to keep moving forward. So in looking at slide 12, which is what NIMS presented yesterday, that's their looking forward slide. And they identified 3 areas. One was EM cost data, and I agree with the need to improve that, and I think the TRAWL EM committee report gave you a path forward. They highlighted better integration of EM data into the gap analysis, and I think that's been a priority for a long time, with the intent of counting some of those EMC days you're getting, which give you good species composition and meeting catch accounting needs, which would in turn free up some sea days for some human observer sea days for optimization. And they also highlighted zero selection. But I heard that the context of zero selection was really just an option for low EM boats, and I think it's much richer and much more potential than that. I think, previously we've talked about redoing zero selection to try and free up more optimization days, and the council has actually put out there some alternatives to look at. In 2018, your subgroup at that point looked at just using vessels that fish 5 or more trips a year as a new definition for EM, for zero selection. I think we all agree that you want to have for registering an odds, you want to have a fairly consistent rule, and so vessels over 40 feet would continue to register in odds, but on the back end of odds, you could put in some cost efficiency criteria that would, only choose a subset of those boats who were registering in odds. And one of those was boats that have a high effort. The council identified boats that deliver small amounts in remote ports as one criteria to screen out on the backside of odds. You've heard me talk about simply looking at the cost of a fixed gear trip and looking at the top 25% of those costs of those trips and see what are the common elements that we could also use as screening criteria, or simply setting a standard of saying we want to generate 25% of our sea days for the optimization side of the equation. So what would we have to do in zero selection to reduce the number of boats without creating additional gaps in the gap analysis to free up those days for optimization. So I think there's much more criteria than just as an alternative to EM that's been talked about, and I hope that the moving forward zero selection analysis will embrace some of that. What was not on the list of the NIMS slide 12 looking forward were some of the other things the council has talked about, which is basically looking at alternative ways of getting the biological samples needed to support stock assessment and EM. That was missing. It was highlighted by your FMAC committee as something that needs to continue to advance, but currently I think it needs some council attention on the best path forward to advance that. I don't think the metrics of one otolith pair per time area bin and catch accounting is the right metric to use. I'm happy to participate in continuing that discussion, but I do think that's something that needs to move forward. And so in conclusion, I would just encourage council to recognize that we haven't achieved all we had hoped to achieve in this past year, and to keep looking forward on how we can get those analyses done that will allow the program to evolve into something that provides more of those option days for council priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Falvey. Are there any questions? Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan. I'm trying to piece out in your description of the possible ways to reevaluate zero selection. If you really think that the committee needed more work, the partial coverage FMAC, more work or more input to the agency on what that reevaluation could look like, or whether you think that the committee has already provided sufficient advice to move forward.
Thank you, through the chair. I think the committee has identified several different paths forward, and it really is just a question of whether NIMS feels that that is adequate direction for them to produce an analysis that can allow action. I think that pieces have been put on the table, but I would rather have another FMAC meeting to clarify that than lose another 6 months worth of time because the analysis isn't, the issue isn't clearly enough defined for the analysis to be effective.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Further questions? Great. Thanks again, Mr. Falvey.
Thank you.
Next up is Werner Wilson. Wilson? And on the list of attendees, perhaps
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure we have Werner online, so he may not be available this morning.
Yeah, I don't think we do. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I will note that he did submit written testimony.
Yes. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Okay. Well, that will conclude public testimony. Council wishes to take action? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That happened quickly. I just sent a motion to council staff.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Kimball. We can stand down for a minute while that goes through and gets put up on the screen. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion reads, the council supports using the 3 gear-based deployment strata, hook and line, pot and trawl, an allocation scheme of 15% plus optimized allocation based on discarded groundfish, halibut PSC, and Chinook salmon PSC for the 2021 Observer Annual Deployment Plan. Observer coverage rates resulting from this approach in the final budget are expected in the 2021 ADP in December. The council also supports maintaining the current coverage selection rates for vessels carrying electronic monitoring. That's 30% for fixed gear, 100% for trawl gear. Due to COVID-19, continuing to deploy observers from select ports throughout Alaska consistent with the revisions to the 2020 ADP. The ability for NIMS to release a vessel or trip from observer coverage on a case-by-case basis. The ability for NIMS to issue waive. So there's a mistake in my motion, which I can speak to later. The proposed zero selection pool. The criteria to determine new potential participants in the fixed gear electronic monitoring pool if funding is insufficient to accommodate all new requests. The council recognizes that COVID-19 has disrupted efforts on several council priority tasks related to achieving cost efficiencies in the Observer Program. The council recommends NIMS develop an abbreviated annual report on 2020 deployment and requests an updated timeline for the following analyses related to cost efficiency. 1, integration of electronic monitoring into the determination of baseline observer coverage necessary in fixed gear to meet data gaps, including exploration of existing data sources to provide information on average weights of discards and biological data for stock assessments. 2, reevaluation of the zero selection pool criteria. And 3, reevaluation of the bias metrics. And Mr. Chair, I would just note the mistake in the motion is that bullet 4 should not be there. I suppose we probably need an amendment to take that out, but it's just a different way to word bullet 3. So bullet 4 is not intended to be included. If I have a second, I'll speak to it.
Second, Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Consistent with the PCFMAC recommendations on the 2021 ADP, this motion tries to lay out what we would support for the ADP moving forward, especially in continued times of COVID. So this includes the port-based approach to partial coverage that the council had supported for the latter half of 2020, which we did to minimize risk to both observers and to vessels and crews that they work on. I think while it was extremely difficult for the program to change the deployment plan mid-year, this approach seemed to work reasonably well, and I think the Observer Program did an amazing job in their response with really minimal disruption to full and partial coverage data collection. The second part of this motion provides recognition that COVID did disrupt, like we heard in public testimony, some work that the council has identified as a very high priority related to cost efficiency. So this motion looks to try to get back on track with analyses needed for cost efficiency that are consistent with our October 2019, our January 2020 council priorities. Those were described in the committee report, if you look to the full report, and they were outlined in the presentation briefly today. So I think everyone's well aware that the industry funding we have for the Partial Observer Program is based on fisheries value, which we know has declined. And I think while NOAA is being very cautious with funding to try to ensure a stable coverage level over the next 4 years, the analyses needed to make our current program as cost efficient as possible it's even more necessary this year than it was previously. And that's both due to revenue reductions and our basic need or council priority to not just retain baseline coverage, but to be able to increase observer days in our optimization portion. I think if council members need a reminder of why those analyses are so critical to move forward, I would be glad to answer questions. I would note, of course, that the pelagic trawl EFP is also a significant part of our cost efficiencies effort. There are vessels in that EFP, as we heard, from the Bering Sea, the Western Gulf, the Central Gulf. There's an ask to include or increase the pool of vessels under the EFP by 26 vessels. I'm fully supportive of continuing that effort, but I didn't list it here as a cost efficiency priority in the motion because I think we have a pretty good handle on the status and the timing of the EFP understand it's in place for 2021, and thus I didn't think an updated timeline for that effort was necessary like it is for these other analytical priorities that we haven't been able to make some progress on. I think this is similar to the AP motion in that it makes clear support for an abbreviated 2020 annual report. We didn't try to outline what that looks like exactly, but the annual report is typically used to inform next year's ADP. And 2020 was very intermittent and in response to a pandemic, and I don't think there's going to be any surprise that we didn't meet all of our deployment objectives. So we don't need a full-blown report to show us that. So the agency will determine what that looks like. I don't intend to be dictating what that looks like, but the intent here is to show some support for a reduced effort on the 2020 annual report and to free up analytical time to work on the council's priorities that are identified in this motion. I didn't mention timing for an update on cost efficiency analyses because I wasn't sure that was appropriate in the motion itself, Mr. Chair. But I think there are opportunities that don't require a separate agenda item, possibly, in the December B reports when we see the final ADP or during our review of the big analytical task list that we have under staff tasking at each meeting. And if there is a need, then to provide a partial coverage FMAC meeting, I want to think about that and determine if we need that in the January or in the spring in order to move these analyses forward. But I thought that was more appropriate for staff tasking. So that's the full motion. Mine is that fourth bullet, and I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions on the motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I appreciate the comprehensive motion to cover both the 2021 annual ADP and the forward-looking needs for the Observer Program. And my question relates to the second part of the motion, the analytical tasks. And I just can't remember, and I don't have the FMAC report in front of me. Is the order of the analytical priorities that you have in this motion, 1, 2, and 3, the same order of priorities that the Council has identified for these analyses that's then carried forward into the analytical tasks document?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I actually don't know. When the committee and the Council put forward these priorities, they were all a priority as opposed to trying to identify, zero selection, reevaluation comes before bias metrics. So I have too many things open right now, and I would need to go back to that analytical task list to see how they fell into those categories. But I think basically that NIMS understands and was trying to put forward in the analytical task list the fact that at least 1 and 2 of this list are integral and related, and they're all looking toward how do we provide more optimization days. I think what we heard in public testimony was some really important work that needs to be done to reevaluate zero selection. All of those are things that we can be doing within the deployment plan, so it doesn't require regulations. And I think that's why the committee is really focused on the work for that one, in addition to integrating fixed gear EM into the gap analysis, because it's things that we can do without going through a full regulated, analytical process. It's ongoing work that we can incorporate into an ADP when that's available. So we're really looking at that to be in the draft ADP for 2022. And as I said, I can, speak to what committee work might be necessary for that in staff tasking.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball. That was very helpful. I do appreciate the clarification. I know I heard loud and clear from Ms. Ferdinand yesterday the situation with the staff resources, and I just wondered what priorities did sort of go together and what might need to be done separately. So appreciate that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Further questions? Okay, amendments to the motion, and I think it probably would be best, since this has been projected, to deal with that fourth bullet. Somebody would like to make that amendment? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment to remove the fourth bullet from this motion.
Second.
Campbell. Seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Campbell, would you like to speak to it? Not much need.
It seems a bit duplicative.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or amendments to the amendment? Comments? Okay, is there any opposition? Seeing, hearing none, the amendment passes. Any further amendments? Comments on the motion? Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this motion. I appreciate Ms. Kimball's leadership on observer issues, and I'm going to be supportive. And I think she spoke to it very, very well, but I wanted to just emphasize a couple of things. First of all, just my appreciation for the way that our observer program worked in 2020 to provide us data while accommodating some unprecedented circumstances. But I do want to say that I really appreciate the thought that's gone into how we can lessen the analytical burden for some of these tasks and provide time for folks to focus on some of the cost efficiencies. When we passed our motion for a fee increase in October, the council made it really clear that that was not alone enough to support this program in the long term, and that focusing on the cost efficiencies was our priority going forward. And so I think that this motion not only reemphasizes that, but also provides some relief to some of the other analytical tasks so that work can continue on that important priority. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking Ms. Kimball for the motion. I appreciate the comments that I heard from Ms. Kimball and Mr. Twite, recognizing the work that has gone into this year on this program. And it's clear that COVID has impacted everyone's operations, and I'm just recognizing that there's been a lot of work both by the analysts, the agency, observers, and the industry in making this program work this year. It's really a testament to the years of work that have gone into designing this flexible and durable program. And I just appreciate all the work that Ms. Kimball and Mr. Twite have been doing with the committees. It really shows through that this action is one that we see every year. Looking forward to next year's annual deployment plan, and I appreciate the partnership that has really been developed and shines through every year in looking at this deployment plan. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I'll just briefly elaborate on Ms. Campbell's point about the importance of keeping our work at managing costs in the program as one of the highest priorities. As I indicated earlier, our fishery monitoring program is our foundation more than any other program, maybe, I guess, stock assessment surveys being similar. The level of stakeholder support we've had for this program has been a large part of its success. We recognized when we took action, as Ms. Campbell referenced, that in order to maintain the program, we recognized just how thin stakeholder support was becoming, and that our future credibility with this program really rests on our ability to demonstrate that it's as cost effective as possible. Maintaining that as one of our highest priorities is I think, going to be a big challenge for the council, and I really appreciate Ms. Kimball's efforts in that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further comments before we vote? Campbell, did you have another comment? All right, I think we are ready to vote then. Is there any opposition to the motion? No objection, the motion passes unanimously. Anything further on C5? Great, okay. That will bring us to D1 survey planning and to provide a presentation on
Oh, Mr. Chair? I'm sorry. I think both Ms. Kimball had her hand up, but also I have my hand up. I have an additional motion on C5.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't see it. Might be a lag in the system. All right, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a short motion resulting from the work of the TRAWL EM committee, and hopefully that's going to be posted here in a moment or two. In brief, while we're waiting, here we go. The Council expresses its support for extension of the EFP for development of EM for the pollock trawl fishery in the Central Gulf, Western Gulf, and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands through 2022, and requests NIMS to determine the best approach for accomplishing that. The Council supports the TRAWL EM Committee recommendations for changes to the EFP for 2021. For the second, I can speak to that motion.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Both of these requests were described in Ms. Evans' report on the work of the TRAWL EM Committee. As we looked at our timeline for meeting the Council's goal of regulatory implementation of electronic monitoring in the pollock trawl fishery in these three areas, beginning in January of 2023, it was evident to the committee that in order to, right now the EFP covers through 2021, and that an additional year of EFP work was necessary in order to bridge from development to full implementation. There's a couple of ways that NIMS could accomplish that. The committee discussed those, but ultimately the committee thought it was best to just leave that to NIMS to determine the most efficient way of accomplishing that extension. Additionally, the committee discussed several recommendations coming from the three leads of the EFP as well as the agency staff who've been working closely with them. Based on our experience from the EFP in 2020, and those the committee reviewed and supported their recommendations for changes to the EFP for 2021. Some of those changes were made specific at the TRAWL EM committee meeting. Others were discussed and referred back to the working group of the three leads on the EFP and agency staff and council staff. And this would just put the council on record as having reviewed the specific recommendations from the committee, as well as the recommendations for further development and supporting those.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions on the motion? Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, I think you spoke to it in your motion, but I just want to confirm if I'm understanding it correctly, that the committee's or the council's support for the committee recommendations, that doesn't necessarily change the EFP approval process and the collaborative conversations that would happen between NIMS and the EFP applicants. Is that consistent with what your intention is?
Yes, it is, Ms. Miller. Thank you for bringing that up. And again, the committee was really appreciative of the working relationships that have been developed between the EFP leads and the agency and the frequent communication that's been the foundation of that.
Thank you.
Further questions on the motion? Ms. Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had noted in the committee report that one of the requests was that the council support industry applications for 2022 funding. I noticed that that's not specifically picked up in your motion, and I just was curious if you could speak to that piece.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. Yeah, that will probably come back in front of us. I can't remember the timing, but that's more just a foreshadowing of a need than a specific recommendation at this. Usually we have the opportunity to review at least some of the details of those requests for additional funding before we support, but right now it's just a placeholder to let the council know that that's going to be necessary, and that the committee would certainly, given what it knows now, support that. Thank you, though, for flagging that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Any further questions on the motion?
Mr. Chair, it occurred to me, though, I should probably, could I ask Ms. Evans to check me for sure on that timing point? That's my memory, but then I thought, oh, I better see if that's also Ms. Evans' memory on timing.
Sure. Ms. Evans?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I'm trying to recall exactly when the council usually writes letters of support for NPFMC applications, and I seem to think it's in the springtime, around the time of the June meeting. And if it's after the June meeting, then that would certainly encompass the time in which the TRAWL EM committee and other, I'm getting a whole bunch of affirmations that yes, it is after the June meeting. So yes, we would have committee meetings that could bring information to the council and still write a letter of support following the June council meeting for applications that would be for 2022 funding.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Okay. Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I appreciated your speaking to it, and just again wanted to confirm it as one council member, strong and continued support for this EFP and the really hard work that's gone into it from the project leads and the agency staff, as you mentioned. I think it's been quite successful as we've seen, but of course these EFPs are complex, and so it's not too much of a surprise that an extension is needed. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone and appreciate this motion, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Campbell.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to be supporting the motion. I appreciate Mr. Twite bringing it forward. I just wanted to say, as a processing company with operations in the Western Gulf that participated in this program, that the principal investigators and particularly Ms. Levy from the Aleutian East Borough were phenomenal in the amount of energy that they put into making this work, solving our problems, understanding our operations, and I think that particularly with the pandemic, it was a huge relief for this council to know that we were going to have data collected from the trawl fisheries. And so I just think that this has taken tremendous effort from a lot of folks to move this to the point that it's at now, and very supportive of anything that the council can do to ensure that this goes forward and continues to develop as a valuable tool. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Kimball.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thanks. I'll be supporting the motion and reiterate the comments already provided, that I think the principal investigators, the vessels that were involved, the processors that were involved, they could have easily said this was too difficult to do in a year in which there were additional restrictive protocols under COVID, but they pursued and persevered, and it's only for the benefit of our monitoring program. And so I'm very thankful for this effort. both of these items between the Observer Program and the EM efforts, they go pretty smoothly through the council at this meeting, but there's a tremendous amount of work and engagement by the public in both of these programs. So I appreciate the motion. I'll be supportive. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the motion. I will be supporting it. It aligns with my support for the prior motion, and I think it's great work, very proactive, looking for solutions to a big challenge of cost efficiencies, and I think it fits right within our priorities, and looking forward to continuing the program and hopefully implementation in a couple of years. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Marks. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I think everyone that has spoken so far has expressed it much better than I can, the reasons for supporting this program and continued development of electronic monitoring for the TRAWL fleets. And so for those reasons and for the collaborative process that has been just so phenomenal in this and is demonstrated through the implementation of this EFP this year, I'll be supporting the motion as well.
Thanks, Ms. Miller. Further comments? Is there any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Further action. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought I'd flag that I think it's staff tasking bring back the question about committee meetings for the TRAWL EM committee, and may also want to bring back some further thinking about how the council can acknowledge the contributions made by our fishery observers in 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything else on C5? Ready to move on? All right. Thanks again. Okay, that will bring us to agenda item D1, the survey planning. Again, this is we'll have Dr. Bob Foy provide us a report on this agenda item. This is again in response to a council letter that we talked about in June, requesting a report on 2021 survey planning, and also would note that the SSC has a number of recommendations in their minutes regarding this as well. So with that, good morning, Dr. Foy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I think the presentation will start up here in a moment. Okay, here we go. Thank you for the opportunity to and the request to come back and talk to you this October about our planning for FY21. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things we were able to accomplish in 2020, as well as our plans for 21. As you know, as you just mentioned, this presentation is in response to your letter in July, I believe it was. Had a number of points in that letter. First and foremost, concern and consequences of our 2020 survey cancellations, a request for seeing plans for 2021 surveys that included the Northern Bering Sea. Third, providing support for technical assistance from the SSC, and I want to thank you for that. We had a successful meeting in August. It was part of the SSC report out earlier this week, and we'll touch on the importance of some of that discussion in our prioritizations for 2021 during the presentation. You also had an ask for funding scenario information for 2021 surveys. I'll touch on that. And then a few items, just some cautious support for our UXS sail drone data collections and some of the modeling work that we're doing. We heard your messages loud and clear, and we're making sure that we message the value of those data as they're being used in the assessment process this fall. Support for the cooperative research opportunities with industry, couldn't agree more. We value our cooperative engagements with industry. We look forward to improving upon them, and recently there's been some additional picking up some additional conversations that were left off last winter. So I'm looking forward to those coming back to the forefront. Lastly, you requested an update at this meeting, which is why I'm here, and then again in December. And I'm glad to do that. So for this presentation, as I said, I'll walk through a little bit on the impacts of missing the 2020 survey. You've had reports from the crab plan team, groundfish plan team, SSC, regarding the additional analyses that have been done, the additional predictive work that has been done from the modeling front, and some of the sensitivity analyses that have been done. And this has really been critical for us to be able to identify, really where we need to put our effort in a year where we haven't had data, and where we need to put our effort in the future if we find ourselves in a similar situation, and how to best acknowledge the value of the annual data where it's required. So those analyses, again, you've seen most of these. The SSC has seen all of these, and they're helping inform our decisions, and I think they will better inform our decisions moving forward. In addition, we had a number of mitigating data collections and communication plans for 2020 and 2021, and I will go through those in a little bit of detail. I'll discuss the survey prioritization, the plan for the 2021 surveys and our contingencies, and then our funding surveys, scenarios for 2021. So real briefly, I'm not going into any detail here. Much of this I showed in June in detail. So as you know, we were able to accomplish the long line survey in 2020 in its entirety. There was also a number of nearshore research projects that were conducted. We got some nearshore work done in Southeast Alaska, a critical cod recruitment project in the Gulf of Alaska that's used in the stock assessment model, and a number of other projects there. As you just discussed, our fishery dependent data collection was incredibly important. And I also want to call out the value of the National Marine Fisheries Service Alaska Science Center staff and contractors who had to go in and manage those data and ensure that the observers were taken care of and that the data was taken care of as well. And that's going to be critical this fall. In addition, we were able to provide previous year's fishery-dependent age composition data to the process that allowed the models to continue to move forward with data that, again, continues to allow us to make predictions into the future based on more information. So quite a bit of work occurred on that front, and our staff continued to work to collect and analyze those data for this next year and get ahead of ourselves as much as possible. We did have the sail drone work occurring over the pollock distribution in the Bering Sea. That was successful in terms of collecting the data and getting back, and right now we're looking to see what the data look like and how we'll be able to turn those around for the fall. We did eventually get the Oscar Dyson on the water. We were able to ensure that we prioritize some fisheries work. Typically that time of the year, the vessel is priorities go to the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory. They focus on some ecosystem data collection. We're able to work with our partners there and make sure that we collected the uplooking acoustic sounders. That happened successfully on the EEZ. That's critical for looking at pollock moving across the border. And then a number of our ecosystem moorings looking at passive acoustics, which help us better understand whale movements and responses to changes that we're seeing in the Bering Sea Chukchi environments. Lastly, we had a number of vessels collecting ecosystem data for us. As you know, this is critical for the stock assessment process. Better understanding the cold pool. We worked with industry partners who have thermistors out on gear, who are putting instruments in the water for us. This included the Oscar Dyson as well as the commercial fleet, coastal communities, putting tags on fish. A real broad collaborative effort that we learned a lot, and I think we'll be able to continue improving our data collections there in the future. So the next few slides I'm going to show you were presented to the SSC in much more detail. These are some of the ecosystem results that we were able to pull together for 2020. I'm taking the opportunity to just show you a handful of slides here to bring you up to speed on that. You'll see more details when they become available at the fall meeting, but we wanted to include this here for your information. So again, despite some of the delays and cancellations from the data collection, we were able to work with our partners. And as a take-home message here right at the beginning, most of the indicators that we received to date are all within the expected bounds. So nothing I'm showing you here is outside of the bounds. We're not expecting heat waves, et cetera, the types of environmental or ecosystem responses or conditions that would be overly alarming at this time of the year. Again, prior to a full analysis that we provide later in the November-December time period. So in terms of ecosystem data collection, similar to our fisheries assessment data collections, it was an off year for the GOA, but we did not collect the data we typically do in the Aleutian Islands and Eastern Bering Sea. Again, we worked with partners to collect some information. We still had some delayed analysis of our 2019 data because of restricted access to our laboratories at all of our sites due to local pandemic response requirements. So we are catching up on that as we're able to. Most of our sites have moved in, all of our sites actually have moved into a phase 1 response, meaning that we are allowed to have 25% capacity within our facility right now, and we've just reached that stage. Prior to that, we were at phase 0, which limited us extensively at all of our sites. And that's another item to take into consideration as we think about what we were able to accomplish this year with less than 25% of our staff being allowed to be on site. We were able to collect some upper trophic level work on seabird reproductive success, but there were a number of non-NOAA surveys that were also canceled as well, preventing a full complement of data there and for other trophic levels. On the data mitigation front, we used, and you saw some of this, you'll see more of it in the fall, but we used the current modeling efforts. So this is a real example of why our modeling efforts are critical, why the time series is critical, so that when we have moments like this, we can use the ROM models to predict what's going on with the cold pool. We can predict acidification. We can predict temperature changes. And we can use...
Apologies, Dr. Boy. I'd like to remind members of the public to please mute your phones. Thank you. Dr. Foy.
Yep, no problem. And in addition, we looked for other data above and beyond what we would typically collect. This does not replace, and I'm not suggesting that we could replace the data that we typically collect on our surveys, on our vessel surveys with the people on board, but we were able to pull together some additional satellite data and provide those as indices to back build some time series to better understand production as well as upper trophic levels. So that's something that we will continue to work on as we innovate and try to mitigate future losses for whatever reason for empirical data. So now I'm going to go through each of our large marine ecosystems, Gulf of Alaska key messages. We had limited data gaps on the ecosystem front this year. Ocean temperature, it was not a heat wave this year in the Gulf of Alaska. However, it was still above average. Very warm, especially compared to our other seas. So we have some concern as to the effect of that residual warmth, the warmth that continues to be in the water from the previous heat wave, and that effect on the recovery of some of our species, such as cod, that were dramatically impacted by those previous heat waves. We were able to get information on age 0 walleye, pollock, and Pacific cod. We saw relative increases in both of those species, so hopefully that's good news for there being increased recruitment in the future. And again, that will play out with our surveys in 2021. As you know, we had record low salmon catches across the Gulf of Alaska, and in particular in southeast. So we continue to monitor ocean conditions and look at this as an index for marine survival and production for other species that are in our FMPs. On the Aleutian Island front, the sea surface temperatures were cooler based on a number of satellite data that we had available to us. And the index for the flow through the passes remains low. And it remains to be seen what exactly that means in terms of recruitment for some of our important key fish species. But those flows did remain low again in our analyses this year. Upper level data loss for ecosystem upper trophic level species. And unfortunately, this means a 4-year time gap in some of the series because of our loss of survey data. And then lastly here, community and fishing impacts due to HABs. Obviously, quite a bit of concern in the Unalaska region for harmful algal blooms. We are working with partners to collect additional data as we can. Unfortunately, those samples are sitting and waiting to be analyzed, and when our labs reopen, we will have that information as soon as possible. Our concern on the front with respect to something the council would be interested in is the potential impact, given that we know the harmful algal blooms were there, what is the impact on the ecosystem, either on the fisheries or upper trophic level front? Okay, Eastern Bering Sea. The sea ice extent was near normal, and I think this was pretty exciting for coastal communities and good for our fisheries. However, the water below that ice was still extremely warm. That resulted in thin and weak ice, which had negative impacts on some of the subsistence hunting in coastal communities, and also led to rapid retreat in the ice. So it remains to be seen whether the sea ice formation will be delayed this winter. We believe, again, based on the modeling effects, that we had an average cold pool year. You've already heard how that potentially plays out for crab species, and you'll have more discussion on that in the fall for what it means for groundfish species distribution and stock assessments. The gray whale mortality event continued with additional mortality seen throughout the ecosystem. I skipped over here. The spring bloom biomass was below average again this year, again based on satellite data, so that's probably a continued result of the shifting ecosystem as a response to the warmer water. That's all I've got for the Eastern Bering Sea. So a number of collaborations here, and it's critical to acknowledge our partners in this. These are all the entities we work with that include coastal communities, that include other agencies to collect data to better understand these ecosystems. And you know, the council needs to be aware that these relationships are critical for us to continue moving forward and better understand how our fisheries are interacting with the ecosystems. Lastly, a number of new reports this year and that I encourage the council to read when you have the opportunity. We've got obviously the full reports for our Eastern Bering Sea, Gulf, and Aleutian Islands that you've seen in the past. We're producing briefs now to better understand the status and more real time for each of our large marine ecosystems. This year we've tried to put out a number of different media and educational products that help the public as well as the industry better understand what we're seeing and what our expectations are moving forward in the ecosystems. Okay, so back to talking a little bit about, or just finishing up 2020 here, our communication plan for 2020 and moving into 2021. I showed some of this previously with more of a focus on how we were responding internally. This is more a focus on external. So in March, mid-March, we were responding to the initial impact of the pandemic, putting together our internal teams. By April, we were reaching out to council staff, the council chair, on initial discussions on how to engage the council in particular. We appreciate your recommendations, your memos in May and July on recommendations for priorities for both 20 and 2021, and then obviously gave the presentation in June. My intention is to follow up today and December. You'll see that, today what I have is an initial focus on what we're going to be able to do in 2021, and we'll have much more information hopefully in December. And then really not a full view until the typical presentation that I give either in February or April of 2021, and that's the State of the Center. Obviously, we'll have an election and hopefully better understanding of what our budgets will be for 2021 because we don't have any of that information until well into the year. So we will continue with that plan for communicating out to you. In terms of how we're prioritizing our surveys, this applies not only for 2021 but into the future, and I'm mixing a couple topics here. One is the discussions that we had with the SSC, and the other is a response to you regarding what our priorities will be for 2021. So the SSC had the original subgroup in 2018 that grossly prioritized Eastern Bering Sea, Gulf, Aleutians, Northern Bering Sea, and Bering Sea slope. And that gave us a good idea of recommendations from the council in terms of, gross effort, where we should put our effort if we had reductions, for whatever reason, funds in particular. We led an international workshop this past year, 2020. It was supposed to be in 2019, but it had to be postponed because of the furlough. This was an international effort to talk about how to reduce effort if needed. And if we have to reduce effort, what the impacts are. And I want to make it clear with this slide and the rest of my presentation that none of this is an intent to get rid of surveys. I've heard a fair amount of rhetoric lately that our intent is to try and get rid of surveys, do fewer surveys, and that's not the case. Survey data collection is our #1 priority. Fishery independent data is the most important piece of information that you have to manage and these fisheries and make predictions so that we can ensure the sustainability of these fisheries. We acknowledge that, and we're doing everything that we can in 2020 and beyond to make sure that we collect those data. So we're completely committed to working with the council and our colleagues to make sure those data get collected. And this also, brings up an important, or an opportunity for me to remind you of the last few presentations I provided you about the need for striking a balance in these budgets. The need for making sure that we can support the fishery independent and fishery dependent data. The need for being able to collect the ecosystem data, without which we wouldn't have an index for recruitment for pollock, without which we wouldn't have an index for the cold pool this year, which is going to help inform us on Bering Sea groundfish stocks. All these pieces come together, and it's ever more clear that when we don't have one of the pieces of information, how they come together. So being able to prioritize, being able to support the collection of that full balanced portfolio is important, and we appreciate the council support in that. Next bullet item here on bias and uncertainty analyses. Again, some of this you saw in a report from the SSC, and you'll see more from plan teams this fall in terms of our prioritization for which species require surveys. Suffice it to say, and if you look at all the reports, we all want surveys annually, and we want them everywhere. But the reality is We can't always achieve that because of funding, because of staffing, because of a pandemic. So having these conversations early and often, having these conversations to make sure that we prioritize so that you can do your job and prioritize and with as little effect on the economics of our fisheries, a little effect on the conservation of our fisheries is critical. We realize that. Fourth bullet item here, survey optimization. So this is an analysis that we saw in the Gulf of Alaska this year to consider what the effect would be of limiting our data. What we found is that for most species in the Gulf of Alaska, going from 3 vessels to 2 vessels is not an impact. And by extending our effort in a 2-vessel survey a little bit deeper, we can pick up all the species of importance. Well, this is a critical analysis in terms of our ability to say, no, we don't have to be everywhere all the time, but we can prioritize, we can be innovative in terms of how we analyze these data, and be more specific when we say everything is important to collect. And that's, again, the message that I'm trying to deliver, and hopefully we can provide the tools so that you can make those recommendations. Lastly is the SSC subgroup that just occurred in August of 2020, and you heard a bit about this at the SSC. I won't go into the whole details of that meeting. I believe you've got those. But in essence, the main goals for our discussions for 2021 were to combine the Northern Bering Sea with the Eastern Bering Sea survey. What this means is that the recommendation is that we try to be in the Northern Bering Sea every year. And I'll remind you here in a moment that that is not something that is currently in our portfolio to be in the Northern Bering Sea every year. So that's something that we're going to have to work on. The recommendation was also during the Northern Bering Sea a discussion to include Norton Sound. And lastly, and I need to make this point extremely clear, the Bering Sea slope and the full complement of 3 vessels in the Gulf of Alaska to get the deep stations are extremely important. But if we're not able to have all the funds, staffing, the ability to get to them, the recommendation is to prioritize the Northern Bering Sea. And again, I'm going to say it again, this in no way takes away the importance of the slope or those deep stations. And we will continue to seek funds that would provide for a full portfolio that would address our need for inflationary costs on an annual basis, that would allow us to have the staff so we can stop decreasing our staff numbers and get to all the regions and provide you with as much data as possible. In light of a shortage of that information, we need to be realistic about what data are the most informative for the process. So in terms of our planning for 2021, we will continue, and this is the same bullet I provided in...
Dr. Foy?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Stop and pause for a question from Ms. Kimball, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. On your previous slide, I had thought I read the subgroup report to state that the Northern Bering Sea survey was kind of a must-have annually in the near term, and then it could potentially go to every other year. And I should have asked the SSC, what they meant by that, but I'll just ask you, Dr. Foy, how do you interpret that? Is that a recommendation that we have an annual Northern Bering Sea survey for the next 5 years until we get a consistent time series? Is it something longer? I just wanted to know how you interpreted that recommendation.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, great question, and you hit the nail on the head. We don't know whether or not a biennial survey is appropriate for the Northern Bering Sea. The species that are there are not as long-lived as we see in the Gulf of Alaska. One of the reasons that we can get away with a biennial survey in the Gulf of Alaska is that most of the species of concern are long-lived. They don't change. They're not as variable as what we see in the Bering Sea. So what the SSC has recommended, and AFSC is going to do our best to follow up on, is an annual survey until we can better understand those processes, until we can better understand if we went to a biennial survey, what would the impact be on uncertainty, on our ability to sustain those fisheries and provide as as much information for tax setting as possible to, again, address economic concerns as well as conservation of the stocks as they move around. So the intent there is to put a number of years under our belt. There is no magic number, but, from a modeling perspective, having at least 5 years is important for developing an understanding of what your interannual variability is prior to, again, conducting analyses where we could back up and say, we can do this every other year, or we could balance this with some other region.
Thank you.
Okay. Absolutely. So the first bullet on this slide is similar to what I showed in June. Our planning for 2021 will include the health and safety of our employees, the vessel employees, the communities we're going into, and I just want to make sure that that's clear, that will obviously, as it is with everyone, as it is with the fishing industry, as it is with the observers, will be our number one priority. Having said that, we continue to collaborate with our partners, OMAO in particular, with the white vessels, the NOAA vessels, Oscar Dyson, to make sure that the protocols that they have already put in place are something that we can meet in order to accomplish our mission. The current protocols for the Oscar Dyson are already going to restrict a full complement of typical surveys in a typical year. So we're working with OMAO right now to assess how much flexibility we have. We're also working outside the box on what surveys we may not be able to accomplish as a result of that on the white vessels, on the NOAA vessels, and see if we can't accomplish them with charter vessels or other means. We are moving forward with our number one focus on a full complement of surveys in 2021. We've been clear from the get-go that our goal is to get all of these surveys done and prioritize our core areas based on, our usual conversation of funding needs and staffing. Having said that, we're also putting together scenarios in case partial surveys are necessary. That's a luxury we have for 2021 that we didn't have in 20. I stand by the decisions that we had to make in 2020, given the timeliness of the need for those decisions, the many months in advance that we've got to prepare for these surveys, and expectations for our science staff to go to sea. We've got the time to plan those scenarios out right now, and we have, and I'll share more of those details in December. Our scenarios include a full complement of staffing. Our scenarios include partial complements of staffing, working with partners, working with alternative means of collecting the data, and the number of scenarios is quite high. And then the last bullet here, just identifying the potential for advanced tech or cooperative research.
Thanks. Dr. Foy, Ms. Campbell has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Dr. Foy, if you don't mind, you said something when you were speaking to your previous slide about whether 2 or 3 vessels in the Gulf of Alaska makes a difference in the quality of data collected. And I'm just not sure that I fully understood that. Would you mind going over that one more time for me?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, yeah, absolutely. And sorry if that was vague. Again, some of this is colliding with the fact that was a different presentation, different discussion with the SSC. But the discussion as to priorities. So what we've got to do is balance our staffing availability, our funding for the Northern Bering Sea with the rest of our portfolio. As I've mentioned before, we don't have base funding for the Northern Bering Sea. We have never had base funding for the Northern Bering Sea. We have always just eked it out the best we can. And in order to do so, we have had to, at times, prioritize over other regions. As you know, and I'll speak to this here in a moment, but as you know, the third vessel in the Gulf has been one of those spots where we have reduced our efforts. In the discussions on the value of that third vessel, we have reviewed both the effects of not having those data On the stock assessments, we have reviewed the variability in the stocks affected by not having the third vessel. We've reviewed the life history, which leads to the variability in the biomass abundance distribution of those stocks affected by not having the third vessel. And the conclusion is that for most species and for all commercial species, if we go down to 700 meters with our two-vessel survey, we can provide the information necessary to adequately manage these stocks, to adequately provide the least loss of uncertainty in the process, in the management process, and it's negligible, going from 2 vessels to 3 vessels. The same analysis showed us that if we went from 2 vessels to 1 vessel, it would have huge ramifications on our uncertainty and subsequent management and assessment, and lead to economic losses. So, that's a good analysis to have in front of us. I think that's a good analysis for you to know that we can't go down to 1 vessel. We would never go down to 1 vessel unless something incredibly bad happened with our budgets. But the difference between 2 and 3 vessels is something we can mitigate. So our focus in moving forward will be to determine how. Apologize for the long-winded answer here, but our focus will be to figure out how we can make sure that we get the species of importance down to 700 meters without needing to incur that third vessel that requires more wire, that goes to deeper and picks up information on 1 or 2 deep water species that again are not as economically important to communities in the fishing industry. Long-winded answer, Ms. Kimball, but hopefully that addresses your question.
Well, thank you, Dr. Foy. I really appreciate that. That's what I thought I heard you say, but you went over it a little quickly, and I think it's a very important point for us. So I do appreciate the extra detail there. The other thing that I really wanted to ask you about is on your last point, and that has to do with the scenario planning that you're doing, the multiple scenarios that you're going over, what you'll do if you have a full complement of staff, what you'll do if you're still operating under some restrictions. And I guess, is your intent that you'll continue this planning process and that the council will hear more about it at the December meeting? Because I think all of us right now are facing just tremendous uncertainty about what kind of environment we're going to be operating in 2021, and I'd like to know more than what we just heard about the various scenarios you're considering and what your contingency plans are. So would we hear more about that in December, or what's our opportunity to hear more about that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, absolutely, that's the intention. So the intention is to be back in December with our plan for the 2021 field season. And that will include the scenarios. That will include assessments of what we think our staffing is going to be, what we think our funding is going to be. Again, these are moving targets to some extent. But our hope is to have a full year view at that point, so that we know what we're up against moving forward. And again, we could partially have that conversation now, but I think it's too early to complete some of those assessments. Again, we're still working out some details on how we're going to do testing and how we can provide some of those services to our staff going into the field, how we can put our staff into the field. And that's not to say that those methodologies aren't already there. I'm going for another long answer here, Ms. Kimball. It's not to say that information is not already there. The commercial fishing industry has obviously put together protocols to be in the field and have an incredible safety record for being there. Our issue is going to be putting multiple science teams on a regular basis every 3 weeks into the field and get them home safely. So, we're still working through some of those protocols. As you know, the pandemic situation in terms of, what testing is appropriate, how long you can shelter in place, et cetera, or should shelter in place, et cetera, is still a bit of a moving target. So, again, I didn't think it would be appropriate to put that in front of this at this time so that we can all sit around and speculate. By December, we'll have much more definitive information. Our first survey happens at the beginning of February on the Oscar Dyson. By then, we'll have some information from OMAO, which is a different part of NOAA, on what their operations will look like for FY21. So a much better picture. And I very much appreciate the uncertainty that the industry and the council has and is feeling with respect to 21, and concerned that we're going to be in a similar situation in 20. And again, at this time, all I can say is that our priority is to do everything we can to collect a full complement of information.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Foy. I really appreciate that, and I'll look forward to hearing more about it in December. I did want to just clarify for you and any members of the public that were listening is that these two questions came from Cora Campbell, not Nicole Kimball, and I just did not want her to be painted with any of the stupid questions that I might be bringing forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Campbell, I apologize. I heard Kimball, so apologize for that, and thanks for the questions.
And thanks, Dr. Foy. Maybe I have to take credit for that. And thanks for that clarification, Ms. Campbell. I don't see any additional questions. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a follow-up to Ms. Campbell's questions. And this is, in case this is stupid or anything, this is Craig Cross. I kind of was expecting, and hopefully we'll get in December, I really appreciate the planning that is going forward for, in case there's this and in case there's that, for partial surveys and all the planning that goes into the alternates that are going to go on. I'm wondering if in December, along with your kind of review of what you're going to be doing, I'd really like to hear a lessons learned from last year and how you plan to avoid those same circumstances. It's great to have the planning and what you plan on doing, but I know from an operational standpoint in industry, for instance, in our fleet, we just had a lessons learned meeting of, okay, that's better to have the boats come down here and crew here. There's a lot of things that we did wrong last time, this last year. To make it better, we have a kind of a list of things that we're going to do. I'm hoping that you will kind of maybe be able to put that as a little subcategory in December of here's why we couldn't do this and here's how we're solving it this time. Understanding that you're going to have planning and everything, but I'd really like to see that if it would be possible.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, that's a great idea. Obviously, we're doing that in the background, and I can very definitely provide that in December. And just as a bit of a purview to that, we're learning the same lessons you are. We're learning a lot of these lessons from you. Obviously, we've got the Observer program out there, and we're learning what works on the logistical front. And we're checking those boxes off in terms of refining those methodologies. And these are methodologies that, we were considering early on with your help early in the season. The unknown, and unfortunately the unknown will still be there in December, is, what this pandemic will look like, what our communities will be going through, what our science staff who typically go to sea for a few weeks are dealing with respect to the environment in their homes, with respect to the need to get back and crunch data for assessments. That's going to be another big unknown. So I think the lessons learned piece of that will be more about how we're going to better mitigate, how we're going to identify partners so that we can put people on the boat, so that we can identify which positions are critical and how much data could we get if we work with partners, people that are in Alaska potentially, people that are in the field already potentially, and get as much data collected as possible. So appreciate the comment, Mr. Cross, and we'll definitely walk through a little more detail there in December.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Foy. I think we're ready to continue.
Okay, so the next few slides are meant to graphically show a little bit about what happened in 2020, what the expectations are for 2021, and to put it in context with the last decade of where we've been. These are valuable figures not only for the discussion on what we need for 21 in a pandemic, but also where we're going. You know, my discussions with you regarding the need to continue our empirical data collections hasn't stopped. All we've done from a funding perspective is, you might remember my presentation in February was about a fiscal cliff that we're running up against, where we continue to eat away at our ability to support our surveys. All we've really done is push that to 2021. So again, I'll talk about that here in a moment. But this figure is intended to show you the breadth of what we've been doing. The green boxes, so years across the top, the different surveys on the left-hand side. The green boxes represent surveys we did or intend to do. White boxes represent surveys we did not do and did not intend to do. Red boxes are surveys that we would have liked to have done but did not. And I'll walk through these details. So let's pull up this arrow here. You should be able to see my arrow. So this top box is the bottom TRAWL survey. This is the Gulf of Alaska. The first slide here, this shows the 3 vessels. It shows you that we haven't actually used the 3rd vessel since before 2010. We did in 2015 collect a limited amount of information, not a full complement, but we haven't had that vessel for quite some time. And I won't, I was going to go through the discussion about the 700 meters and our stations moving forward here. I won't repeat that, but you'll notice our intention is not to do the 3rd vessel in 2021 based on that discussion. But we will be rethinking which surveys we get to with 2 vessels and the impacts of spreading our stations out to get to those. We plan to continue doing our longline survey as we have every year for the last decade in 2021. The next group of surveys are our acoustic surveys. So these are on the Oscar Dyson. You can see that the winter acoustic TRAWL survey in the Shumagins did not occur in 2011, did not occur in 2019, and we were able to get it in before a loss of ship time due to the pandemic. We do intend to be there next year. We've got the Boguslav survey, which we are now on a biennial cycle that we were able to get in. Prince William Sound, Kenai area, we did not do in 2019. We are currently planning for that in 2021, but that is still in discussion. And another reason not to get into too much detail right now, because we're still trying to figure out what our ship availability is going to be in 2021. And then probably our most important area here, in the Shelikof region, we are intending to do in 2021. Summer Gulf of Alaska TRAWL survey doesn't typically go in 20, so we didn't lose anything this year, and we are intending to be there in 2021. These bottom surveys represent our ecosystem, our larval, our ichthyoplankton, our recruitment type surveys, juvenile fish surveys. You can see that early on we have had to cancel our GOA larval surveys back to 2017. This is a result of funding losses. Our spring ichthyoplankton survey is still being planned for 21, as is our juvenile survey. These are the nearshore surveys. This is the Kodiak Pacific Cod nursery habitat work that's been going on by our Newport staff in the Kodiak region for years. And you might recall that these data are now being directly used in the assessment, and we're trying to beef these data up as to help with recruitment indices for cod in the Gulf. This is a more recent large-scale Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod nursery survey that we were able to do in 2020. Again, these data are available to the assessment. And then lastly, and this is more nearshore work supported by the Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Trustee Council, the Gulf Watch program. This provides us with some of our ecosystem indicators that you are now using in the assessment process for better understanding impacts on our stocks. in terms of ecosystem environmental variability. And so these data were collected with our partners in 2020, and we expect them in 2021. So that's Gulf of Alaska. Aleutian Islands. So obviously we were not able to do either of the bottom trawl vessels in 2020. We did get the long line out there. We don't have surveys in the Aleutian Islands in 2021. There was some question, some asks from industry for us to try and stretch our efforts into the Aleutian Islands in 2021, given that there will now be a 3-year gap in our data collection. Given the priority discussions that we've had, given the need to fill those gaps in our priority regions in the Gulf and the Bering Sea, we do not intend to conduct any surveys in the Aleutian Islands in 2021 at this time. We're still trying to think outside the box. There's the potential to work with our partners again to collect other indices, but in terms of our specific surveys, we don't trawl surveys and longline, we don't intend to be there in 21. Okay, Bering Sea. So this is obviously our largest losses in 2020 were in the Bering Sea. Top 2 lines show the 2 vessels for the Eastern Bering Sea survey, and obviously we intend to be there in 2021. For this figure, I'm also showing 2022, and it'll become apparent why in a moment. This is the acoustic EBS survey. This is the one we were able to accomplish partially with the drone this year. We're not typically there in 21, and we do intend to be there in 22. Bering Sea slope, based on the previous conversation, we weren't there in 2020, we weren't going to be there in 2020, and we don't intend to be there in 2022. Again, that doesn't mean we won't continue to seek funds. That doesn't mean we won't continue to let everybody know that our resourcing is not sufficient to complete the full portfolio of what we all think needs to be collected, but this does not fall as a priority to the other areas that we're going to talk about. Northern Bering Sea. So this is the figure here that shows, we had a one-off survey in 2010. Prior to that, we didn't have a survey. We had no Northern Bering Sea surveys up until 2017. At that point, we had a couple years of funds that were external to go look in the Northern Bering Sea and see what was there. This happened to coincide with the heat wave in those years, and in 2018, we sought last-minute emergency funds. We stood up a survey in a matter of a month to get people to go out and collect partial data in the Northern Bering Sea because we realized the stocks had all been moving north. Through a series of cost savings by cutting other programs, cost savings because of furloughs, and now cost savings because of the pandemic, we were able to get the 2019 survey. We were able to plan for a 2020 survey, which we will now do in 2021. Having said that, all of these stopgaps come to a screeching halt in 2022. Because again, we haven't had base funding for this region, and it'll be difficult for us to find that funding without cutting major portions of our portfolio in order to move forward in 2022. So again, 2 messages here. We'll be there next year, and we're going to need to continue working for 2022. In the way of preempting my next slide on budget discussion, you'll recall that our goal is also to try and pre-fund all of these surveys the year before. It doesn't do us any good to get money in May because we can't turn that money around in the same year. And with the current cycles of budget provisions, we try to forward fund as much as we can. And what this means is that this discussion on the need for 2022 for us to follow through with recommendations from the SSC, that's a discussion we have to start having now. There has to be something where we're looking for funds in 21 to cover the 2022 survey. And hopefully that's clear. Longline survey. We continue to move forward, and we plan to be there next year as we have. Now moving into the lower trophic level work and the recruitment work. We were not able to get our ichthyoplankton survey. Our juvenile surveys, we do intend to be there in 2 years, back on regular schedule. We partially got our ecosystem and mooring work done this year because of the Oscar Dyson getting on the water. We hope that she'll be available again next year. And I won't get into any details on these bottom two lines. This is a Northern Bering Sea. This is actually a rope trawl survey that we collect ecosystem data on. A good portion of ecosystem data in the Northern Bering Sea comes from this survey, and then some collaborative programs that are not directly funded by us to be into the Chukchi Sea. It's questionable as to where those funds will come from in the next couple of years. And you might ask yourself why I put this on this figure. It's because these data are still important. If we had a crystal ball and we went back 10 years, who would have said we shouldn't have been doing the Northern Bering Sea all along? So that we're better prepared for that movement that occurred over a 12-month period. We've got to start asking and saying those same things about the Chukchi Sea. We have got to start thinking about how we can, again, balance our need to collect data for the immediate management of our fisheries in the Bering Sea, but also be prepared for the inevitable with the changing conditions in the Bering Sea and the northward migration of our species. And that very definitely includes working with our partners on a couple of these other projects, and we'll continue to work towards that. Okay, final slide here. This is funding scenarios for FY21. Couple of things on FY20 costs. I know there's been a lot of speculation that suddenly there was all this money sitting in a pot that was available to go to 2021. We still incurred costs in 2020. Not only did we have staffing costs, but some of our charters still were partially funded in order to make them, in order to provide some funds back to them. So it's not a one-to-one in terms of moving funding to 2021. The funds that have gone to 2021 are also met with increased costs in 2021. Our survey costs are expected to increase in 2021, so our money is not going as far as it would. So again, it's not 100% rollover. Having said that, just actually skipping down a bullet here, we have pre-funded as many of the contracts as we can for 2021. We have requested a carryover of funds from one year to the next. That's, I could get into the government jargon, but that's a typical process, and we're hoping that those funds will be made available to us. All expectations are is that they will be, but again, you don't know until you actually have the funds show up. And then, as I've discussed in the past, we have, because of historical losses of funding, we have a dependence each year on that base budget to complete our survey. So we need funds to come through in 2021 to round out our surveys for 2021, as well as pre-fund whatever we can for 2022, again, to reduce the uncertainty in this process for you and for me. Going back a bullet here, looking at charter costs, I talked about charter costs, and then I also mentioned already the loss of sea days expected on the Oscar Dyson, and we're working to augment those. Again, that requires additional funds, so that'll have to come from somewhere. We do prioritize it, and we are looking for what we can do internally to make up those days on charters if it's deemed appropriate. And lastly, quite a bit of conversation about the directed funds. So you'll recall that Congress directed funds to the National Marine Fisheries Service to the tune of $2 million. That was to the West Coast. So our portion of that was $1.1 million. Those funds don't show up until May, when by the time we actually get our budgets. There was no expectation that those funds were going to be used in FY20. We just simply can't turn that around in 1 year, develop a contract, and put a boat on the water. And so they will be used as originally intended on our side to support 2021 surveys. And a question might be, well, isn't that your funding for the Northern Bering Sea? And the answer is no. That's the funding to make up for all the losses I've been communicating to you for the last couple of years on inflationary adjustments. And remember, we lose the equivalent of a survey in inflationary costs every year. So if they don't get made up, that's where these kinds of funds go, is to make up the gap. And we will use those for 2021 as I just mentioned. That's it. again, we thank you for your input, for your recommendations and requests, and hopefully we can continue the dialogue.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Foy. We've got some questions coming in. Ms. Nicole Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. I have a couple questions, but one was back on the Gulf of Alaska, and I wanted to make sure I understood what the plan thus far for 2021 is. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that with 2 vessels in 2019, you added more days to the contract so you could cover more stations with just the 2 vessels. Is that the plan for 2021 as well?
And Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I've got that right this time.
Yep.
Yes, right now we are looking through to make sure that we can, we just had this meeting with the SSC in August, but our intention will be to try and get to those the stations down to 700 meters. The exact details of that have yet to be worked out. The exact details of where those stations will be have yet to be worked out. The SSC received a presentation of an additional analysis, quite an elegant analysis to look at how we can better apportion our effort, given that that is a randomized survey in the Gulf of Alaska and still achieve all of our management goals. So again, that's the intention moving forward, and I'll have more details on, I may even be able to have the details on what that survey will look like in December.
That would be great. I think there's a lot of interest in that. Mr. Chair, I could just go through a couple more questions quickly.
Ms. Kimball, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Foy, I wanted to go back to the, our Northern Bering Sea survey, which obviously has been identified as a priority and a hope that would be core work for the Science Center. Can you tell me what it costs to do the Northern Bering Sea survey with the 2 vessels proposed in the table?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I'm not going to publicly provide a number because I won't get it right down to the dollar. It's approximately $1 million per vessel to complete our surveys, plus or minus. So again, that is not an exact number. It's actually a little less than that in the Northern Bering Sea. We've provided those numbers to you. We've provided those numbers to the industry a couple of times now, specifically outside of this process, and they haven't changed. Again, our expectation is to have those funds available for 2021, and then moving forward in 2022, we'll see what we can do.
I appreciate that, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot for an exact number, just trying to confirm whether that general approximation has changed. And I'm also wondering, in terms of something else you mentioned, is, in timing of receiving funding. And so is there something you can provide to the council on, for instance, when you would need to receive funding, if additional funding was ever provided, in order to fund the 2022 Northern Bering Sea surveys? I just didn't catch exactly when, that funding's too late for planning purposes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Kimball, great question. We have in our purchasing procurement process, we're trying to have all of our contracts by midsummer all lined up prior to the end of the fiscal year at the end of September. So getting those contracts up, competing, putting them out on the street so that the process works through, in its entirety is something that really needs to happen beginning middle of summer. I can certainly provide you a specific date if you're interested offline, but typically when we get our federal appropriations every year, our administrative staff is working as hard as they can to get those dollars moved where they need to go, and wake up on October 1st with a full portfolio that's been spent out. So it's quite a process annually. Hopefully that answers your question. Again, if you're looking for more specifics, I can get that for you.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful, unless there's, if it's kind of spring 2021 to help support 2022 is accurate. I'd like to hear that. Otherwise, we could talk offline.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, yeah, I mean, that's accurate. That's especially for something that's not in our typical portfolio. And I apologize that this is a bit vague, but, this is procurement. Some of our charter contracts are multi-year contracts, so if they're already established, then it's easier from one year to the next. If it's one of those years where we've got to start over and go out and rebid the entire process, then that's a whole nother topic. So part of my vague answer is in those details. So again, if there's some interest in where we're specifically at for 21, I can get that information either provided offline or in December. We'd be glad to.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. Mr. Chair, just the last question on the Northern Bering Sea Juvenile Salmon Survey. And I was wondering, Dr. Foy, if you could remind me, what's the source of funding with that survey? That seems like it's been extremely important to try to keep that time series going. It helps with our forecast of Chinook salmon returning to Western Alaska, and I didn't know if that was primarily funded by NOAA or if there are other sources always coming in to fund that project.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that's a great question. The funding for that project has a sordid history of National Marine Fisheries Service leading it. The state has participated. Some specific external funds to some of the salmon programs on the Yukon have funded it. It's been a bit of a mix, so I don't have the specific details as to where we're at right now. Having said that, the loss of that survey this year, the state was also not able to get out and get it, has opened up a dialogue between us and the state to refine the value, the importance of doing that survey, not only for the state, but as you just mentioned, for the data that we need for some of our fisheries and the bycatch information. Some of these data are not currently used. They don't directly go into the Three River Index, but I think there's a broader discussion that needs to be had to better understand the value of that survey. And I'm talking only salmon right now. If you talk about the ecosystem data we collect with that survey, they've become more and more important. And as you know, you're now including some of the data collected on that survey as ecosystem indicators and in risk tables, et cetera, associated with our uncertainty and our assessment. So there's a kind of a two-pronged approach to looking at prioritizing that survey in the future. So again, another long-winded answer in terms of funding for that survey, it remains unclear, which is why I've got the question marks there. We've got to come up with a more sustainable funding source for that moving forward, and it's not clear as to whether or not that will come from the state or whether or not we will be able to continue supporting that or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Foy.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Great question. Mr. Kress.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Just a couple of quick follow-up questions on, I think you said last time that the cost for the sail drone was approximately $500,000, and that came from a different budget source. What is the plan for sail drones in the future? Or what is happening with that? Was this a one-off or what is the plan?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, a great question. You're correct on the relative cost of that. What we accomplished this past year with 3 drones that went up to Bering Sea and did partial coverage of the pollock. We don't have any immediate plans for 2021 that include drones. That doesn't mean as we develop in the course of the next couple of months that we don't put drones on the table again. We acknowledge, as you did in the letter to us, that those data are important, but not as important as getting the vessels and the people out there. So, we don't want to supplant one for the other if at all possible. It remains an option. We continue to stay in contact with the company that has those vehicles. So what we are doing for sure is going back to our R&D level of work, both with those drones as well as other types of drones to provide us, to look into the future as to how we can better collect these types of data. And so we'll continue doing that. So the short answer to your question is no immediate plans relative to, pandemic situation in 2021. It's still on the table, and we continue our R&D. And I think that's important because a handful of years from now, we'll be having much more regular conversations about how that's part of our full portfolio, how it's making it more efficient. Again, we need to make sure we do that with our eyes wide open. There's limitations So how do those limitations affect the assessment process? And those are the analyses that are occurring right now.
And Mr. Chairman, one follow-up. Dr. Foy, I guess one of your last statements concerned me a little bit. I was trying to do the math. When you said that inflations take up one survey per year, it doesn't sound like we can last too long. If you have 4 or 5 surveys going in 4 or 5 years, if funding remains flat, we have nothing left. So what is kind of the plan for overcoming that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, I have succeeded in getting my message through, if that's what you took from that. And that's what we've been communicating here for quite some time, is that's where we've been. That's the pattern of funding that we have been on for a number of years. Our plan is to continue to work in the prioritization process that we already have in place, where we fund our most important work, which are these surveys. If we find that one of our surveys, such as the slope, such as the third vessel or the Gulf, are not as critical, and we can still support the rest of our portfolio that provides the council process with other critical information or critical information that we're going to need moving forward, then we do that, and we just continue to work on that list from the bottom up, and at the same time continue to communicate our needs in order to have a full portfolio to support these incredible fisheries. As I've said in the past, when you look at the numbers and how much we actually spend to support a multi-billion-dollar fishery, it's quite small.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up on that.
Mr. Cross.
And Dr. Foy, thank you for that answer. And yes, I've been getting that message for a while. And I guess one of the messages that I have been sending back is I get concerned about the internal use of those funds. In other words, realizing that funding may be static and inflation is taking up monies and there's prioritization that has to go on. I look and hope that the center is not looking just at prioritization of which surveys are important, but what is important inside the Alaska Fishery Science Center. There's other programs. You have social science programs, you have resource economist programs, you have other programs that give data to the council and to other parts of the science center. But as a council member and as one council member, I prioritize these surveys as more important than that. I realize that's I'm just one council member and I'm not at the science center, but as a council member, I would hope that the Science Center starts looking at internal shuffling of prioritization, not just the prioritization of which surveys are important, but what programs inside the center are important. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, very much appreciate the comments, and I very much need to slow down and refocus my presentations, because that is exactly the process that the Alaska Fishery Science Center has put together and we're leading the nation on in terms of prioritizing our full science portfolio. There's subtleties there. For instance, all of our funds that go towards marine mammals come from a funding line that can't be used for surveys. And I just throw that out there as an example, and there's 15 more of those examples in terms of how we're allowed to spend our funds. What I've shared with you in the past, that our operational funds where surveys could come from are only about $10 million total. Given the previous conversations on the cost of a survey and on inflationary issues, you can do the math on our current situation. I completely agree with you that the full portfolio needs to be prioritized, and I can assure you that it is. But it's not as simple as looking over and saying, hey, I see the Alaska Fisheries Science Center doing this. Why doesn't that go away in favor of a survey or a broader perspective associated directly with the council? And again, it's a complex answer based on our full mission responsibility, which isn't just the fisheries.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Dr. Foy, and maybe something for the future is to kind of maybe put a part of that as your report in the future, kind of helping us understand that process on the internal use of that. So I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, I'll absolutely focus on that. Especially that's what we've been doing in our state of the center report in the February-April time period. And I will put extra detail in that this year so that we can maybe slow down and have that broader conversation. And also happy to have that conversation offline if there's specific information that would help you through your industry contacts and representatives better understand the process at the Alaska Science Center.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Down, do you have a long series of questions, or I'm looking for our morning break here, and can take you now if you think it's quick.
Yeah, I don't know how quick this will be, Mr. Chairman. I think it'll be fairly quick. It's up to you. I'd be glad to wait till after the break and ask my question, but I can keep it as fast as I can now. So
let's go ahead and take our morning break. I don't want to push that back any further. Come back in 10 minutes, and we'll take any final questions. And I'd also remind members of the public that now's a good time to sign up if you do wish to testify, as we'll be heading into public testimony after this round of questions. Okay, come back in 10 minutes. Council please come back to order. We are just taking final questions for Dr. Foy. Mr. Down. Like Mr. Down is having trouble reconnecting. Stand by for a minute. If any other council members have questions, we can take those in advance while wait for Mr. Down to reconnect.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm here. If I could just have just a moment here. I just working on, I've got a decline. It seems like it's calling me back multiple times now, so I'm going to make sure I won't get disturbed here.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Down.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate Dr. Foy, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Foy. My question is, I was caught by the same thing that prompted Mr. Cross's question and the loss of the survey equivalent, and I think we got there. But my first question is that it seems like the appropriate place for us to hear back on this is going to be at the February or March Alaska Fishery Science Center State of the Alaska Fishery Science Center report. But is that right? We'll hear more about this, and if you care to comment any more on this, I know we kind of drilled this in, but it's quite a, to lose one survey equivalent vessel every year, and chalk it up to inflationary costs. It's a great inflationary cost if the cost of these surveys is $10 million a year. That's a 10% increase per year, which is, people use things like the cost, how fast healthcare insurance is rising. That gets everybody's hackles up, and this is greater than that. So these costs are going up, and I think an explanation would be great. So if you care to further comment on that or clarify that, we'll hear more about that at the annual report. I think that would be good. And then I have another question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, happy to follow back up on that again in February when we give that state of the center. It'll be similar information I've shown in the past. Our charter costs are going up exponentially at rates consistent with what you mentioned. Couldn't agree more with your comments. But these aren't all only rates associated with the charters. It's our full portfolio. It's the cost of our staff. Based on annual increments that we don't control. It's based on costs of supplies, et cetera, which we don't control. I'd be glad to get into those details a little bit more, and I'll start with, the presentation I gave this last year, which really has all those details in it. But I'd be glad to have that discussion because it's not a subtle point in terms of how important it is for us moving forward in balancing, our future. We've hit a point in our process for prioritization that we've been doing for a number of years, and I'll remind you, we also cut our staff by 12% over those years as well to accommodate these changes, which has been a perennial issue, and we're just getting to the now where it's getting to the quick. It's getting to the point where it's touching things that are of extreme importance to our ability to complete our mission associated with, that which the council is particularly interested in. So again, I'd be glad to provide some more of those details. I think I lost your specific question, but we can talk more about that in February. And I'll think about whether there's something in particular I could bring in December that will be of help. We won't be talking about 21 budgets at that time, but we can certainly put it in perspective. I think the one thing I want to talk about with respect to our 21 mission is that we're good. Our intention is to be able to do those surveys based on funding, and we were able to roll over enough. We're able to ask for enough of that carryover from one year to the next that the cliff has been postponed now till 22. So again, we can have that discussion in detail.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be interested in hearing that. And I just one caveat, I'll ask my next question, but the reduction in staff of 12%, that's good, but it's a different thing than the cut in what the expenditure for those staff expenses is. Those are two different things, and so I hope we'll hear more about that. My question is that you mentioned on the preservation of funds from not doing surveys in 2020 was obviously not dollar for dollar. I think we all get that. It's something less than one for one, but is that something we'll hear in December, or is, what was it? Did we preserve, by not doing the survey, did we preserve 10 cents on the dollar, or was it something greater than that or less than that? So understanding that you stopped short of giving us anything, but just that it's not dollar for dollar, it's not one for one. I'd be interested in what we were able to preserve from 2020 or what your estimates of that are. And that concludes my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Foy.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, yeah, I probably won't do that in December and February. I think probably the most appropriate time to go through, what came from 20 and what's coming from 2021. And again, the reason for that is a good portion of what we've asked for is carryover from one year to the next. And that's a request. That's not something we will get a response back. I might not even have that response in February in an election year. I think hopefully what you're getting and getting a very small sense of is the incredible complexity in the federal budgeting system. And if you think you have uncertainty in what I'm doing next year, I have a heck of a lot of uncertainty in what I'm doing next year for the same reason. So I just want to make it clear that, I'm not obfuscating here. It's not that I'm not sitting on the information and just not giving it to you. There's a lot of unknowns, and we're balancing so close to the line right now where, we're not backfilling positions, where I'm trying to make sure our critical surveys happen while we don't blow our portfolio. And then, when there's another heat wave, I tell you, sorry, we don't have that information. It's a difficult question to answer. We're doing our best to keep everything afloat as these, continued cost restrictions pile up. And we get from year to year, we've had a lot of bad luck scenarios that we have made work for us in terms of to making sure that we have the staffing, the facilities, and we get our key surveys done for the next year. And we kind of go from year to year, with that. And so I'm happy to say that we're able to do that for 21. So I'll give you the details I can in February, and then we can go from there. Thanks for the question, Mr. Down, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Foy.
Any further questions for Dr. Foy? Don't see any. All right. Well, thanks again for the time today, Dr. Foy. Very much appreciate you being responsive to the council request, and we look forward to seeing you again in December.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Take care, everybody.
That concludes the presentation portion of this agenda item. We have two people signed up to testify. First up will be Jerry Merrigan and then Jamie Goen. Mr. Merrigan, do we have you on the phone?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Jerry Merrigan. For the record, I'm representing the Creature Longline Coalition on this issue. We submitted a comment letter to the SSC and also to the council. The letter has just been updated that I actually spelled Simon's name correctly in the most recent letter, so I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman. We listened in and participated in the subcommittee, provided testimony at the subcommittee meeting, and we looked at their report to the SSC, and it looks like I didn't see any substantive difference between the SSC subcommittee and the SSC minutes. We support the recommendations of the subcommittee, but there's some areas where we do get some concerns. So overall, they call for maintaining the groundfish surveys, as everybody is calling for, to maintain funding to ensure continuation of all surveys. And it's particularly with things changing so quick in the Bering Sea and in the Gulf that keeping surveys, they capture some of those changes for detection of shifts in population, the magnitude of the shifts, and formulating an appropriate management response. We support the recommendation of the Northern Bering Sea as a core survey as an annual basis, but my recollection of discussion that there was a scientific rationale for doing it on an annual basis, but when it came to funding, do it as an annual basis to figure out whether you could do it biennial or not. But in the funding world, it seemed like it was going to be biennial, so there was kind of a back and forth on that. There's no natural barrier between the Northern Bering Sea and the Eastern Bering Sea, and the variation is due to environmental factors year to year. It's not just there's a lot of peacods up there, but it's also snow crab. I think was a large harvest came out of there last year, or was in the northern region, as well as pollock and Yelton sole. And then they started getting into the survey design, and that's where we start to see some things that give us a little pause, where they did go with scenario 2, which was to keep both of them as design surveys and not shift to random stratify, try to keep the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea on the same survey pattern. But it did note that some of the arguments for shifting it was if there was a funding shortage, that maybe you could start reducing number of stations under conditions of unavoidable survey effort reductions. And vast models can mitigate some of the missing data. And that's where gives us pause, where you start decreasing the number of stations, increasing the area, and using a model to start interpolating, and you might start missing some of the more patchily distributed species, turbot, crab come to mind. And we're concerned that in the future, if we have survey funding reductions, we'll get the plan in December, but I don't think we get the funding information until February. So we're concerned that increased modeling over surveys might result in more uncertainty and reduced ABCs. But we were encouraged to see some of the SSC and subcommittee's comments that they supported that survey design research should also include how it would impact management, resource allocation, attainment of optimum yield, National Standard 1, and sustained participation and changes in economic benefits. We're concerned that if you have more uncertainty, then you'd have more variance and you'd have lower estimates of biomass, spawning biomass, and ABC and OFL. And they also noted a recently funded study on management strategy that was also going to look at survey design and frequency and the effects of ABC and OFL. And we support the SSCs and the subcommittee recommendations to include how those changes in survey design and frequency might impact sectors, TAC, and flexibility in achieving TAC. So I think this also brings us down the road of it with the possible starting to use fishery-dependent data or fishing vessels as platforms for collecting data. We need to start to get a little bit more systematic collection of data that would be usable as a trend indicators or whatever. But if the funding for fishery-independent surveys is decreasing, when we're going to need some on-the-ground information. And Alistair Dunn, and the modeler we hired, he had some comments on some standardization of CPE kind of information, spatial, temporal, gear specific, that might make it more tenable for use or consideration. So that concludes my comments on Mr. Chairman. It's just that I guess our main point is that we're a little concerned about modeling, increased use of modeling, and if survey funding goes down and what that means to uncertainty and what that means to the biological reference point that were discussed previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrigan. If there's any questions? Don't see any. Okay. Thanks for your time this morning, Mr. Merrigan.
Thank you.
Next up is Jamie Goen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We represent the majority of harvesters of king snow and beardeye crab in the Bering Sea. I'll be speaking to our comment letter under this agenda item. I want to start off by thanking the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and particularly Dr. Foy on all the work he's done to keep the council informed and the public of the considerations and the difficult decision to cancel the 2020 bottom trawl surveys, and also all the work going on for planning for 2021. We really appreciate that work. We are requesting, however, and this is our punchline, more robust contingency planning that will safeguard that unforeseen circumstances will not ever again delay or cancel another set of summer surveys. There have been significant ramifications of not conducting surveys in 2020, and these consequences will be more severe if the 2021 surveys are not completed. I'm reassured by what I'm hearing coming out of the agency. That's great, but I'd like to also see a plan B. Speaking a little bit more to the ramifications of not having a survey in 2020, for Bristol Bay Red King crab, we heard from SSC and CPT that we're unsure of the status of this stock regarding its potential overfish status. That's very concerning. For snow crab, the added uncertainty led to conservative harvest levels. I did a rough back-of-the-envelope calculation on the economics of the lack of a survey for snow crab in particular, and I came up with a number that it cost us between $100 to $150 million potentially. The double kicker here is that for our snow crab stock, we're projected to be at a potential 30-year high in that stock, and we only have a narrow window to harvest it when it's marketable. So really just want to emphasize that we aren't saying this to criticize any of the decisions that were made for this year. We understand why those decisions were made, but just really emphasizing the need for a plan B in addition to all the work that's going on for a plan A right now. We would like to know how the crab industry can assist in such contingency plans moving forward, and whether through planning and logistics or industry partnerships. And just end on noting that we're all in this together. We're here to support robust science and regular surveys to ensure Alaska's fisheries remain vibrant and sustainable. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Does the council wish to take any action?
Actually, hello? Did you hear me?
Hello?
This is Bernard Wilson. I signed up for public comment on this, and I didn't hear my name being called.
Mr. Wilson, maybe you're referring to the previous agenda item. I did not see your name on survey planning.
Oh, I'm hoping to talk about, is this the Observer program?
No, we've already taken action on that, Mr. Wilson. Okay. Council members. Okay. Not seeing any hands for any action. Kimball.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I don't have action on this. I think we heard a really complete presentation with, a commitment to have further survey planning and more details, the kind of Plan A and Plan B that was referenced in public testimony at our December meeting. So I just wanted to express appreciation for Dr. Foy coming forward and providing the information and the assurances that he did that we will see 2021 surveys in the water. And then I look forward to hearing more detail on that planning process in December.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Well said. Further comments? Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Like Ms. Kimball, I wasn't contemplating any further action. I just think that the communications back and forth have not only been extremely important for us as council members to understand that evolution of this critical tool as we deal with the pandemic, but equally, I think they provided a tremendous amount of information for council family and for stakeholders to use when they discuss the funding issues with Congress and others. So I think this level of dialogue, this level of transparency is just only benefits all of us. And just want to extend my thanks to Dr. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no action on this item either. Just wanted to take a moment to recognize the public comments that were submitted, the written comments, and the two comments from Mr. Merrigan and Mrs. Golan that we heard here, and especially point out that how much I appreciated hearing the economic numbers that are associated with the loss of these surveys and the cost to industry, and I'm looking forward to hearing Plan A and Plan B at the December meeting when Dr. Foy will return to us with the report. And I felt that we had a good agenda item here today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Ike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no action on this item either. I just wanted to thank Dr. Foy for the presentation. I'd also like to echo what others have stated, that the surveys are one of the most important things we do, and they're essential for seeing the stocks that, seeing the changes in the stocks that we manage and the other components of the ecosystem. I certainly appreciate the complexities involved with this year in particular. And as always, I really appreciate the effort that the center is dedicated to maintain the high quality of data that we rely on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ike. Okay, I'd just like to echo all the comments of other council members. Really appreciate the responsiveness, Dr. Foy, and again, we look forward to seeing you again soon. Anything else on D1? If not, that will bring us to D2. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a short PowerPoint to walk through some of the highlights of the executive order. I'll wait for that to come up on the screen. Let me start from the beginning if I'm the presenter. Okay, if you remember at the June meeting, I informed you of a new executive order on promoting American seafood. There are a few major components of this executive order, and I'm going to focus on the first one today because it requires action from the council, and that is to reduce the council is required to come up with a priority list of actions to reduce the regulatory burden and increase the production of fisheries in the United States. There are other components that really involve the councils to a lesser degree. The second is to combat IUU fishing, and that includes requiring the publication of rulemaking to implement the Port State Measures Agreement. And while I'm not an expert on that agreement, it involves actions taken to deter and prevent the landing and unloading of vessels that are considered or on a list that have violated any IUU fishing. The third is to promote aquaculture and streamline permitting for aquaculture. And the piece that will involve the councils at some point is to identify aquaculture opportunity areas. And the executive order specifies that within 1 year, NPFMC is required to identify at least 2 geographic areas with locations supporting and suitable for commercial aquaculture, and complete an EIS, programmatic EIS for the siting of aquacultural facilities. And then for the next 4 years, NPFMC is required to identify 2 additional areas each year and prepare programmatic EIS pursuant to those areas. And they are required to consult with the councils in identifying those areas. So at some point, if areas off Alaska are identified as a geographic area, then the council would be consulted about information being included in those areas so that it avoids any possible conflicts of aquaculture with fisheries or other activities that are important, commercial activities such as oil, gas, and renewable energy, as well as recreational fisheries. The last component is the establishment of a seafood trade task force. And that task force is to identify opportunities to improve access to foreign markets through trade policy and resolve technical barriers to United States seafood exports. So going back to the first bullet, by November 2nd, the councils are required to submit that prioritized list that I mentioned. And with several calls and meetings of the Council Coordination Committee, NPFMC informed the councils that they should take a very broad approach and cast a wide net in developing those recommendations. And those recommendations may not necessarily even be under the authority of the councils. Additionally, in prioritizing the recommendations, councils had requested that rather than develop a list of priorities, that perhaps a ranking system might be adequate enough, and NPFMC agreed. So if the council can't come up with a priority list of 1 to X, then ranking those priorities actions is high, medium, or low was deemed sufficient. And then by May 7th, the councils have to develop a proposal to initiate each recommended action. And I asked a question about how do we do that with regards to actions that are not within the council purview. And the response was just to identify who would take the action if it wasn't the council and what the type of action would be. So in the action memo, I've discussed some types of regulatory actions that could be considered. The first being, our normal standard actions that the council takes to amend the FMPs or regulations in our area. And, we certainly could pull out some of those actions from the 3-meeting outlook or others that might be proposed at this meeting. The second, what I would call a category of non-regulatory actions, and we heard at the last meeting some interest in requesting additional funding for research surveys or stock assessments. We've certainly written a number of letters requesting for additional funding for EM and observer coverage, or even a discussion about increasing seafood consumption through investing more in marketing. Another type of action could be some of the NOAA guidance, the NIMS guidance documents that dictate really what the councils are required to do. And our council and all the councils have had discussions about the NOAA procedural and policy guidance relative to allocation reviews. If you're required, we're required. We have to review our fishery allocations on a regular basis, and our council policy is at least once every 10 years. When the council deliberated that back in 2017, there was quite a bit of interest of noting, quite a bit of comments noting that we deal with allocations and any changes to allocations regularly under our staff tasking agenda item when issues arise. The second is the SOP approval process. Back in 2012, NIMS initiated a project to try and get the councils to submit SOPs for formal review and publication in the Federal Register, and establish a process that every time the council changed its SOP, it would go through this approval process. Well, it turns out that none of the councils have had their SOP go through this approval process because it's so burdensome. And so I highlighted that in the action memo of another type of action the council could consider to add to this priority list. Now, there's some other types of actions that I haven't thought of, I'm sure, that may not fit in any of these categories. So I open that to anything else that maybe I haven't thought of. And then once the council comes up with this list of actions, NIMS has developed a template, a spreadsheet template that includes all the other types of information that they would like to see that go along with the list, and including the, whether or not it's a regulation or a guidance, what regulation be changed, how those actions would increase production or reduce the regulatory burden on domestic fishery, and then kind of put a thumbnail on what type of proposal would be included for initiating each action. So really just to tell us which ones we would initiate from the council end, which would be required from NIMS or other agencies. So my plan would be that after the council comes up with a list today, I will put together that spreadsheet and attach it to a letter to submit to NIMS by the deadline. I would note that we've had there are several comment letters in your packet, and there's with some suggestions for priority actions. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. That completes my report.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherell, for that reminder. And so in essence, is the council then required to identify actions and kind of outline a proposal for ourselves? I mean, that's what I'm reading from our requirement in the last bullet, is that we're providing a response to the secretary or to headquarters on what we're going to do that meets the objectives of the EO, and that you have since been provided some direction either through the CCC or NIMS leadership that says we can go a little bit beyond that. But otherwise, are we just identifying actions that we're going to then take care of?
Under the letter that we will submit to NIMS by November 2nd, in the spreadsheet, all of the actions will be listed under the proposal for initiating each action. I would simply identify whether or not it's something an action that the council will take, and maybe just a thumbnail of when that will happen, and what actions that are outside of the council's authority. Any details that we would add to what the council was planning to do, I would just send them an updated letter before the May 7th deadline. That's my plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Dave. And my second question's on slide 2. I guess was focused on what the council's required to do, or the ask through the EO, and paying less attention to number 3 on this list. And so I did listen carefully to your description of that, but I didn't hear whether the council was involved in the identification of those aquaculture opportunity areas, or whether we are just consulted to provide information into that process once they've been identified.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that's an excellent question. The way I read the executive order is that the council would be consulted with respect to identifying the 2 geographic areas per year. So before they identify the geographic area for which they're going, within which they're going to identify aquaculture opportunity areas, they would consult with the council to say, well, for example, they would consult with us to say, we are thinking about having aquaculture, identifying Alaska EZ as a geographic area in this year. And we might respond no, or we might say okay. And then as they develop the information, the data for identifying the aquaculture opportunities within that geographic area, i.e. Alaska EZ, they would consult again with the council. That's the way I read it.
Thank you. A follow-up, Mr. Chair. Dave, if you could just remind me, I know you said it, what is the timeline for doing that process? Or is it undefined?
So, Ms. Campbell, the first 2 geographic areas have already been identified for year 1, and those are Southern California and the Gulf of Mexico, if I recall correctly. And then every year for the next 4 years, they're going to identify additional 2 geographic areas, so they'll have a total of 10 geographic areas around the country in the end, and with a programmatic EIS for either each and all of them. And with it, so the idea is that through this process of identifying aquaculture opportunity areas and having a programmatic EIS regarding aquaculture in those aquaculture opportunities, it should streamline the permitting process for any applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, David. I think I might have misunderstood that each council or each region was required to identify opportunity areas for aquaculture, and it does not seem to be the case. So thank you for your patience with those questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. We'll go next to a question from Mr. Down, but at this point I'd like to remind members of the public that at the conclusion of this question period on the presentation is the cutoff time for signing up for public testimony. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. My question is on this. The vision here was to, recommended by the coordinating committee, was to cast this wide net. And you had mentioned in the last slide in your closing comments, Mr. Witherall, that you recognize that there are some suggestions that are in the written public comments that we've received. And is it assumed that written comments are going to be included in this vision of casting a wide net, and then they'll be prioritized, or will there be some action necessary by the council at this meeting to make sure those things are included? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, the expectation is that the council would look at those public comments and decide whether or not they wanted to include any of those suggestions in the list of priority actions. And so the council basically filters those ideas before submitting them to headquarters at NIMS. So the letters themselves wouldn't automatically be sent to the National Marine Fisheries Service as part of this list of priority actions unless the council picked up on some of these suggestions in their motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witherall. That was the clarification I was looking for. And I have another question if you might be able to answer it. I'm not sure if you know the answer to it, but Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I have another question.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. So my next question is, obviously, this November deadline is coming up quickly, and the council will take whatever action it needs to make sure that we that we meet that deadline. Several of these dates are after the election, so I'm just curious if there is a change in 2021. What happens to an executive order? Does that require further action if there's a new executive, or does that just remain in place, or just curious as to what happens with an executive order if in fact there's some change of the executive due to the upcoming election.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, I asked the same question at the Council Coordination Committee, so I can answer that. Well, certainly an executive order, from my understanding, does not go away unless there's a following executive order that deletes it or supersedes it. So our actions, we're proceeding based on this executive order, and any regulatory action, for example, that the council adds to this priority list, NMFS will consider for adding to what they call a unified regulatory agenda, and that is a agency priority list of regulations for, it goes to OMB, I guess, or CEQ, and they reconsider that list every 6 months or update that list every 6 months. And that list doesn't automatically get changed when there is a change in administration, if that helps.
Yes, that clarifies that for me. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherall, for the presentation. I've been trying to remember back to the presentations at the CCC on this and discussions about resources to actually accomplish some of these priority actions. And I was having, it's obvious that NMFS has not seen any appropriations to help implement. But was there discussion at the CCC that I'm not remembering about realignment of funding within Commerce to try to implement this, or other means of providing the resources to actually implement some of these priority actions? Or is this something that we as a council and the agency in the region would have to reprioritize activities in order to, within our existing resources, in order to accomplish these?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, I recall a discussion at the CCC meeting where there was a question about how do we capture requests for additional funding in the spreadsheet. And Mr. Oliver specifically replied that we could indicate in that spreadsheet where the money could be reprioritized from existing funding, because or you may say, well, this funding would need to be new money from Congress. And that's as extensive amount of discussion on the funding that I recall.
Thank you.
Mr. Twight. Any further questions for Mr. Witherell? We'll move us into public comment. Okay, we have two members of the public signed up to testify. First up will be Heather Mann and Julie Bonney, and then Teresa Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, and can you hear me too? This is Julie.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Bonney.
Hey, thank you. Mr. Chairman, council members, my name is Heather Mann, and I represent the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. With me is, as you heard, Julie Bonney, representing the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. Collectively, our organizations represent a large majority of the harvesters and processors who depend on trawled groundfish being harvested in the Gulf and landed into Kodiak. We'd like to talk with you today about why reintroducing a plan to rationalize the Gulf trawl fisheries is the exact type of action that the council can undertake. So this issue can also complement the state and council's existing priorities. Due to climate variability, the cod disaster, and inefficient rates for fish, exacerbating all these challenges protecting threatened and endangered species as well as EFH. Rationalized fisheries that end the rates for fish were explicitly meeting as a viable response. Without the race, the fishery becomes more predictable with an expected activity to create new forms, rationalized programs. Rationalization improves the sustainability of the fishermen. To fish more carefully, retain more fish, continue to experience the economic impacts of COVID. Stability of and efficiency of the fishery becomes more attractive business. The council has long recognized there is a need in the Gulf trawl fisheries many times. The fresh opportunity to implement a program responsive to the goals of the Magnuson Act necessary to increase production and value of sustainable seafood, help us minimize our bycatch impacts of the changing climate on our fisheries and become more competitive in the global market. And I'm going to turn to the councils and the state's stated priorities.
So, Mr. Chairman and Council, the Gulf trawl fisheries would also help the council achieve two of your stated priorities. Planning for the catcher vessel trawl fisheries in the Bering Sea. I'm one of the 3 PIs for the EFP for the pelagic
replaces onboard observers. One of the take-home messages from this project so far is the difference in the management structures, a rationalized fishery with predictable product flow versus the Gulf. Rationalizing the other Gulf trawl fisheries would also move all the other trawl fisheries into the 100% observer coverage sector. With regards to the Bering Sea Lab program, one of the needed items in that package is strong protection for the Gulf trawl rent, the newly rationalized participants with guaranteed allocations in the Bering Sea Gulf. I expect that this could be very contentious versus just CV trawl. It is time to change the Gulf trawl fisheries management structure to give participants tools to address economics of the fishery. We are hoping that you will designate changing council's priorities to meet the EO. Open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mann and Ms. Bonnie. Any questions? Don't see any. Okay, thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, last up will be Teresa Peterson.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Peterson.
Process and management and the fishermen that are involved in the fishery and of course processors and communities. I think really a lot of the comments that were captured over the last few hours will provide the rationale and meet the action, which looking at the action memo and things that were really helpful, but looking to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and increase production of sustainable fisheries. And in my mind, you do that through maintaining robust survey and data, which provides more stability in our fisheries management, and in turn reduces uncertainties and potential reductions of ABC and OFL. And I think you heard some good information in public comment about just what the loss of a survey means in terms of the value of the fishery. So I think there'd be a lot of quantitative and qualitative data that could go along with the recommendations. And I also think that would be good for meeting the timeline that I'm looking at. The council will need to develop a proposal for initiating each recommended action within a year of the date, which is by May 6, 2021. I feel like we're going to know a lot more in regards to needs for survey data in light of the pandemic and the changes that we're going through that could help inform what that proposal would look like, which of course I think the course of action there is just getting together with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and developing a proposal for what would be needed there. So that's my thoughts there. I do not think an executive order is the location to start up a Gulf catch share program. I think that's in the council's wheelhouse to do at any time, and I don't think that would be good precedent to initiate that through this. So with that, that's all I have today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Thanks again, everybody.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Council wish to take action? Kimball.
Mr. Chair, I do have an action I'm contemplating. If I could just give us 1 minute to provide that to council staff.
Sure, we can stand by.
Okay, that's been sent.
Okay, we can just continue to stand by until staff has it projected.
That's it, Mr. Chair. I can start reading.
Ms. Kimball.
So my motion is as follows. The North Pacific Council provides the following recommendations in response to the Secretary of Commerce's request to identify actions to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and increase production within sustainable fisheries as required under Section 4 of EO 13921. High priority, non-regulatory actions related to domestic production. NOAA groundfish surveys off Alaska and stock assessments. Prioritize internal NOAA funding to fund full suite of NOAA groundfish surveys in federal waters off Alaska for 2021 and beyond and resulting stock assessments. This is a core data set for stock assessments, understanding climate effects and ecosystem management, and should include the Northern Bering Sea as an annual survey for the near term. Regular stock assessment surveys increase certainty about stock status, which is the largest driver in increasing catch limits and therefore domestic production within sustainable fisheries. NOAA funding for observer coverage and electronic monitoring. Prioritize internal NOAA funding to supplement the NOAA North Pacific Observer Program for observers and EM. Actions that increase certainty and data in our management process serve to improve management of domestic seafood production and ability to meet optimum yield objectives in the Magnuson-Stevens Act. While the North Pacific fishery participants have been the primary funders of monitoring costs for decades, supplemental funds toward both North Pacific observers and EM are needed. Under the heading Council Regulatory Actions, implement and regulate pelagic trawl electronic monitoring. Potential to increase efficiency and reduce cost of monitoring and improve bycatch counting on pelagic trawl catcher vessels, currently operating under an exempted fishing permit until information sufficient to support analysis and rulemaking. Squid sculpin processing restrictions allow processing of incidental retained catch of these species to reduce discards and increase seafood value and production. BSAI trawl catcher vessel Pacific cod LAP catch share program intended to create operational efficiencies, minimize bycatch, improve safety, and maximize value and production of BSAI Pacific cod. BSAI pot cod CP action may create efficiencies by limiting effort to historically dependent vessels as determined by eligibility criteria. Continued evaluation to remove record-keeping and reporting requirements or regulations that are no longer necessary to simplify or reduce the burden of existing requirements. Under the heading Non-Regulatory Actions related to U.S. seafood competitiveness, increased marketing funds, promotion of sustainable U.S. seafood, and science-based consumption advice. prioritize funding for domestic seafood marketing and promotion programs, and engage with other agencies to encourage safe consumption of domestic seafood. This could take the form of NOAA 1, ensuring that any available SK funding priorities will I wonder if we can move the motion up just a tiny bit. Thank you. Ensuring that any available SK funding prioritizes fisheries marketing and promotion efforts in soliciting and approving applications. 2, undertaking assertive actions to communicate the sustainability of U.S. fisheries through its FishWise program and other public relations efforts. 3, consider the MAFAC recommendation to launch a National Seafood Council. And 4, urge the USDA, HHS to ensure their seafood consumption advice is based on recent scientific evidence. Improve trade policy and foreign market access for domestic seafood. Dedicate staff and resources in NOAA and across the administration to facilitate resolution of trade barriers and make exports of domestic seafood more competitive. This could take the form of ensuring that other agencies, including USTR and ITA, prioritize efforts to A, address how U.S. seafood competes against other seafood-producing nations, and B, secure more favorable trade terms, i.e. removal of tariffs on seafood exports or the assurance of reciprocity in trade relationships. Under the heading NOAA Policy, Allocation Reviews, Policy Directive 1-119, remove Policy Directive. Allocation reviews can be undertaken at any time the Council deems necessary, and LAP allocation reviews are already on a mandated schedule under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Effective removal is to build efficiencies and save staff and Council time by undertaking allocation reviews only when warranted. Approval of Council SOPs, Procedural Directive 01-11501, eliminate the requirement for NIMS to formally approve the Council SOP and publish it in the Federal Register every time it is amended. Removal of this regulation will save staff and Council administrative time. And with a second, I will speak to my motion.
Second, Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is, somewhat unusual request that we need to respond to, but we are required to respond to the executive order that was put forward in May. And it really had several components to it, and we were trying to respond to one particular component, but really around improving the competitiveness of the American industry, reducing the regulatory burden on the industry, and increasing production within sustainable fisheries. So this list is trying to meet that request to respond to Section 4. It definitely includes a few items that meet the overall purpose of the EO, like improving competitiveness. I tried to group these items in a way that the executive director noted might be helpful, not really mirroring what other councils have done, but generally consistent with the way other councils have approached this. I did not fill out the table. If you notice that Mr. Witherell noted is his intent, the template that's required of councils. I assume based on his response that he'll be able to do that himself with this information. And I just guess I'd pose a reminder that whatever the council puts on this list, we're supposed to identify or initiate a proposal by early May 2021 to move that forward. So really one fundamental rule I was using in the development was not to add or identify new council actions or analyses that have not already been prioritized through our regular staff tasking process. I didn't want to create a separate mechanism for tasking that I think would be confusing for the public. I do appreciate all of the public comment on this agenda item. Really was looking for help from the public in identifying ideas, and I tried to incorporate several of those ideas. So I will speak just briefly to these categories, very much relying on our previous conversations on survey planning and even our previous conversations on monitoring. To put these two tasks in the high priority category. Again, these are non-regulatory actions, but definitely directly related to our ability to maintain and increase domestic production. I think those speak for themselves, but I did provide, some background information under the heading for folks and for the council to understand where we're coming from on these items. The next section is council regulatory actions, and I just wanted to note that I took the Executive Director's advice on highlighting some of the things that are already on the Council's 3-meeting outlook that would meet the intent of the EO. It does not presuppose action or a particular outcome on any of these items, I suppose, except for the squid sculpin action, which we took action on at this meeting, but is obviously not yet in regulation. But it does call out some of the actions we already have that seem to meet the intent and that we could put forward as we have initiated some proposals to look at taking action. I did, if you note at the bottom of this, there's a continued evaluation to remove record keeping and reporting requirements or regulations that are no longer necessary. I use this as kind of a catch-all based on our previous letters in response to how does this council propose to relieve regulatory burdens on the fishing industry. And I think, we did get one note in our public comment from the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers on a particular permit requirement. I know that there are, in previous agenda items and previous meetings, we've heard there could be simplification to IFQ regulations or to charter IFQ regulations. And so as opposed to listing all of those and trying to identify a timeline for taking action, I just wanted to highlight, our continued need to evaluate that either in program reviews or other omnibus amendments that NIMS puts forward, so that we're always looking at that as a priority to relieve the reporting burden on the public. The next section is non-regulatory actions related to seafood competitiveness, and this really is the purpose in part of the whole EO. It's intended to improve the competitiveness of the American fishing industry, the Alaskan fishing industry, and I did include these because I think it is a meaningful way to move the needle on that. It's not in the council forum, it's not requiring council action, but it does put forward some proposals to NOAA or some ideas for NOAA on how they could help move both of these forward, both increase in marketing funds, promotion of sustainable U.S. seafood, and improving trade policy. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, on NOAA policy, these seem like smaller actions. There's a note that an idea to remove the allocation review policy. That's something the council previously identified in letters to NOAA when this policy was being developed, that we didn't really need a fixed allocation review schedule. We have one already for any LAP program, and we're continually reevaluating allocation issues within our regular council process. So mandating another fixed schedule just provides a burden to the council when there might be other priorities at that time. And then lastly, for the SOPS issue, that may seem like a very small issue, but it is something that Executive Director identified. It doesn't eliminate the requirement that we need to be consistent with federal regulations. We would still have that in place, but it does mean that every small change we do to the SOPS wouldn't require going through a federal register notice every time. And I think that would save some administrative time as well. So that's my attempt, Mr. Chair. I would be glad to answer any questions. I guess I don't know how else to say this is our most important things, but I definitely want to say I appreciate help from the public in identifying some actions that the council could put forward in response. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion and taking this one on. Just for council members and the public, I would note that the motion has been posted to our e-agenda, and a link to it is also included in the chat box there as well for you to access. Mr. Witherell.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, thank you very much for tackling this pretty enormous and overwhelming project. Relative to priorities, we're required to send a priority list. And you've identified the 2 non-regulatory actions at the top as highest or high priority, but I'm not sure what the priority of the other categories, what your intent is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. I intentionally left that open. I guess I'm not being as responsive as we're trying to be. I'd appreciate other council members' ideas on that. I just wanted to highlight the 2 that I felt were the highest priority. I suppose after council discussion, if there really is a need to identify a priority list with the remainder of the actions or that's not presupposing there won't be any amendments to these actions. I suppose the next highest priority could be our council regulatory actions. Those are things that we already have on our agenda that we've identified as a priority enough to put in our own forum and take action on in the near future. And I guess the last priority or the least priority might be the NOAA policy actions, only because those are kind of smaller level actions that don't have quite the effect that maybe some of these others would. So that would be my attempt, but I was certainly looking for other council members' direction on that point.
Okay, thank you. I guess really just by putting this list together, you're putting forward priorities, noting that the two top priorities that you have. I understand. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I had a similar question to Mr. Witherell's, except for now I'm a little bit confused because I'm remembering back to Mr. Witherell's presentation for this agenda item, and I thought I heard that while we were being requested to prioritize our list, as it were, that anything not directly within the council's purview did not have to be prioritized or wasn't necessary to do that. So maybe I misheard that. And so I'm not sure who that question is best directed at, but could I get some clarification on that?
Mr. Chairman, I can help this.
Go ahead,
Dave. Ms. Baker, I think that there's an expectation that anything you put on the list, whether it's under the council's authority or not, is prioritized. And so I think it's entirely within the bounds of the request to list the two non-regulatory actions that look to supplement funding or prioritize internal funding for NOAA as high priority. I think that is fine. The question was, how do you prioritize the other actions, or simply noting that since it's on the list, it's a priority for the council, whether it's just lesser than those top two.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Mr. Witherell. That's helpful. And so my second question on the motion is, Ms. Kimball, in speaking to the motion, you mentioned another requirement, presumably with this executive order, is that I believe it was by May of 2021, the council would need to have a proposal for moving forward with actions that were included on its recommendation list. And it was my understanding that requirement for a proposal from the council would relate only to council regulatory actions. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, that's my understanding, and Mr. Witherell can chime in, of course. But when I look at the template, yes, we're supposed to provide what our proposal for initiating each recommended action is within 1 year of the date of the order, and that can take the form of rulemaking or a plan to engage in discussion on something. So I think for our council purposes, yes, we would be identifying, those actions in which we would actually put in our own agenda, and all of those in this particular motion have already been initiated. So I felt like filling out that particular column would be quite simple at that point, but I'd be glad to hear what Mr. Witherell thinks about that.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, yes, my plan would be in the spreadsheet that we send into NIMS following this meeting, that I would identify under those items that are not within council authority, simply whose authority I think it is and what the expectation would be. But in the letter that I send in May, it would be an update on how the council intends to address or is addressing those council regulatory actions. And I don't believe that will take any more council action or even a review before that deadline. I'll just simply write an update letter.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Mr. Witherell, Ms. Kimball, and I'll stop for now. I'm sorry for the very basic questions. I appreciate the spirit of this executive order and the request. I just am finding the process a little bit confusing, so thank you for bearing with me.
I think that goes for many of us, Ms. Baker. Thanks for the questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for all the work that you've obviously put into this. My question is regarding the comments regarding allocation reviews. I just want to make sure on the record that we understand that that particular comment is not in any way an indication that the council is going to not complete the 2021 halibut catch sharing plan allocation review that's already on the 3-meeting outlook and I think is felt like is needed by the charter sector to take a look at that catch sharing plan.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mesereau, that is correct. We already have that scheduled on our 3-meeting outlook, and this isn't intended to undo or any previous council tasking, but I think it was just trying to respond and be consistent with our previous discussion that we don't need to have an allocation review dictated to us. We can bring that up whenever we think that is necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, and I think that it's helpful to inform the public when they see a statement like that exactly what the intent is. So I appreciate the clarification.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. The question I have is, you addressed in your rationale for the motion, you addressed that you looked at the public comments, the written comments that were available, and you addressed a couple of the issues. And I would agree with you on the regulatory issue that you brought up that was in the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers letter. But there was another issue that I think would go under the NOAA policy, and that was this issue of lowering the interest rates on the buyback loans, which is, $135 million in balance with groups that are in our within the purview of the North Pacific Council. So I'm just curious if there was a reason that was left out, or it was a request, and I'm thinking about the Council Coordinating Committee's suggestion that as the councils look at this, that we cast a wide net. And since we've got that in public comment and it's not on the list, I thought it might be worthy of some discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Down. I did read that in the comment letter, and I agree. I agree that it would be very helpful and beneficial to the industry, and that it meets the intent. I think where I was hung up is that it truly is a congressional action that would require lowering those interest rates would require congressional action, and I was just really uncertain whether we could put that in our purview given our limitations on lobbying Congress, and the request for this particular EO is to provide direction to what the agency can do. And so I, appreciate any further thoughts on how that could be revised or worded or couched such that it would be a request to NOAA. I guess I was just being pretty careful about that line between NOAA and lobbying Congress. So appreciate any ideas you have on moving that forward, because I agree with the public comment letter.
Mr. Downs?
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Thank you, Mr. Green and Chairman. My idea of putting this forward would be to put this forward in the form of an amendment, which I would be glad to offer at the proper time. But I don't want to offer an amendment if it doesn't meet the criteria of the executive order. So as I understand this, the National Marine Fisheries Service Financial Division does not have the authority to refinance or restate or lower the loans such as you would when you went to refinance your house. So that authority doesn't exist. So I think you're right that this would require congressional action, and that to the degree that I could receive any direction on whether that would be an appropriate something to put in here, it clearly would be a huge efficiency for these groups that are paying, interest rates close to 7% in an environment where the federal government rate, if you were to take that loan down today, would be less than 2%. So I would welcome any suggestions. I see Mr. Witterall had his hand up, so I'll thank you very much for any clarifications.
Mr. Witherell or Mr.
Mr. Chairman, and perhaps you or Mr. Twite can correct me, but if I recall a discussion at the CCC meeting when another council discussed whether or not they could include in the list actions that would require congressional action, whether it be a new law or what have you. And the response we got was, since this list is a letter to the National Marine Fisheries Service and not to Congress, that you could include that to at least alert the leadership at the National Marine Fisheries Service what the interest of the council is, even if it means action by Congress, and that would not be considered lobbying.
Does that help, Mr. Downs?
That helps. So just so I've got the clarification, my understanding, then, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witherall, is that this could be included. It would not. There's nothing that would preclude this from being included, and it might be something that would serve to notify National Marine Fisheries Service Financial Division of the council's intention to seek an efficiency like this would allow. If that's correct, that an amendment could be offered on this if I wanted.
I believe so, Mr. Downs. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Kimball, really appreciate the work you put into the motion. You had in your motion, you had a line that talked about just regularly reviewing reporting requirements and then other regulations. And I'm wondering how broadly you were sort of thinking of other regulations. Let me give you an example. I'm thinking about regulations that essentially create regulatory discards at sea. And it seems to me one of the issues that the EO is getting at is how can we increase the amount of seafood going into our seafood supply. And so reducing regulatory discards seems to me like it would be something that would be applicable to that. So when your list sort of includes other regulations, were you thinking of it that broadly, or were you thinking of it primarily in terms of reporting requirements?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, to be honest, I had a bit more maybe narrow interpretation. I was trying to pick up some of the ideas in public testimony relative to crab hired master permits and other things that weren't exactly a reporting requirement but might not be necessary. And so the intent was to pick up items to reduce that burden that we might see in our usual kind of review of different programs or in those kinds of omnibus amendments that NOAA does sometimes for reporting requirements. So if there was something specific that you were getting at, maybe that's good to clarify for Mr. Witherell. That's about what I was looking at.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Ms. Kimball? Mr. Mesereau, did you have another question?
No, my hand's stuck up. I can't put it down.
Okay. You're down?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you're looking for an amendment?
Well, I was looking to see if there's any additional questions, but if not,
No.
I think we're ready for amendments.
Oh, I see. I have my hand up. I'm sorry. That was left over. Thank you.
Okay. But I think we are ready for Ms. Campbell.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was prepared to offer an amendment that I've sent to staff, but I don't want to step on Mr. Downs' toes if he's prepared to staff.
Mr. Down, were you prepared, or should we go to Ms. Campbell first?
Yes, I just emailed to Ms. Nicole and Shannon that an amendment could be brought up, but if Ms. Campbell is prepared and they've got that one, that would be fine. We can take a look at that.
Okay. Let's go with Ms. Campbell.
Mr. Chair, I think staff should have this and can put it up for you. But it's really the same issue. Boy, I'm getting a little feedback. It's really the same issue, if folks can hear me okay, that Mr. Down had brought up earlier, which is that in public, we had some excellent public comment about the burden that these above market rate, I'm sorry, I'm speaking to my motion. Hang on. So the amendment would be to add allow refinance of fisheries buyback loans to increase competitiveness of U.S. fisheries, allow refinance of fisheries buyback loans. Many buyback loans have interest rates substantially above market rates, imposing additional costs and burdens on domestic fishermen.
Second.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I guess I was thinking, just for clarity, that this would be a third topic under Ms. Kimball's heading of non-regulatory actions related to U.S. seafood competitiveness. And I think we've had some discussion on this already, but it certainly is a competitive, an anti-competitive burden on our folks who have taken, the initiative of a responsible action to reduce the number of participants in their fisheries, to have these loans continue at above market rates. And I certainly recognize that this is not within the purview of the council or even the agency, but I think we did hear that it would be okay to include it just to highlight the issue and indicate our support for action to remove this burden. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any questions on the motion? Mr. Twite?
Sorry, my hand was up for a later amendment.
Okay. And I think Mr. Mesereau jump in if you have a question, but I think your hand is stuck up. So
it is, sorry.
All right. Okay, any amendments to offer? Or comments on the motion? Okay. Ms. Kimball.
I just want to say quickly, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the amendment and I'll be supporting it. This agenda item came up more quickly than had anticipated, and I appreciate council members putting thought into how to construct this in the appropriate way. So thank you.
Okay. Ask members of the public, please mute your microphones, your phones. Further comments on the amendment? Mr. Downs.
Yeah, very quickly, Mr. Chairman, of course, I'll support this amendment. I think I already spoke to it in comments and questions on Ms. Kimball's motion. For those that might not know, you know, the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, the freezer longliners, the United Catcher Vessels, and Southeast seine groups, I think, are all among the groups, and maybe more, that are saddled with these high interest rates. And this is a great amendment, and will it definitely identifies a very inefficient system that currently needs congressional action has been identified. So I think it's a great addition to this, and I would hope it gets prioritized as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Any further comments on the amendment? Any opposition? No opposition. The amendment passes unanimously. Okay, additional amendments. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a suggested addition that was provided to staff. I'm not sure what's happening here. I saw wording that looked like mine briefly appear and then disappear, and we're back to the amendment that the council just adopted.
Yeah, we can just stand by for a minute while your language gets posted.
Sure. That,
Mr. Twite.
yes. Mr. Chair, I move to amend the list to add another item, and that is the item title is to identify and implement, and it just disappeared off the screen, identify and implement non-regulatory alternatives to MRAs for some fisheries. The objective is to reduce regulatory discards and increase seafood production by identifying alternatives to MRAs that achieve the same objective of removing incentives to target certain species. Work with industry to identify non-regulatory alternatives that maintain disincentives but reduce discards, and implement viable alternatives through modification of the MRA regulations on a fishery-by-fishery basis, as not all fisheries may be suitable for implementing alternative approaches.
Second by Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I indicated in a question to Ms. Kimball, I view the seafood EEO as an opportunity for us to examine some of our regulations that require discards at sea of seafood that otherwise could go into our seafood production stream. MRAs being one example of that. There are others as well. I thought rather than addressing the entire suite of regulatory discards, maybe begin with one type of regulatory discard, and that is MRAs. And I recognize that there's fisheries where there may still not be any viable alternatives to use of MRAs, but in other fisheries, and I'm thinking particularly of rationalized fisheries that are managed by co-ops, there likely are other disincentives to targeting that could be implemented through a co-op structure rather than through a regulatory structure that would allow retention then of non-target species, but allow that within a structure of disincentives that maintain the current levels of targeting. We have very good reasons for using MRAs to discourage targeting of certain species. And I'm not suggesting changing any of our management objectives of which species get targeted and which species should not be targeted to the same extent, rather suggesting that under this EO, this provides a good opportunity for us to look for different tools that reduce regulatory discards at sea and still achieve the same objectives. This would be new work. This is different than many of the items that Ms. Campbell posted in her list that are already in our 3-meeting outlook. And so this is, if indeed this were to be adopted, and then if NIMS expressed interest in having this explored further, we would then have to figure out whether and how to prioritize work on this. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Twite, I guess I'm confused about where you're heading. I mean, it seems like a lofty goal, but I'm not sure what you had in mind with this. Is there any further explanation other than just want to have other ways of dealing with MRAs that are non-regulatory?
Mr. Twite.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking, Mr. Cross. I think if the council were to choose this as a priority to explore options to MRAs, then yes, I think we'd need to start with generating some ideas for what those might look like. And I'm suggesting that that's much more likely to happen in fisheries that are managed through a co-op structure than fisheries that are managed under a sort of a hard cap and race for fish type structure. And so that would, I think, end up being done in cooperation with the members of those co-ops to see what ideas they have for incentives. So it would start with having to generate some alternative concepts and then analyzing those and determining whether those have the same level of management efficacy and would be successful at reducing regulatory discards.
Mr. Cross.
Maybe I'm just tired. I'm not really. I understand where the goal is to go that direction. I'm just not. I'm just going to have to think about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the amendment. I'm, again, have a process question. So the amendment would add this as a potential future council regulatory action. So do you anticipate that this then would fall under the council regulatory action category for which the council would need to have a proposal by May of 2021 for implementing this? Or is your intention for this to be outside of that category?
That's, well, I don't think any of us really understand what NIMS has in mind between submission of our list in May of 2021. And so I think in a way this allows us to ask the agency, well, just how interested are you in looking for actions that can increase seafood supply without changing overall harvest patterns on fish. If they're interested, then I would expect NIMS to come back with this looks like the sort of action that we're interested in, and we would commit agency resources to work on this. Can you please refine this? I guess similar to a sort of a pre-proposal and proposal process. That may be what NIMS is considering. I don't know. We didn't push them really hard at the CCC on how that works. But I think you could ask the same question of almost all of these. I mean, we pose some that are entirely within our scope of control, so we don't have to really question that. But many of these others, we don't really know what sort of happens between now and May when NIMS says we need to have more detailed proposals in. For instance, if NIMS comes back on the issues around funding that we've suggested are priorities, and says, well, give us a more detailed proposal regarding that funding. I'm not sure how that would work either. I think this is unknown country for all of us. And the discussions at the CCC, I didn't think shed much light on that.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. No more questions.
Okay, any further questions for Mr. Twite? Okay, amendments to the amendment. Okay, we will go to comments on the amendment. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite. I'm still I'm not sure I know where this is headed. I get a little concerned about obligating or even putting this on a track with the National Marine Fisheries Service or the public or anybody else about what co-ops can do and not do. MRAs are outside the purview of co-ops, and as you know, and so how to deal with other issues to substitute for MRAs within a co-op structure. We are reaching a point with co-ops that are getting overloaded. So I'm a little concerned about the obligation of taking this up. I will listen to other comments. I'm kind of undecided from my point of view of this, but I'll listen to other comments. That's where I'm leaning these right now.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Twite. I think it's an interesting concept. I will support it, whether it passes here or it just seems like something we should be considering in the future. We certainly hear about it about discards and public comment, and we've taken action such as the rockfish retention action last year that addressed a similar type issue, and I think there's some good solutions out there to reduce discards and get those, whether they're in the market or at least in the system as a food supply or food share or whatever. So I'll support this. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Marks. Mr. Twite.
Just in response to Mr. Cross, I understand that we're not clear where this will necessarily lead, and I think that's unfortunate, but I would argue that that's sort of true of the motion in general. This may be the best example of that because it's the one we've sort of had the least time to think about. I think this is unfortunate that essentially we've got a window that's opening fairly briefly, at least apparently fairly briefly, to look at some of the ways that we do business that are currently less than optimal in terms of how we harvest seafood and how we put it into the seafood supply. I wish there were time to be a little bit more thoughtful about this, but if we don't take advantage of when these windows open like this, at least initially, there's nothing in here that ultimately is going to commit us to, if we can't find time on our calendar at some point in the future to address this, I don't think NMFS is going to come back and say, well, you indicated that it was a priority. We'll push back and say, but where are the resources to work on it? And it's already clear that there don't appear to be a lot of resources. But if we don't use challenges like this, and I mean, I view the seafood EO as a challenge to the council to think more broadly about what it is we do on a day-to-day basis that may reduce the production of seafood from our fisheries, or that may not optimize the production of seafood from our fisheries. And I think MRAs are an example of that. Where that leads us, it's hard to say. NMFS didn't give us hard answers at the CCC about where this leads us. And there have been good questions here about, if there is a new administration, will they have the same priority? We don't know that either. But that's not stopping us from putting together a list. I suggest it shouldn't stop us from putting together a list that thinks as a little more broadly.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Twite, for those comments. I guess I just wanted to provide a few thoughts on the amendment, which are really more related to the process than the merit of the amendment itself. I understand your intent for doing this, agree with many of the points that you're making. I just have a little concern deviating from the process that Ms. Kimball used to develop her list of recommendations, particularly related to council regulatory actions. And there was very clear intent, as I heard her say, to limit the list to those actions already in the council prioritization process in order to prevent confusion by adding new things that the council has not yet put through its normal prioritization process. I feel like we've talked about at the last couple of meetings in our new meeting environment virtually, prioritization is much more important, and I think transparency of prioritization is a paramount importance. And so I'm struggling with this. I understand your intent and agree with many of the things that you're saying, but I'm just hesitant because I'm concerned about the process, and maybe not so much grabbing onto an opportunity provided by the executive order and the agency, but just communicating this council's priorities to the public is of real importance to me, and I would be concerned with this amendment that we might be confusing that, and so I won't be able to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Ms. Baker said much of what was on my mind, but this is different than the other items in the list because it's something that's clearly within the council's purview, but a departure from the standard, which was actions that we've already initiated and prioritized. And while I certainly think that this issue could have some merit, I think that I disagree that we have a narrow window that's closing here. We have an infinite window as a council to work on alternatives to MRAs, and so the right way to do that is to figure out what it is you want to do and then bring it up at staff tasking, and then you almost certainly would have my support. But I think if we're going to open this up to items that the council hasn't already prioritized, we had some requests in public comment to do that, and I just think that is a different type of list than the list that we're talking about now, and I'd like to stick with our original list. So that's probably where I'm going to come down on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Your comment. Mr. Cross, did you have another comment? Okay. And we're, Ms. Kimball.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the discussion and Mr. Twite putting the amendment forward, especially because he's made the case that really does meet the intent of the EO in terms of trying to reduce discards and increase seafood production. But for the reasons already stated, in terms of process and not trying to circumvent our staff tasking process, I don't think I can support it. We got other public testimony particular to a Gulf catch-air program that I didn't include in my motion, which I think meets several of the objectives, but for that same reason. So I'm not going to be able to support this, but do appreciate him bringing it up and having this discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Ike?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to align myself with Ms. Baker's comments and say I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, I will turn it over to Mr. Witherell for the roll call.
Okay. Calling the roll on Mr. Twite's amendment to identify and implement non-regulatory MRAs. Mr. Down?
No.
Mr. Jensen?
No.
Ms. Kimball? Mr. Marks?
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau?
No.
Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Dr. Ike?
No.
Ms. Baker?
No.
Ms. Campbell?
No.
Mr. Kineen?
No.
Motion fails 2-9.
Mr. Witherell. Further amendments on the main motion. Okay, comments on the main motion. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, I'd like to thank Ms. Kimball for putting this motion together. I think it collectively includes the issues I've heard from staff and stakeholders and other council members that are best included in the council's recommendations in response to this executive order. I think it discerns the non-regulatory issues, normal council actions, and policy type issues that we have recommendations for and that we think are important to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and increase production within sustainable fisheries, consistent with the executive order. And so I'll be supporting the motion and just again appreciate the detailed work put into this in consideration of all of the input that has been received for this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Further comment? Kimball.
Mr. Chair, it seemed like there may not be further comments, and I just, before we voted, wanted to ensure some confirmation from Mr. Witherell that this would meet the intent of what we're supposed to do. There's no hanging out there questions that we would need to come back to in December, we've kind of covered, and you have what you need to make this submittal. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I have what I need. Thank you.
Not seeing any further comments, so thanks again for putting this forward, Ms. Kimball, and for your work on this, Mr. Witherell. Is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Anything further? All right, well, that concludes everything but staff tasking. So let's go ahead and take our lunch break, come back at 1:30 Alaska time, and we'll take up our staff tasking.
Audio recording for this meeting has ended. Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
Good afternoon. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are on to staff tasking. So with that, I will hand the floor over to Mr. Witherall to walk us through.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a PowerPoint to help walk us through this agenda item. And I'll ask staff to put it up. There we go. While that's loading, I just want to point out that we have posted a revised 3-meeting outlook on the agenda that includes at least the staff's view of what analyses we can complete through April, I mean. Okay, it's up now. Okay, between the October and December council meetings, we generally make an announcement for nominations to the advisory panel and to the SSC in our newsletter. And this year we have quite a few open seats on the AP. If you remember, the SSC also has 1-year appointments, so you make appointments during the December meeting for all of those as well. And every 2 years we put out a call for nominations for the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee. So that's the first thing. I did want to alert you to some of the upcoming meetings that will occur or scheduled to occur between now and the December meeting or February meeting, including a recently scheduled Council Board Joint Protocol Committee meeting scheduled for November 5th. And the agenda for that meeting is to provide the Board of Fisheries members with a briefing on the Cook Inlet salmon fishery action and to allow those board members to provide their perspectives to the council members of the Joint Protocol Committee. Our staff has been working on the economic data reporting and holding at least the first stakeholder meeting. And at this point, I'd like to ask Ms. Marinin to join me on the phone and provide a briefing.
Thank you, David. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Marinin, Council staff. The Council is in the process of considering revisions to its economic data reporting program. I'm going to provide a status update, which you're welcome to comment on. There's no necessary Council action here at this point. Within your staff tasking materials, there's a short document providing the status update and additional links to meeting summaries. There are two outstanding motions on EDRs, one from April 2019 that seeks to consider holistic changes to the program, balancing increasing utility and decreasing burden. The second motion is from February 2020 and has a suite of more specific changes, smaller changes like removing third-party audit requirements, as well as larger changes like discontinuing one or all of the data collections. The Council asked the social science planning team to assist them with review and revisions to the EDRs while incorporating opportunities for public input. The SSPT met, identified a need for an EDR workshop. Given the state of the world right now, that idea was modified to the concept of a series of iterative virtual meetings between stakeholders and SSPT members. So the first meeting was a virtual stakeholder workshop that we held August 26th. It included stakeholders associated with all 4 EDR fisheries. Harvesters and processor reps attended. The topics we focused on at this meeting were more broad-based questions of burden and utility related to EDRs. As I mentioned, we have that meeting summary linked to the 3-page document. In that meeting, stakeholders expressed concerns with the level of record-keeping burden, the accuracy and representativeness of the data collected, and staleness of data when it's applied, and perceived lack of connection to council process. The group also shared concerns, including whether EDR data represented what they were intended to represent. In discussing what would be effective use of economic data, participants mentioned specific ways EDR data could be applied, including to identify unanticipated changes not expected during program or amendment development. There were disparate views expressed on whether there's value in collecting economic data to provide background context to inform the Council's understanding of fishery dynamics, even if it's not decision shaping, versus some members felt exclusively focusing on the type of economic information that can shape specific decisions was more valuable. Stakeholders also had disparate views on whether data collection should be more modular and specific to the fishery or ask questions that are more consistent across fisheries. Then we had an SSPT meeting in response to that feedback. The SSPT meeting was September 21st. The group also talked about perspectives on the use of economic data in the council process and a framework for organizing further stakeholder questions around possible EDR changes. We're finalizing the report from that meeting, and I hope to have it posted on the SSPT webpage by the end of this week. SSPT members heard some stakeholders express a perception that any economic data collected should be relevant for council decisions, and it was noted that EDRs were not specifically designed to be informative for routine FMP regulatory amendments. They were designed independently to accomplish their own purpose and need statements. They were primarily developed in tandem with implementation or consideration of catch share programs to monitor and evaluate the effects of the program, except for Amendment 91 EDR, which was developed. It evolved differently around the cost of salmon bycatch avoidance. Thus, these data have been used in program reviews, but they're less often used in analyses of specific council decisions. The compartmentalized nature of current EDRs, having different data reporting requirements across EDR fisheries, and the lack of EDR reporting in some fisheries is one of the principal limitations in improving their regular use in council analyses, which tend to span multiple fisheries. The SSPT noted that this will continue to be a limitation so long as we don't collect economic data across fisheries, across all fisheries. If it's the objective to improve the usability of data for council decision documents, as some stakeholders suggested, this might be accomplished by thinking of consistent questions that are routinely needed to describe potential impacts of a proposed council action. SSPT members felt that they could help identify some of these regularly occurring economic questions to inform different types of EDRs. And I wanted to note that we didn't spend a lot of time at that September meeting going into detail on the specific alternatives the council established in its February 2020 motion. Those were more specific aspects like changing current EDR requirements to a 2 or 3 or 5 year time frame, except to say that we're considering those as part of the alternative set. They tend to be more straightforward than the concept of designing an EDR that more routinely informs council analyses. So that's where we focus most of our efforts. Things already identified by the council will be included in the suite of options that we bring to the council for consideration when this is an agenda item on its own. We're not intending to analyze the alternatives that we forward to you. That would happen after you make your choice of what to include. But the SSPT could pair those alternatives and options with additional context like a justification for their inclusion, some practical considerations, and a level of burden that's been expressed by stakeholders associated with different aspects of data collection. So in our next steps, we are planning out 4 separate, more focused meetings with stakeholders of different EDRs. These meetings are still open to the public, but they'll include more EDR-specific targeted questions, and likely a subgroup of SSPT members will be able to participate. We're working on generating meeting materials for those discussions to highlight specific follow-up topics for stakeholders. So also in terms of next steps, we're working to nail down some workable dates with stakeholders. We're trying to do this right away because we're hoping for November meetings, so we'll need to schedule Federal Register notices. I have an email list of people who have previously expressed interest, but feel free to contact me if you would like to be added to that list. The SSPT will then reconvene with the objective of finalizing a range of alternatives to forward to the council for consideration. And we're tentatively scheduled for this topic to come up in front of the council in February 2021, at which point the AP and the council will also receive summaries and context from each stage of our meetings and discussion. And with that, I'll conclude and I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. Are there any questions? Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Sarah, for the report and carrying this forward. I guess I was hoping, I understand that the more specific alternatives that we presented in 2020 are going to be part of the package when you bring it forward. But I was hoping that we would get some of the SSPT to comment on those to inform us when those are put in as alternatives, that they would have some opinions, whether it should be 3 years, or every 2 years, or whenever it is appropriate for a particular action. So is there going to be that kind of input from the social science plan team on those when you bring them forward in February or whenever that happens?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross. Yeah, thank you. So, like I mentioned, we're not going to do a full analysis of all the things that we're bringing to you in February or whenever this comes up, but we certainly could include some initial ideas and feedback about what that would mean for the data collection process, some practical considerations, some maybe a short discussion about what that would do in terms of stakeholder burden. Those alternatives specifically would have some impact on the Paperwork Reduction Act process for the data collections, and there could be some considerations for the level of burden that PAC states would undergo with a different frequency of data collection. We could certainly put some initial thoughts and context around those alternatives, but the intention is not to have a full analysis of anything on the table at this point because we don't want to get too far ahead of the alternatives that the council might not have endorsed yet.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, for that explanation. I guess I understand that we won't have a full analysis. I'm just more looking for input from the social science plan team on some of the alternatives that, or some of the points that we brought up in that February motion. And so at least when we get it at some point, we can refine the alternatives to maybe better respond to whatever their what they see as options that we might put under there. So thanks for that. I guess I'm also still, as someone who has followed the EDR process from the very beginning and who does some of the EDRs or used to, I'm still looking for the social science plan team to have some alternatives that in discussion about the relevancy and the the fact that it has to be, it gets stale really quickly. So hopefully those discussions will continue to help us narrow that down when we start getting into any kind of decision of how we're going to go forward. And so I look forward to continuation on this and the council's taking this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Not sure I heard a question in there. So we'll go to Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I just wanted to try to reconcile some of the timing. The report back to the council that you have in your presentation for February, that's a report from the social science plan team and on the EDR workshop. Is that correct? That's what you're mentioning there?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, it would be, we would provide an update of all of the meetings that we've had to date for EDR. So yeah, the virtual stakeholder meeting, we'd provide a short summary of that, and the SSPT meeting that we've had, and the further iterative process of meetings, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'm trying to see how we might take that information into account. I see in our 3-meeting outlook, the in-meeting version that's posted, we have final action on the economic data report amendment in April. And so I'm trying to reconcile those two things. If we get some information back from those multiple reports in February, is the expectation that we would be able to amend our alternatives at that time without an analysis in front of us, or does it mean there's really not a possible way to take that into account and also have an April final action?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a good question. I think it depends on what kind of emotion comes out of the February council meeting if this stays on track for February, because originally currently there's 2 separate EDR motions. The one from February 2020, which I believe is what's being referenced in the 3-meeting outlook to what would come up in April. There's already alternatives out, and they're more specific than the other motions. So if the council continues to keep those separate, then potentially there could be something in April related to that motion. I think from an analytical perspective, there's a lot of overlap in the issues that are talked about in both motions. And so that's why we've sort of been addressing them together when we're speaking to them with stakeholders and in the SSPT. So depending on how the council chooses to address this issue in February would definitely
help determine what could be accomplished in April.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. I don't see any further questions for Ms. Marinan, so thank you again. And before Mr. Witherall picks up and carries on, I just want to remind members of the public who wish to testify on staff tasking to sign up prior to the end of the presentation. Mr. Witherall.
In talking with the chairman, we're looking at having a virtual meeting at least through December. And while we have hotel space reserved for meetings in 2021, we were also planning to possibly have virtual meetings in 2021 as well, at least for sometime. We posted the December agenda for your review, and if you'll note that we're continuing to plan on having 7-hour meetings, but we're trying to reduce the footprint, overall meeting footprint, by having simultaneous concurrent meetings of the SOC and advisory panel with the council starting right at the end of the advisory panel. So hopefully that will reduce some of the meeting fatigue down to just 2 weeks. It may put quite a bit of stress on our administrative staff to manage 2 meetings at the same time, but we're all learning and getting better at what we do with virtual meetings. So we think it's possible at this point. We based the December agenda and the schedule on the motion that we had back in June. And the big topics for this meeting, the December meeting, of course, will be the specifications, the charter measures, final action on Cook Inlet salmon, and the 2 Pacific cod measures, LAP measures. So that is a full council meeting based on at least our initial draft. And we're looking forward to feedback. As we plan on having the agenda item for the Bering Sea Trawl CVP cod LAP, if you remember, we had it originally scheduled for preliminary review in June to go over the elements that the staff had addressed through that time, but we were not able to, of course, finish that review in June and put it on the agenda. So we bumped it to December, and there will be a full initial review. The staff has gone ahead and made some assumptions and developed some straw man alternatives for your consideration. So that will take some time to walk through. We have that analysis pretty much completed, and it should be ready to post right at the end of this meeting. And so there'll be plenty of opportunity for the public and the council members to review that document. And it's a fairly complex allocation analysis, as you can imagine. And so with that extended time period, we are kind of seeking feedback from the council on how we should approach any public outreach, or if you'd like to have any additional ways to review that document before we get to the December meeting. Now, one thing that I do need to point out is that if you look back at the schedule I mentioned for December, the SSC already has a full agenda dealing with the specifications for December, and that will take them the entire week. We do have the Peacock Pot CP action scheduled for them, and that could be dropped if they're running behind. But I just don't see how they will have an opportunity to review that at initial review in December. So if you're looking for any kind of initial review or review of that document before the council takes action, we could potentially schedule that review for February or April. At this point, I'm going to see if Mr. McCracken has anything to add relative to this analysis and your review for December.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witherell, I don't really have anything to add at this point. I think you did a great job of summarizing the issue at this point in overview.
Mr. Chairman, I could stop and see if there are questions while Mr. McCracken is available.
Sounds like a great idea. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, I just wanted to, I read that, I've seen that already, that the SEC doesn't have time in December, and so is the intent then, or the understanding that that doesn't delay final action because we would likely need a second initial review? Otherwise, it would seem awkward in the least for the council to move forward and release the document for public review without having SSC review.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think that's one option, and I think it's hard to see the landscape at this point because, like I said, there are a number of assumptions that the analysts needed to make for this draft, and there are, of course, straw man alternatives that were developed by staff. So in my opinion, there are quite a few unanswered questions that probably should be addressed before the SSC takes a look at this analysis anyway. That being said, of course, we've had SSC review analyses right at final action for the council. On the other hand, if they review the existing draft and don't get to that until February or April, well, at least they'll provide direction to staff on how to improve the document.
So, Mr. Chair, so that brings up another question that I didn't anticipate. Mr. Witherell, does that bullet on the SSC doesn't have time to review in December, but could in February or April? Are you contemplating a situation in which the SSC would review the document and yet wouldn't be on the council agenda, or am I just totally missing the point of that bullet?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, yes, exactly. It would just be on the SSC agenda.
And that's a decision that, Mr. Chair, that we could make after we see what kind of action or shape the document is in after our December meeting as well. Is that correct? We don't need to make that determination today?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think you'll know better once you've seen the document and evaluate it in December.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Witherell. I do have a question about the action memo related to this issue, and you mentioned also in your presentation you are looking for feedback from the council in terms of additional outreach that might be done because the analysis is for this action is done. And so the two things that you mentioned specifically are focused PowerPoint presentations on each of the elements and options, ranging from something like that to a live webinar presentation of key elements. And so since that is all, something new for the council to contemplate, I guess I just wondered, are both of those things an option, or I just don't know how to put out what's maybe on the table in terms of outreach for the council to consider before we go into public comment. So are those kind of the main two types of things that staff thought might be useful for outreach in advance of the December meeting?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, those were the two ideas that staff had. as ways to help the public and council members understand the complexity of the analysis before we get to the December meeting. Our intent, of course, with all of these virtual meetings is to provide a very focused staff presentation on the agenda item rather than walking through the analysis page by page like we would normally do, for example, with a complex lab program analysis. So we were kind of looking for feedback from the council as to, one, whether or not we should expend the staff time to provide the extra effort to either hold some kind of workshops or have additional PowerPoint presentations or live webinars or what have you, and look for your guidance on how you would like us to proceed between now and December.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Witherell. And so that's a good lead into my second question. You mentioned that as of right now, staff are planning a streamlined presentation in December for this agenda item, and the December agenda does show your estimate of 12 hours for this agenda item. And so my question is, does that 12 hours estimate the streamlined presentation? And if so, if we considered some of the other outreach options that staff have proposed, is it possible to potentially reduce the in-council meeting time for this agenda item? Hopefully that's clear.
Ms. Baker, that's an excellent question. The schedule actually does build in a more streamlined presentation than you would typically have during an in-person meeting, but staff also understands it's a very complex analysis. You've got a lot of different elements and interaction of elements and a lot of decisions to make at this stage of the review. So we built in quite a bit of time, but compared to a normal in-person meeting, typically we would schedule in at least 16 hours or 20 hours for a lab review package. So we built in kind of a reduced, streamlined presentation at the council meeting. I don't know, I'd have to ask John what he thought about how streamlined that could be and how much additional outreach may reduce that time needed at the December meeting. John, do you have any other thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witherell, I'm kind of thinking out, I'm kind of writing it all down, and I'm thinking that, can you guys hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Yes, we can.
So, I'm thinking that for our presentation during the council meeting, we've been working on, both Daryl and I have been working on the slides for the presentation for December, and I think that we theoretically could provide it, our presentation along with Mr. Downs and Ms. Wapensky's and Mr. Krieger's presentation on the EA probably in 3 to 4 hours time. And I think that if we were to do any kind of workshop, what I think it would provide is additional details on some of the more challenging concepts to understand. For example, the blend option inside of element 2 as an example, or walking through the processor, the harvester shares being allocated to processors, which is a relatively new concept for the North Pacific. So I think that we would provide, it would be I think it would be more of a complement more than a replacement, I think, in some degree. Although in the end, we could probably end up reducing a lot of questions during the actual council meeting on some of those more issues that if there was going to be a workshop, some of those issues that we would go into in detail. But obviously, we would need some feedback on what issues the council would like to look at. So I'm assuming that there would be a little bit of a lag time in that after the document is published, maybe there would be some feedback to the team to figure out and then we would have to come up and basically look at our PowerPoint presentations and modify it based on whatever the council wants to look at.
Thanks, John.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your responses. That's all my questions for now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witherall, and Mr. McCracken. I know this is a lot of work. I guess, and I don't know if this is the time to start. I guess this is a little bit of a discussion on this issue. I tend to think that when the staff comes out and the council comes out with the first paper here in whether it's in the next week, with all of the kind of the process, what the staff has come up with, and I think that it'll have straw man type issues in it and put together with a lot of questions. But I think that the industry, all the different industry groups, will have a chance to review that as it comes out. They'll develop questions. They will start to evaluate it and develop positions and so forth that could come back in December. I as one council member, am a little hesitant to have breakout meeting with industry without council there. I think it could lead to more confusion than each group bringing back their comments in December and the council evaluating those and adding them or subtracting them. And I believe we're going to have to go through another initial review at the same time as the SSC does it. And if that delays the meeting, so be it. But I think it's important that something as important as this be done in a more kind of in normal council process so that all council members and AP can put in each sector and each person's kind of view on it as it's being developed so that we don't head down a wrong road. As we've had some in the past where we've had these breakouts and it kind of can lead to confusion. So anyway, that's a little rambling, but I would rather see us continue this in December with all the different industry groups putting their input in. We come out with something, again, that's reviewed by the SSC and the council at the next available time that the council deems necessary, and then go to a final action after that. So that's kind of in my mind, but I'm just throwing that out there for discussion.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Cross. Maybe we'll get some more feedback on that in public testimony. I'm not sure, and then we can perhaps discuss that further after public testimony.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more comment, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. No, that my intent was to bring that up now so that under public testimony, people would have an idea of at least one idea of what one council member was thinking. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Cross. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. Just trying to gauge, are there specific elements that we'll want the SSC focus and what's kind of the ratio of the amount that we'd want to look at just from a policy or framework standpoint versus just the more in-depth analysis that the SSC would provide?
John, I'm going to pass that into you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Marks, I think that I don't necessarily think there's any one particular area in the analysis that the SSC needs to dive into other than just doing what they normally do on a qualitative analysis. You know, just kind of looking through all the methodologies and the data and making sure that we're doing a complete analysis of the entire issue. So I think that from my perspective, I think that the best use of the SSC would be to allow the council to go ahead and take a bite at the apple at this kind of preliminary initial review, adjust as needed the different clarifications and assumptions from the staff, and you know, kind of QC the straw man alternatives, and then allow the SSC to take a look at the full analysis with all of those assumptions and issues that the council will have to address at the next iteration, rather than having the SSC review this in December and then follow again with another review likely in April. I think that the SSC would be better used on the second iteration of what I would consider a complete initial review. Although this analysis looks a lot like initial review and it's got all the bits and pieces, there's still a lot of things that need to be addressed. For example, the gear conversion, which is element 14, needs a lot of framing out before any action is taken on that element. Thank you.
That was helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Marks. Okay, I don't see any additional questions here, so thank you, Mr. McCracken. Mr. Withero.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, moving on. As I mentioned, there's a revised three-meeting outlook posted that goes through April, and after this PowerPoint, I'm going to ask the administrative staff to put that up on the screen so that we can take a look at it and answer any questions. Also in the action memo, there's a table that basically lists all the ongoing projects and what all the different committees are working on and advisory groups. So that should be helpful for you to understand relative to when we might put these on the agenda. Some projects are fully underway, some have not been started, some are pretty much complete. And so that will help with your scheduling and prioritization. And then also, after we look at the three-meeting outlook, maybe we can post the particular list of the items that have come up during this meeting that council members were going to address. That way the public can know some of those topics before we get to comment. So again, we're always looking for feedback on the meetings, how they're working out, things that we can do on the staff to improve our virtual meetings. It's a whole different ball game, as we're finding out, than different than an in-person meeting. So we look for your ideas and feedback. And Diana or Maria, perhaps you could post the 3-meeting outlook at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like I mentioned, that this the 3-meeting outlook that we've updated reflects the council and the NIMS regional staff perspective on when we can complete these documents in the most timely manner. And it, based on the current staff workload, it doesn't include any additional new contracting to get these things done, but if we try to move those around, any items around, I think that's what I'll have to consider, or reprioritization. So you'll note that we tried to schedule some important things for April, and we'll get them done the best we can. And I can try to answer any questions that you might have relative to why we placed any item in any on any meeting agenda, and what progress is being made on any of these actions. I'll stop here and see if we have any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Witherell. I do have a couple of questions, but it's essentially the same question about 2 different actions. And so on the 3-meeting outlook for February, I'm wondering specifically for small sablefish release and the BSAI crab PSC limit reductions. Is the reason that those are listed on the February agenda simply because the must-do items for December don't allow any additional items? That may be possible, but or is it also a staff capacity issue in terms of getting specific analytical issues done? I recall there being a couple of issues related particularly to the crab PSC limit reduction analysis, and I wondered if those analysis issues are driving its placement on February, or if it's purely the time constraints at the December meeting.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, there are different answers for each of those topics. For the small sablefish release analysis, we're looking for input from some of the stock assessment authors, and they have been busy trying, or will be busy now through December, trying to complete their stock assessments for sablefish. And so I don't think we can get to that for December. I can obviously confer with staff after this meeting to see if that's possible, but our initial look is that we don't have the assessment, the stock assessment folks to help us out, and won't be until the groundfish stock assessment cycle is complete. For the PSC crab limit analysis, my understanding is that they're still looking at the sensitivity analysis on different unobserved mortality impacts, and I'm not sure we can get that done earlier, but again, my same comment applies. We have staff doing, of course, other things than just doing this one analysis, and sometimes they have multiple things they're trying to accomplish, and the assigned staff don't have the ability to address them all.
Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that response. I appreciate that. And then follow up, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell, for scheduling, at least tentatively, BSAI, halibut, ABM for initial review tentatively in April. I wondered if we might hear about why that's tentative. Again, kind of similar question. Is it overall meeting capacity time, or is it more of an analytical issue since we did shift direction on the analysis at this meeting?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, in the case of ABM, it's an analytical issue. There simply isn't enough time to complete the analysis given the changing of the alternatives between now and then. So that's an analytical issue. If you want to get into a discussion about the schedule from here to April, and then the course and the schedule from April to final action, and all of the requirements relative to NEPA and all that, I could certainly have Dr. Stram provide a short presentation on that schedule. If there are questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Witherell. I think if we could do that briefly, that would be helpful. At this point, I'm primarily interested in if Ms. Stram would cover what needs to happen by April that Mr. Witherell indicated may not happen. I'd just like to have some general sense of what staff have been able to evaluate in the short time. I understand it was just yesterday that we took action.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, this is Diana Stram. You guys can hear me okay?
Good afternoon, Dr. Stram. Yes?
Good afternoon. I think just in reference to what Mr. Witherell was saying, and maybe this will affect some of Ms. Baker's concerns, I think the T on April is just more of a matter of course. We always put that when it's that far out. I think that what we are anticipating is that we, of course, have the analysis done in time for April. Our concern, we've been meeting since we broke yesterday to try to line out what analysis we need to do and how quickly we believe that we can bring it forward. And we're looking at the difference between April and February and really realizing that February is just not at all possible for us in order to provide a complete product that would allow for more informed decision making. But we do believe that we can certainly make that April timeline for initial review, and if that addresses part of your concern, Ms. Baker. And then I do have a couple slides that I can walk through that go through the timing from initial review to final action, given that this is the EIS, which has its own strict timing requirements as well.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. You've got those available now?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe they're being loaded.
Okay, great. We'll stand by and wait for those to be posted. Dr. Stram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, we went through with the regional office staff to walk through kind of some of our NEPA requirements in order to get an EIS from initial review to final action. So regardless of what meeting initial review occurs at, following initial review then, we would be finalizing the draft EIS post-initial review. So that includes, if the council identified, which we anticipate they would do, a preliminary preferred alternative at initial review, we would then look at that TPA post-initial review and see whether or not substantial or minor supplemental analysis would be needed before we publish that. If it's an already existing alternative, it's just a matter of identifying it as the TPA. If it requires supplemental analysis, we would be prepared to do that. And between that and some SF review and timing, that leads to several weeks to finalize the draft EIS to get it ready for posting. Next step then is Sustainable Fisheries, NEPA, and Alaska Regional Office clearance. That's about a week, a couple more weeks then for legal review. Some of the format finalization to submit to the EPA for 501 compliance and publish leads to another couple weeks. Then once it's published, that would begin the public comment period. It's a 45-day minimum public comment period. Obviously, you can extend that, but if you went with the minimum 45-day and then the amount of time it would take to following the end of public comment, ideally we would be summarizing the public comments and providing a response to the public comments and a comment analysis report that would also go through SF and legal review that would be provided to you at final action. So basically, when you finish taking initial review to when we can take final action, we need about 20 to 22 weeks to make all of these required steps, basically, to get to that. So that basically, if you're looking at initial review in April, the meeting ends around April 13th. The DEIS would publish around the first week in July. That would begin the public comment period. A 45-day public comment period takes you to about mid-August. Again, following the end of the public comment period, the comments would be summarized. Ideally, if time allows for it, depending on the extent of public comments, we would be producing a comment analysis report which synthesizes the responses to that, and that would also be provided to you. The October council meeting then starts tentatively October 4th, so that's about 23 weeks from the end of the April meeting, and that would allow you to take final action on ABM in October within implementation January of 2023. Taking initial review in April to a meeting or implementation that would change from October. Those are the extent of my slides. I'm happy to answer questions on any of that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stram. Any questions on the schedule? Ms. Kimball, was your question on this, or did you want to hold off?
No, it was on this one. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Maybe it's just my phone, but Dr. Stram kind of cutting out right at the end, and it seemed like the last thing that you said, Dr. Stram, was kind of important, and I could not make it out. I was wondering if you could repeat that. I'm sorry, Ms. Kimball. Hopefully my audio is better here. Yes, the last thing that I was just commenting on is that regardless of when taking action in April versus in February, you cannot get to final action prior to October, given the 22 to 23 weeks that is necessary to meet all of those requirements. Thanks. That's what I missed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions for Dr. Stram? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, Dr. Stram. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to have the staff post the 3-meeting outlook back up again because I believe there were additional questions.
Further questions on the 3-meeting outlook? Okay, I don't see any more, Mr. Witherell.
Okay, maybe staff could post the list of items for staff tasking that came up during the meeting. Oh, font. Well, anyway, before we get to public comment, I did want to alert the public of the items that council members identified to bring up for discussion. The first was a letter on the Russian military briefing. I believe Mr. Twite said he was looking to have a letter that thanked the Coast Guard and State Department for their briefing. Second, a request for NIMS to address concerns over stranded Bering Sea, Aleutian Island Pacific cod. Third, a discussion of allocation overages of a sablefish. Fourth was a discussion about a bycatch threshold for Bristol Bay red king crab. And then in our last agenda item, or the one before that, Mr. Twite mentioned he was interested in acknowledging the contribution of observers during the pandemic. And then we have oftentimes committee chairman or chairs discuss scheduling or meeting agenda items, and Mr. Twite indicated that he wanted to talk about the TRAWL committee meeting schedule and some of the topics that would be addressed by the ecosystem committee. So that completes the list that I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherall. Anything else from other council members before we move into public testimony? Okay. All right, I don't see any, so I think that will bring us into public testimony. I'm going here. Okay, so for public comment, we have 13 members of the public signed up. First up is Bob Alverson. Following Mr. Alverson will be Paul Clampett and then Bernie Burkholder. Mr. Alverson?
You picking me up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, although with the little static.
Okay. My name is Bob Alverson, for the record. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association, trade association of hook and line operations out of Seattle. Mr. Chairman, we're testifying under this agenda item. We also testified under this agenda item to the advisory panel relative to the agenda item that was on your agenda about 6 months ago, having to do with the 3-year pot review, pot for blackcod review. It was taken off the agenda, and I'm getting a static as well, Mr. Chairman. Are you picking me up?
Yes, Mr. Alverson. I think there was some feedback from another member of the public, so I apologize. If you are not testifying, please put your phone on mute. All right, please continue, Mr. Alverson.
We would like the council to, on your current topic, the issue of the black pot review is put at the bottom of the line, and we'd like a commitment that in 2021 that this would either come up at the council level, or the FQ committee chair could possibly be assigned the task to have a discussion with the fleet issues. There's 4 issues that are looming for us, and the council previously took regulatory action in the Bering Sea that allows these blackcod pots to be used for halibut targeting. That is not the case. The regulations to be the same in the Bering Sea.
Mr. Alverson, Mr. Alverson, I apologize. I think you're breaking up a little bit too much for us to be getting the full message. I don't know if you would like to maybe move to a better location or try to call back in after a bit, but I don't think we're getting your complete testimony.
Yeah, I'll go back in.
Okay, thank you. So in the meantime, let's move on to Paul Clampett. Mr. Clampett, are you available?
Hello, Chairman. Do you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Keenan. My name is Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine, and we fish in the sablefish pot fishery and have been participating in the fixed gear fisheries in Alaska since 1981. Initial review for the council agenda item small sablefish release is currently scheduled for the February meeting. And according to the 3-meeting outlook, the Gulf of Alaska sablefish pot 3-year review item had been stricken from the 2020 calendar, but I just looked at the draft 3-meeting outlook that was put on the screen a minute ago, and it appears that it's back on under April. Is that correct? If I may ask a question.
Mr. Clampett, no, this is your chance for public testimony. We're not taking questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Then carrying on. Thank you, sir. Anyway, both the small sablefish release and the 3-year pot review are important to us. And we ask that you please keep both the small sablefish release and the 3-year pot review on the council agenda for action and act on these in a timely manner. The massive shift in catches of small, low-value sablefish for the very large 2014 and 2016 year classes, and now an indication of the 2019 year classes large as well, is a primary rationale for allowing discard of small sablefish. Because COVID-19 has decimated the domestic restaurant market, our dock prices have been cut in half, and our members cannot survive by harvesting small, low-value sablefish. It makes sense to discard these small fish and allow them to grow up and become more valuable. It is well documented that sablefish released from pots have a better than 90% survival rate. The sablefish fishery is rapidly moving to pots. Last year, the National Fishery Service issued 15,000 pot tags, and this year they have issued over 45,000, and they've exhausted their supply. There's been an 81% increase in pot permits from 2019 to 2020. Pots are very species specific, have very little bycatch, completely eliminate the whale depredation problem, and have a low impact on the bottom. For these reasons, pots should be encouraged and supported. The pot configuration rules that were attached to this fishery need to be re-examined because they were cut and pasted from other pot fisheries that have no relationship to the sablefish fishery. These rules make it impossible to innovate in this fishery. Small boats especially need to be able to develop gear that they can operate from their platforms. The sablefish pot fishery is fished at a depth where crab bycatch concerns are not a factor, and vessels with halibut quota are required to retain them, which is virtually the entire fleet. So pot configuration rules were incorrectly placed on this fishery to reduce crab and halibut bycatch. This is not a concern in this fishery. The rules that National Fisheries Service, am I done? Thank you, sir.
Your time is up if you have a concluding comment.
I would just say that we also could use a year-round fishery. We're not going to catch the quota this year, and the quota is going to go up for next year. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Clampett. And remind members of the public when you're not testifying to put your phone on mute, please. Okay, questions for Mr. Clampett? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Clampett. I'm interested in the point that you were making in your testimony and that you and Mr. Burkholder made in your letter as well about the impediments to innovation in the current regulation. But I couldn't quite understand from either your letter or from your testimony now what elements, well, actually the thing I'm sort of most interested in is what improvements would you hope to see in the pots through innovation?
Mr. Clampett? I wonder if we lost Mr. Clampett.
Mr. Chair, I can also ask that same question to Mr. Burkholder. I think you mentioned that he was going to be testifying as well. So
I meant it. Okay. Well, I apologize to Mr. Clampett that we lost you, and thank you for your testimony. Okay, so Mr. Alverson, do we have you back on the phone?
No, I'm back on. I hope I'm clear.
Oh, much clearer. And Mr. Burkholder, can you please move your phone, please? Okay. All right.
Okay, so to conclude my comments, Mr. Chairman, they're very much aligned with Paul Clampett's. We very much want on the February council meeting the issue of the small release to stay on your 3-meeting outlook for February.
And then we would like to see the council, either through the council process or through your IFQ committee process, have something dedicated, a time dedicated where the fleet can discuss some of the changes they would like to see with regards to the pot restrictions. And they include some of them, the 9-inch entryway into the pots, the 300 pot limit in one area, the requirement to take pots in Southeast, and making the regulation that you passed that allows pots to target in the Bering Sea to also be the same reg in the Gulf of Alaska. Those conclude my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks for calling back in, Mr. Alverson. See if there's any questions for you. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Alverson, I had meant to ask Paul Clampett this, but I lost him, so I'll ask you. So if we have the sablefish, small sablefish release scheduled for the February meeting, and then at the April meeting, the pot review, as well as small sablefish release again, and have planned to have an IFQ committee prior to that April meeting to hash out some of those issues. Is that a schedule and a plan that would address your concerns?
Through the chair, I think that'd be great. Any later than that, you start to lose a lot of the fleet to actual fishing activity. I think there would still be quite a few people that would be able to participate with that time frame.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Further questions for Mr. Alverson? Don't see any. Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes, this is Bernie. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, Mr. Burkholder.
Thank you. My name is Bernie Burkholder, and I'm speaking to you here today as the president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association. We were requesting, and I think the fact that the small sablefish discard and the 3-year review appears to be on the agenda for March, and then the small sablefish discard for February. That really was our main purpose, to speak to you, to try to keep that on track and get that dealt with. I know there's a lot of really important issues, and time is a crunch on all things, but this is pretty important to this fishery. I think that sablefish and halibut pot fisheries have proven themselves to eliminate whale predation, to be an efficient and extremely clean fishery with a dramatically reduced bycatch. Early fears and some of the opposition to the fishery have proven to be largely unfounded, in my opinion. There's a growing number of vessels and a percentage of the catch harvested by pots. The introduction of the smaller pots have made pot fishing a viable alternative for smaller and narrower vessels, including some of the traditional Seattle schooners. I have a boat, the Buck and Ann, that's 56 foot long and 17 foot wide, and we're presently fishing sablefish with pots in the Gulf of Alaska with a full 300 complement of pots. Pot design and configuration have a large potential for improvement. Development of pot design that could efficiently harvest halibut is also critically important, in my opinion. Moving gear location technology forward to better inform other vessels of exact gear location is also needed. All of these issues, as well as others, can be addressed in this 3-year review, and I would encourage the IFQ committee and as much work to be done beforehand as we could. The sablefish biomass is increasing significantly in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea. Having this fishery obtain optimum yield
is an important goal, and in my opinion, the 3-year review is needed in order for my fishery to achieve this goal. I realize all of the times COVID pandemic is difficult to deal with all the issues. The council does need to prioritize, and we understand this. However, this fishery needs the council's help and guidance now, and without minimal direction will not achieve its true potential and reach optimum yield. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are some.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Burkholder? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burkholder. You answered some of my question about what objectives the fleet was trying to achieve with the opportunity to innovate further. I was wondering if there were other objectives as well, or if those are your primary ones.
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, I think those are the primary objectives, but pot design, I think, in general, specific, limitations on tunnel widths and tunnels in general are really critical, so that we can just get out there and really try to see what we can do to get halibut to better work in the Gulf and in some of the areas. Pot seemed to do really well when fish are congregated, maybe not so well when they're spread out. So it's, time and area and getting those tunnels to fish right are important, and I think there's just some limitations that we need to try to get rid of, or at least make them more workable for the fleet.
Follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you. Mr. Burkholder, were you listening earlier today when the council discussed the administration's executive order on seafood?
I'm afraid I missed that. I was traveling on the road and didn't get to hear that, no.
The reason I asked is just it strikes me that some of what you're discussing at least sort of lines up with some of the objectives of that executive order, and just was helping me think about how I might prioritize this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Burkholder. Next up is Craig Lowenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, for the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op. The Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot pot cod catcher vessel sector. I'm the executive director of that organization, as well as a co-owner of a vessel that participates in the fishery. I'm providing testimony today to once again ask the council to take action to rationalize this sector. At the February 2019 meeting, the council took action to signal its intent to develop a discussion paper on BSAI Pacific Cod pot catcher vessel management. Resulting from that action, a scoping paper was produced and stakeholders developed a draft rationalization framework for analysis. As you know, the council has received testimony from a variety of perspectives, both for and against rationalization. I would note that the majority of the testimony, however, has been in favor of rationalization to date. The council asked stakeholders to meet, discuss the issues, and find some common ground. And so since the June council meeting, we have held 2 additional stakeholder meetings. I can report that the meetings were well attended, that robust discussions took place, and that additional options and elements were discussed and agreed to be included in the draft framework for analysis at a council level. The path forward, as discussed at the meeting, was for a newly organized stakeholder group, many of whom you've already heard testimony from in previous meetings, to bring their proposal forward for consideration by stakeholders prior to this council meeting. Unfortunately, we have not yet heard back from that group on their intended path forward. And then, we've had our 2020 bee season was just concluded. It's another example of historically short season with historically high participation. Thankfully, we didn't have any loss of life or vessels this season. However, the issues that existed prior to February 2019 still exist today. So once again, I'm here on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op to ask the council to help bring stakeholders together in a public meeting where meaningful discussions can take place and stakeholders can be held accountable. Setting the bar at 100% stakeholder consensus before taking up the issue doesn't seem reasonable, as I'm not aware of any other rationalization programs where all stakeholders were in complete agreement prior to program analysis. Anyway, I encourage the council to make rationalization of our sector a top priority, to improve the prosecution of the fishery, reduce bycatch, provide stability and sustainability for the resource, as well as stakeholders, and most importantly, improve safety. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to address the council. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. So you're asking the council, you had a particular ask there, that the council take up this request that we've seen before in the AP motion and has been deliberated at the council a few times, that we take that up and make that a priority for the council. So if, based on these last couple of stakeholder meetings and other meetings that you have planned, is there, are we any closer to having a consensus that at least some form of rationalization is is there an agreement that some form of rationalization, or that at least the status quo is not tolerable to most of the group? Or where are you guys at on getting a consensus on here are the list of things that we'd like to see addressed if it was to go to the council?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down, through the chair. See if I can unpack that. Yes, we've had robust discussions. I think that most people agree that we need some solution for this sector. There are quote-unquote new entrants who have some opposition to the rationalization program. I think those are primarily stakeholders who are in a position of leasing permits, for example. But yeah, I think given the discussions we've had recently, we seem to be rehashing a lot of the discussions we've had for the last 5-6 years. And so my ask is that we get in the council venue where we can have meaningful discussions where we're all held accountable and can move forward with a reasonable program. Hopefully that answers your question, Mr. Down, through the chair. I'm happy to expand if necessary.
Oh, that's good. Thank you very much, Mr. Lowenberg. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lowenberger. When you say get in the council venue, are you referring to just what a normal process would look like for an action like this, or are you suggesting some other forum or committee meeting? Or I sort of assumed at first that you were talking about just continuing on developing the action, but then I realized that you might be thinking about something else, so I thought I'd give you an opportunity to elaborate on what you meant.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. Yeah, what I'm thinking is through the typical council process. I'm not asking for a special committee or special consideration or special meeting of any kind. We've discussed and deliberated and voted on the issue in the AP. They put forward a motion. It hasn't been put on the floor at the council yet. I think it can and should at some point in the near future be put on the council floor, and I just would like to follow the typical council process through the final stage. So,
Mr. Twite. Okay, any further questions? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Lowenberg. Next up is
thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. After Ms. Benkin will be Mike Levine and then Malcolm Milne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I assume someone will stop me if you can't hear me. This is Linda Benkin, excuse me, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I'll try to be brief. I have a couple not sort of unrelated issues relative to each other, but the first is to express our strong support for bringing back the IFQ report to the fleet, and this maybe would have been more appropriate to bring up during the B reports. I was in the AP, SSC during the B report, so missed that opportunity. But that report contained information that was really useful to the industry, I know to our organization, and I think also to the council, and particularly as you continue to have issues brought forward to your IFQ committee that were triggered by the 20-year review. That IFQ report summarized trends in the IFQ fisheries, changes in the IFQ fisheries, just a lot of factors relative to council objectives for the management of those fisheries that were all brought together in one place. Just a really helpful document, and we would really like to see it brought back. Love to see a conversation between the council and MINT staff about what that might take. Second, on the issue of sablefish pot gear review, not so much pushing for that to be scheduled, although I certainly would recognize that there are issues relative to the regulations that a number of people would like to see addressed. I did want to mention that we are hosting in November a forum with pot gear manufacturers, sharing with our membership, others who want to listen, what some of the innovations are in flinky pots or new gear that might be working for smaller boats. We've also started an online forum for fishermen to discuss about how the two gear types can better work together on the ground. I recognize that the pot fishermen may not be seeing problems, but certainly some of the hook and line fishermen have experienced some problems on the ground, myself included. It's at times hard to raise a boat that has its pots on the ground and is nowhere in the neighborhood and not answering the radio to try and find out where that gear, both ends of that set, might be. Part of why we would like to see this issue come back to the council when it fits in your schedule is that we've been working hard with the Alaska delegation to advance or get rid of the prohibition on AIS being legal on fishing gear, and think that a requirement for ends of sets to be marked that way helps everybody who's out on the water, and that might be reachable relatively soon. But my main reason, I think, for testifying is to say I really don't want to see the small sablefish release issue bumped off the council's agenda for the spring or the winter as it's scheduled now. That is an issue that's really important to us. We continue to have a lot of concern about the sablefish stock. The catch per unit effort is still near historic low levels. We have been waiting 20 years for a strong year class to come in and rebuild this really valuable stock. Those fish are coming, and we want to make sure that our fishermen can release small sablefish back into the ocean. We know the survival rate is quite high and would like to be able to do our part to take care of those juvenile fish. I'll just close by saying we continue to be concerned, as I said earlier in the week, about the mortality of juveniles in the Bering Sea trawl fisheries. Draw the council's attention to the fact that National Standard 1 does task councils with correcting and mitigating annual catch limit overages, and to do that in as short a time as possible, and that those accountability measures to direct those overages are named in those national standard guidelines, as including time area closures, fishery closures, changes in gear, and other appropriate activities. These overages have been going on for a number of years. I know we've flagged it for the council and requested council action for the last 2 years, and would really like to see the council now or in December start to take a look at what can be done to reduce that mortality on juvenile sablefish. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Linda. And I realize the latter 2 points of your testimony were of more substance, but I just wanted to make sure I understood the first point of your testimony is relative to the IFQ report to the fleet. Are you requesting that a new one come to the council so it can be reviewed, or was the testimony that we need to start doing those reports again and update them? I recall we used to get them on an annual basis. So I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. That's my request, the latter, that the RAM department complete those reports and issue them again. They were very informative to the industry, and I believe also to the council, and I think would be helpful to the IFQ committee. But yes, that they complete those reports and once again make them available on an annual basis.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Mike Levine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Mike Levine. I'm testifying today on behalf of Ocean Conservancy. And I would like to begin by sort of zooming us out to the 30,000-foot level at least, and acknowledge that experts recognize that we are experiencing what they talk about as 4 overlapping crises. The coronavirus pandemic, of course, a reckoning with the history of systemic racism, climate change, and a loss of biodiversity. Those 4 crises are affecting our personal and professional lives in a myriad of ways. They're also affecting the council and its work. The pandemic, of course, causing us all to be on Zoom instead of being able to see each other in person, and it's creating additional and significant difficulties for many of the systems in place for managing fisheries, and it's having significant effects on communities and families. All of that's happening against the backdrop of rapid change in the ecosystem. Temperatures are warming, fish are moving, ice is retreating rapidly. Many of these changes have been brought into the council process through the ESR, survey discussions, the Bering Sea FEP, testimony to various council committees, and the council itself. They're creating uncertainty and challenges for managers, communities, and others, and it's also becoming increasingly clear that the council and agency lack needed tools to address these changes. The recent unexpectedly high herring bycatch and subsequent action is a good example. The council's recommendation and agency action to stretch the in-season management authority to open herring savings area 2 is evidence again that the current tools are not sufficient or inclusive enough to adapt to changes. In particular, we have to find ways to more effectively and quickly incorporate data and other information into the decision-making process and to make that process responsive to available information. We also have to find more effective and meaningful ways to include observations and other information from community members, Indigenous knowledge holders, and others. The herring example also revealed significant questions about how and whether the agency considers its NEPA analysis and whether the existing analyses need to be updated or changed to reflect changing conditions and new ways of understanding those changes. All of this makes clear that we need to think holistically about the ocean, what it means to manage sustainably in the current rapidly changing environment, and how the council can develop new tools and analyses to ensure that sustainable fisheries continue into the future. There's a letter to this agenda item from Rose Fosdick and Jim Ayers that covers some of this ground. Ocean Conservancy supports the broad ideas and concerns raised in that letter. We also want to acknowledge that the council has been a leader in these efforts and has been making progress, including through development of the Bering Sea FEP and creation of the Community Engagement Committee, and we hope to find ways to continue advancing that leadership. In particular, we encourage the council to prioritize work on the FEP modules. I'm a member of the Climate Change Module Task Force and believe that the work with which we are tasked could help advance the council's ability to address the rapid change. We need to think creatively about the needed tools and information, and the task force is set up for that. Similarly, the TK-LK module can provide pathways for inclusion of traditional and local knowledge, which will help ensure more effective and inclusive management decisions. It would also be valuable to foster opportunities for stakeholders to continue to bring information to the council process, including through conversations at the Ecosystem Committee. I've also been asked to encourage the council and agency to think carefully about the obligation for tribal consultation, to learn from the experiences during the hearing action, and to find ways to ensure that consultation is meaningful and encouraged before decisions are made. These processes are particularly important in light of the ongoing pandemic and uncertainty about surveys and other processes. I'll acknowledge I'm not the right person to speak to those obligations, and I do encourage the council to reach out to tribal representatives to have those conversations. And with that said, we understand fully that resources are limited and we are challenged in ongoing and sometimes unexpected ways by the current pandemic. We also believe there are chances to work proactively toward holistic management while taking needed actions to address current conditions. And with that, we encourage the council to prioritize moving forward with the FEP and other ways of including different ways of knowing at the council process. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. Let's see if there are any. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Levine. It's kind of nice, but also sort of frightening to step back and take the 30,000-foot look. Multiple questions sort of were occurring to me as I was thinking about your testimony, but let me focus in on at least one of them. You brought up the decision about the hearing and that how the way the council made the decision regarding the hearing back in June left a lot of groups feeling like they didn't have a voice in the process. And as I think about how to ensure that in the future all of the parties who are affected by council decisions can have a voice. I think about the typical council process, which is a couple-year process. So if your voice misses being heard at one point, it will be heard at some point later. Whereas when we make decisions that are spurred by the rapid pace of environmental change or rapid pace of change of what we know as we try to cope with managing a changing resource, some of those decisions may need to be made quickly or in real time even, making it a lot more difficult to make them inclusive. And I'm wondering if you think there's some tools there that we should be thinking about to make sure that we can make decisions in the future that are inclusive but that don't take 2 years to make.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Chairman, I would have liked to have yielded a minute of my testimony to that question because it was excellently stated and it got at something that's very apt, which the council has been thinking about those things. That is how I understand what the Bering Sea FEP modules are intended to do, is to create a process through which the task force can make recommendations to the council for ways to include that information and for ways to develop new tools that would allow for more rapid response. And by undertaking those processes in an inclusive way, which the council has begun, and making them meaningful, that I think is the pathway to develop the on-ramps and the tools that are needed to make decisions in a more flexible and adaptive and certainly rapid manner.
Mr. Twite? Okay, any further questions?
I was speaking to my muted button, Mr. Chair, if I may just do a follow-up. Thank you. At present, we're expecting we're planning to hear back from the task forces at our February meeting. And hopefully we'll get a sense of some of those tools and processes that you just referenced in your answer. So I guess what I'm taking from that then is the council should anticipate that following that report back, the council will need to begin thinking about how to incorporate those tools into our process. Or do you think they'll be ready for that kind of consideration at that point? And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Chairman, I can speak much more effectively to the Climate Change Task Force since I'm a member of that, and we are still working on our work plan. And I understand that that there's ongoing work at the Science Center in terms of gathering and understanding science, but I think and Diana would certainly be a better person to speak to this than I, but I would expect that in February there might be an update on the work plan, which I think is a very long way of saying no. And I'm very cognizant of the fact that I'm certain staff is stretched thin and don't want to make additional projects at the cost of their health and well-being, but I do think that there's probably a number of us who would be willing to put some work in to laying a path out forward to the modules, and also I do note that I think there's an ecosystem committee tentatively scheduled for November, and I do wonder if there might not be an opportunity there to begin some of these conversations as well.
Further questions? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Levine. Next up is Malcolm Milne.
Yep. Hi. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can.
Yep. Good afternoon. Thank you. Yep. Appreciate the pronunciation there. My name is Malcolm Milne. I'm president of the North Pacific Fisheries Association. I'd like to comment on possible staff action regarding the sector overages of sablefish in the Bering Sea. We submitted comments under agenda item C1, and discussion during that agenda item indicated there might be action under staff tasking, and it was on the list of items posted earlier under staff tasking here. So to summarize our comment letter, I'll first point out I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a fisherman who's reading through the Magnuson-Stevens Act and came across these sections. I provided the sections in the comment letter, the ones I found interesting, but the ones I found relevant in one excerpt reads, on an annual basis, the council must determine as soon as possible after the fishing year if an ACL was exceeded. If an ACL was exceeded, AMs must be implemented as soon as possible to correct the operational issue that caused the ACL overage, as well as any biological consequences to the stock or stock complex resulting from the overages when it is known. And so now, in my opinion, it just looks like the council needs to address some accountability measures. There's also a section on in-season accountability measures that might be implemented. So in the February meeting, we got an explanation of what could be called accountability measures for the 2019 overages, but now we're have what appears to be another year of overages of exceeding ACL, which was explained in February, to me anyway, that ACL is equal to ABC for the Bering Sea. And so, in our opinion, these need to be addressed immediately. And I realize the SFC is supposed to look at the apportionment in December of sablefish, and that might, shuffle the deck a little bit there. But I still think there's spatial distribution things need to be looked at. And our request now under staff tasking will be that maybe the staff will be able to examine additional accountability measures to address the issue, so that options can be on the table in December for possible additional accountability measures that the council might implement in order to make sure that this overage doesn't occur yet another year. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Any questions? Don't see any. Thanks for your testimony. Okay, next up will be Dave Franklin. Following Mr. Franklin will be John Groover and then Heather Mann. Mr. Franklin? Okay, I don't hear Mr. Franklin, so we can circle back to him after a bit. Mr. Gruber?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, I'm John Gruber. I'm the inter-co-op manager for the FAA Catcher Vessel Cooperatives. I want to provide some comments in support of the UCB letter that was submitted under C2 groundfish specifications regarding sablefish apportionment strategies, and some comments on the 2020 B-season catcher vessel pollock fishery. Sablefish are a single coastwide stock, BSAI and GOA combined, resulting in a single OFL and ABC for the stock. For management purposes, the stock's ABC is apportioned across 6 areas: the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Western Gulf, Central Gulf, West Yakutat, and Southeast outside. Apportioning the coastwise ABC is done primarily for management purposes such as tax setting and establishing the varying gear type allocations in each area. For example, the Southeast TAC goes entirely to fixed gear, while the Bering Sea TAC must be split 50-50 between trawl and fixed gear, and then also the CDQ as well. Under the currently used fixed apportionment strategy, the distribution of sablefish ABCs is not based on the biological distribution of sablefish. In 2000, though, the Council approved the use of a 5-year weighted average apportionment strategy based on the biological distribution of sablefish from survey data. However, beginning with the 2014 fishing year, the apportionment strategy was fixed using the most recent 2013 5-year weighted average calculation. Primary reason for switching to a fixed apportionment was to stabilize the apportionment for economic purposes. The fixed apportionment strategy was assumed to be a temporary one, while a new apportionment strategy based on sablefish distribution that took stability, based on sablefish distribution that also took stability into account, could be developed. Now, after 7 years of using a fixed apportionment strategy and no guarantee of a revised strategy for 2021, the biological distribution of sablefish across the 6 areas is significantly different than it was in 2013. Over the course of several recent SSC meetings, the SSC has recognized that the fixed apportionment strategy most likely does not represent the current distribution of sablefish and has requested a new apportionment strategy for 2021. But we haven't seen any results or recommendations at this point. Recent surveys, including the 2020 Setline survey, indicate that the sablefish distribution is quite different now than it was in 2013. The apportionment table found in the 2019 sablefish stock assessment does compare the 2020 fixed apportionment results to a 5-year weighted average assessment for the 6 apportionment areas. From that table, had the 5-year weighted average strategy been employed for the 2020 ABC distribution, there would have been an increase of more than 110% of the Bering Sea ABC. Additionally, setting the 2020 ABC well below max ABC has contributed to the amount of regulatory sablefish discards that could have otherwise been retained in the Bering Sea trawl fisheries. If no new apportionment strategy is agreed upon for the 2021 sablefish distributions, the ABC apportionment of sablefish should return to using the currently approved 5-year weighted average strategy rather than continuing to use the fixed apportionment strategy. Bycatch of sablefish, anyway, so I'll talk a little bit about the bycatch of sablefish in the catcher vessel pollock fishery. The bycatch of sablefish by the catcher vessel pollock fleet has been exceptionally high in the past 2 years, with 2020 being higher than in 2019. The sablefish incidental catch drastically increased around the 1st of August, a time when the pollock fishery usually has very productive catch rates. Unfortunately, pollock fishing CPUE has been unusually low in all of the 2020 B season, resulting in longer towing average tow times. The sablefish increase occurred as the catch vessel fleet was concentrating on avoiding herring and chum salmon PSC catch, which generally occurs in areas shallower than 120 fathoms. As the fleet moved deeper to avoid the herring and chum salmon, sablefish incidental catch increased. Historically, the deeper fishing grounds are free of sablefish, herring, and salmon. As the season progressed into September and October, it was becoming very clear that the catch vessel fleet was going to have a difficult time in achieving the pollock OY prior to the end of the season. Despite herring having left the pollock grounds, the Chinook began to appear, and Chinook salmon avoidance is the highest of all PSC avoidance priorities, and this was as confirmed in the council by the council at the June 2020 meeting. Also, there are additional Chinook salmon bycatch constraints on the fleet in the month of October, as required in Amendment 110. For the inshore fleet, vessels must stop fishing if they're not able to maintain a bycatch rate of 0.103 Chinook per metric ton of pollock, despite not having caught their pollock allocation. There is often a lot of discussion about tools available to rationalize fisheries for avoiding both PSC bycatch and, in this case, the incidental catch of another species like sablefish. Those tools rely on one very important element, and that is having alternative fishing grounds with low to no incidental catch. The element of alternative fishing grounds was simply not available to the pollock fleet this species season, despite multiple attempts at searching for them. You know, the fleet looked around, and when they found other pollock, they were small, not marketable sized pollock, and they kept moving on, and finding that fishing was very difficult.
Mr. Gruber, Mr. Gruber, your time is up. Can you provide a concluding comment?
Yeah, just finally. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Instead, the pollock fleet was forced to find a balance between bycatch species while attaining OY, just as allowed under the national standards. The 2020 B season is clearly a situation of avoiding bycatch to the extent practicable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gruber. See if there's any questions. Don't see any. Okay, thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we've been going for almost 2 hours here. We still have 5 people left to testify. Let's go ahead and take a break and come back at 3:30 Alaska time. come back to order. We are ready to continue with public testimony. Next up is Heather Mann.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Ms. Mann. Yes.
It's surprising that you guys are 2 days ahead of schedule with all the extra, can you hear me, from every single person. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. As I noted under the last agenda item, the Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries are in desperate need of a new management structure. I do recognize the fact that the state and the council have a current list of priorities which they are working through. In fact, that is why I and many others from the Gulf have remained mostly silent on this issue for the last year in order to be respectful of that process. But the issues that we have brought before you for many years now have only continued, and they are now exacerbated by COVID-19, the cod disaster, the impacts of climate change, and all the other details that I went into under agenda item D2. At the same time, we've watched a number of groups come forward with different asks for their fisheries and things that they need to see happen and that are important. But I wanted to take this opportunity to remind the council that our problems have not gone away. We have several independently owned family catcher vessel businesses, many who are Alaskan residents, that are on the brink of going out of business. I'm also concerned by the latest information on pollock in the Gulf, especially when I compare the current science with what my fishermen are actually seeing and documenting on the water. And I, like maybe many others, I'm alarmed by what I heard earlier from Dr. Foy regarding future surveys and what that can mean for our catch limits. And that's all regardless of the global pandemic. At some point, every major federal North Pacific fishery will be rationalized, but the Gulf trawl fisheries. And I'm really concerned about how these fishing businesses are going to keep their heads above water. I'm also concerned about Kodiak. So I'm wondering, with very limited resources in this current virtual world that we don't know how long that will last, I'm wondering if it wouldn't make sense to create some type of screening process with criteria having to be met, maybe in order to be prioritized in the process. The criteria could be things like, I don't know, extent of social and economic benefits, conservation benefits, PSE reduction, length of time the problem's existence, urgency to act, and maybe how status quo management's not meeting MSA requirements. Clarity with priorities at this point is really necessary and helpful, and I really appreciate in June how the council was thoughtful and deliberate in the staff tasking discussion and actions. And at this point, we'd like to keep some room on the agenda so that this issue of looking at the Gulf could get added back on once the four priorities that the state and the council has either are well on their way to being completed or are on that track. We don't want to replace those, but would like to be added to them. I just want to take a minute to talk about the sablefish issue. I'm not opposed at all to the directed sablefish fishery having a chance to explore allowing them to release small sablefish. At least I wasn't, I don't think. But now I'm hearing all these comments that people are making regarding the situation with the BCs and pollock CVs. And on the one hand, the directed fishery is acknowledging the large year classes that are on the grounds, which actually prompted them to explore the release issue in the first place. At the same time, we're facing similar encounter problems, even while taking every precaution and effort to avoid these sablefish. And somehow our on-the-water experience is not valid while theirs is. And I guess I find those issues to be in conflict. I know firsthand that the trawl CVs are doing everything they can to avoid sablefish as we actively avoid herring and Chinook and all the other species that we're avoiding. The West Coast has had a similar issue over the last couple of years where small sablefish has shown up in numbers and in areas that hasn't been seen before. So I think I really hope that we look at that apportionment issue and make sure our management requirements and science is keeping up with the reality on the grounds. And that's not just for the trawl fishery. I mean, that's for all of us. And I really think what the trawlers are experiencing it's not something that we want to be having happening in the bee season pollock fishery, but it also adds confidence to what other people are saying about the amount of fish that's on the ground in areas and in places they haven't been and in amounts they haven't been. And I think that's a good sign for the sablefish stock. So I hope that you'll remember that we've been before you for close to 20 years trying to get something done in the Gulf of Alaska. We came so close where we actually had virtually every trawl business in support of moving forward. Of course, politics happened and we were tabled indefinitely several years ago, but the problems haven't gone away. So I'm hoping that you will take them seriously, which I know many of you do. Think about not adding a bunch of stuff to the agenda and making room for something like this sometime soon in the next couple of meetings, maybe get something started so we can finally address that race for fish. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I really want to thank the council and the staff for really upholding a really good meeting with the technology. It's really been almost seamless to participate, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. All right, any questions? I don't see any popping up. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Werner Wilson. Sorry?
Hi, my name is Werner Wilson, third Senior Oceans Campaigner for Friends of the Earth U.S., tribal member of Tokyung Tribe, born and raised salmon fishing in Bristol Bay on my dad's boat. First, I especially want to speak during Agenda C5, but apologize I didn't make it this morning. Friends of the Earth, or FOE, is an organization of over 1.5 million members and activists across all 50 states, working to protect the environment and create a healthy and just world. I'm going to be speaking about an issue that has the potential to threaten the reputation of Alaska's great wild salmon fisheries if fish managers that have the authorities to protect our environment do not do the right thing. The decline of the Pacific Northwest southern resident killer whale population is an environmental justice issue in which the North Pacific Fishery Management Council must help address. Salmon is not being managed in accordance with recovery objectives in endangered marine species in U.S. federal waters. Wildlife such as orcas and salmon know no management boundaries. We all know that. All relevant U.S. federal management fisheries must direct staff to assess how their fisheries and associated actions may impact these near-extinct orcas. We hope the North Pacific Council will, through a letter to Congress as well as the Alaska and Northwest Fisheries Science Centers, support continued funding important to monitor the genetic origin of all bycatch based on biological areas and not just geographic boundaries. More detailed spatial and temporal understanding of bycatch origin is necessary for the endangered southern resident killer whales. And that is why it is important to continue a vigilant and robust observer monitoring program as possible during the COVID-19 pandemic. We support exploring application of shipboard genetic stock identification with a more frequent interval to help understand stock of origin during a given time as well as continued observer coverage off Alaska and other West Coast jurisdictional fisheries for both salmon bycatch as well as directed salmon catch and the eastern Gulf of Alaska and West Coast jurisdictional fisheries. If we are truly going to make a difference to help the southern resident killer whale, it needs to include expertise and data from the North Pacific Council and Alaska Department of Fish and Game to help assess all U.S. federally managed fisheries impacts on the southern residents. Therefore, it is best to create or ask the appropriate body to assess all potential Chinook salmon catch and bycatch impacts with the total potential to affect the southern resident killer whale. This information can be compiled through NMFS and or the Pacific Salmon Commission. We're advocating for this after attending the North Pacific Council meeting in June 2019 in Sitka. One of the main topics was the issue of salmon bycatch genetics and stock of origin, such as for bycatch in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska, pollock, and other trawl fisheries. Chuck Guthrie of NOAA and others provided important genetic information on salmon bycatch off the coast of Alaska. Such figures such as Chinook bycatch were headed to British Columbia, and 43% were headed to British Columbia, 9,000 plus fish, and 38% or 8,000 plus fish were heading to U.S. West Coast states, for a total of 81% bycaught salmon, or over 17,000 fish, in some of the Alaska groundfish fisheries that were of Pacific Northwest and West Coast genetic origin. These areas are critical habitat and foraging areas for southern resident killer whales. Taking of salmon in bycaught and directed fisheries must be minimized as possible. Data show the proportional bycatch of West Coast trending on an increase in the last 5 years. Friends of the Earth is concerned about the proportional increase of Chinook bycatch in North Pacific managed areas bound for British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California. At least 17,000 Chinook salmon bound to Pacific Northwest were bycaught, to our understanding, in 2017. And Gulf of Alaska fisheries were close to the allowable bycatch level in the North Pacific in this year, before they were supposed to be shut down. In conclusion, it is important North Pacific looks at both short and long-term possibilities to give more understanding to this issue and make further recommendations on broader research needs. Given the fact that the southern residents killer whales are at some of their lowest population in 42 years, there's only 74 individuals left. We need to do what we can. So thank you very much for listening to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Vernon. It's good to hear from you. But yeah, my question is, I just wasn't quite clear what it is you were asking for. I appreciate the points that you made. I appreciate that you brought up the southern resident killer whale, which is a major issue here where I live, just close to the Salish Sea, and your articulation of this as an environmental justice issue, which I agree with you on. But I think you were asking for something that the council and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services would combine in some kind of a meeting. Is there something I missed? I'm just, we have a industry program that limits the amount of Chinook salmon taken. We've got, you heard the observer report that we're doing everything we can to get better observer coverage. but so I'm not sure what we can do on that. But the issue you brought about, maybe I don't know if you're trying to say we should have a committee or something that you be a part of, or what was your ask there when you brought up all of the various agencies?
Yeah, thank you for your question, through the chair. No, I think that's right. I think that we need to come together because there's lawsuits that are coming to NIMS. And, you know, there's all kinds of people that are saying, you know what, we don't want to contribute to the southern resident killer whales' loss of habitat and foraging fish. And so that's what I'm concerned about. Alaska's fisheries have, you know, good reputation, but if you know, you look at the data, it looks at how most of the fish that are caught in groundfish fisheries in Alaska, as well as directed catch in the eastern part of Gulf of Alaska, are bound for northwest rivers. And you know what? Those are rivers that are important for the southern resident killer whale. There's only 74 individuals left. And you know what? We need to think about that as managers, as people who are trying to protect our reputation. If we continue to allow up to 3/4 of salmon that are bound for Pacific Northwest that could feed these fisheries or feed these endangered orcas, if they go extinct, they're our fault. And we need to just think about that. That's what I'm bringing up. So I hope that helps clarify things.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions for Mr. Wilson? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wilson. I realized you were intending to provide this testimony under the observer item, so I'm glad you had a chance to do that here. I think what I was hearing from your testimony is to ensure that we continue the genetic sampling that we've been doing for both the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. And I think you might have mentioned, you know, doing that at a greater rate than we already do. And maybe I was mistaken, but I wanted to clarify that for what this council does and is responsible for, that was your ask. Did I get that correctly?
Yes, I think that's correct. And, you know, I've never been an observer, and I've never been on a large, you know, pollock trawl or anything like that. I grew up commercial fishing in Bristol Bay, so I don't know what, you know, especially during COVID-19, what the requirements are. But, you know, if we're going to continue these things, then I would ask the council, you need to be very precautionary because, you know, we depend on the data that they're not allowed to, especially the observer program is not allowed to take right now. And so what I'm saying is that, yes, continue what you're doing as much as you can for, you know, observing and monitoring, because that's what our fisheries need. That's how we understand how sustainable the resource is. I mean, I don't think anybody could question that. But anyway, what I'm saying is that we need to, especially with endangered whales in the Pacific West, we need to be also responsible and do our part to make sure that they survive. And, you know, the North Pacific Council needs to step up to the plate to do that. and all the fisheries associated with it needs to step up to the plate to do that. And otherwise, if they don't, then they're going to be seen as recklessly endangering these whales that are endangered. There's only 74 of them left, and they just had some babies. And if they can't reproduce, and if they can't survive, that's up to us. That's our problem, and that will be our reputation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vernon. Thank you, Mr.
Let's see if there's any additional questions. I don't see any. Thanks again for your testimony this afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Julie Bonney.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, my name is Julie Bonney, and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. I'm going to align myself with the comments of Heather Mann regarding the Gulf trawl fisheries. First of all, I wanted to note that during the EO agenda item, it became obvious that while the Gulf as a council issue would be a great one to meet the executive order, that it really, for you, you would prefer to have people come before you under staff tasking to have items prioritized for your agenda. I would note that you know, in October, which would be a year before this, and the council came out and set their priorities, which were the observer program, the LAP program, the RQE, and halibut abundance. And the Gulf did not make the list, though I think there was a lot of discussion about doing a rationalization program or LAP program for the Gulf trawl fisheries. Once that happened, the stakeholders were respectful and kind of just been sitting back and watching the council, and then obviously COVID came into the mix, and so things have gotten a lot less. The wheels aren't greased as well as normal. We are concerned that under staff tasking, we see a lot of different stakeholders coming to the council screaming about what's happening that impacts their fisheries. And I would just note that a lot of what we're seeing is really impacts because of the ecosystem. Changes that we're seeing, which Mr. Levan had brought up, which I think we're seeing across the North Pacific, whether you're thinking about crab stocks in the Bering Sea with red king crab, or the sablefish and the high abundance of small sablefish, the status of the halibut stock and the abundance there, the need for northern Bering Sea surveys, and all those. And I would note that all the fisheries that we're talking about are really involving rationalized fisheries that have a full set of tools to deal with the economic consequences of stock changes, and also the ability to deal with bycatch and deal with internal management within the industry versus with co-ops. The Gulf does not have those tools for the trawl industry, and there are many challenges that my members are facing, and most of them have to do with economics, changes in stocks, no cod fishery, COVID overlaid, and we don't have any tools to try to mitigate those impacts. We understand that the council has their priority list and that you really don't have the bandwidth to take on another major agenda item, but we're asking that you leave room on your agenda so that once you feel like you can see the end of one of those actions, whether it be ABM or the Bering Sea LAP, which are the two biggies, that we could be next, because we need it desperately. And I would also note that many of you were on the council or involved with the council in 2012 when the North Pacific Council promised us the tools to deal with bycatch limits, both the salmon bycatch caps and the reduction in the halibut PSC, and we're still waiting. So I'm asking gently but forcefully to leave room on your agenda so that you can really take on one of the biggest management needs based on the Magnuson Act, which is to move the trawl fishery from the race for fish to a co-op management structure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bonnie. Looking for questions. Okay, I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next up is Lauren Devine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, council members, my name is Lauren Devine, and I work for the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. I have just a couple of things to bring up during the staff tasking, and one you've already heard of from Mike Levine. I just want to speak to the letter that Rose Fostick and Jim Myers of the Ecosystem Committee wrote to you, although they wrote on their own behalf, not as members of that committee, but it spoke a lot to climate change, to the rapid changes that we're experiencing in the Bering Sea, as well as Aleutian Islands and Gulf of Alaska, and in fact, Alaska-wide, about our families living in change and unpredictable change and rapid change, what that means in a fisheries management regard. And I just want to highlight that they provided some ideas, some hopes that they would help move forward some work that would better, I guess, help the council kind of take some action where we're not talking specific issue-related things, but more broadly the ecosystem and some of the processes within the council. And so I encourage you to look at their letter. There were 5. We were really supportive of the recommendations that they put forth. Mr. Levine spoke to the SEP and the task force, and that's going to relate to the other issue that I would like to bring to your attention in just a moment. But I just encourage you to review those recommendations. I'm happy to speak to any of them from a tribal and community perspective if that's helpful. I just wanted to voice my support for that letter that they submitted. Additionally, I have a bit of testimony to provide for you. This was originally written by Dr. Julie Raymond Jacobian of Coeric, but I'm going to deliver it. I've been part of this issue as well, and so I'm acknowledging that she initially drafted this testimony but is not able to give it, and I would like to provide it. And so this is really just to follow up and talk with you about the tribal consultation that took place twice on 2 different occasions since the June council meeting. It was our understanding that NPFMC would be following up with the council during this October meeting and providing you the information about those tribal consultation meetings that we had, and that indeed you wanted to hear that information. But that's not really identifiable. There was no documents uploaded under the B reports, and it didn't provide information on this consultation. So a summary of the first tribal consultation is complete. That pertained to the Herring Savings Area 2 request and the tribal consultation issues that we raised in general. It's complete. It should be available to you. There's a summary from the second consultation that's drafted and is under review. And that was regarding the winter herring savings area request that was made to Chris Oliver outside of the council process. And then we continue general consultation process and discussion issues that we had in that second follow-up conversation with NPFMC. I want to stress that tribal organizations and representatives expressed that the first herring savings issue area happened after the fact. That consultation was really ad hoc and after the fact within the council process. That's not really acceptable to us. And if we're talking timely and meaningful tribal consultation, we just feel that whole process was quite contradictory to the spirit of tribal consultation. We expressed dissatisfaction with the analysis and decision-making that went along with the Herring Savings Area 2 decision, the explanations that we were given, and the current and historical lack of an appropriate and meaningful tribal consultation process, the related capacities pertaining to NPFMC and to the council. I want to stress that the council, we know, has maintained that you are not responsible for tribal consultation in and of itself. But I feel like you should be asking and checking, and I think in an ideal world requiring that the results of tribal consultations that are officially held as they relate to fisheries management should be, you should be requesting that information. You should be meaningfully incorporating that into the processes and actions that come to you. There's a gap with regards to NIMS tribal consultation occurring on an ongoing, timely, and meaningful manner as it pertains to incorporation into council and fisheries management processes. And we'd really like to see some changes in the future. And I hope that the council can take the lead in seeing how to work with tribes, communities, staff, NIMS staff, council staff to integrate information into council considerations into the future. I would like to see that consultation comes in a meaningful way and actually has, transparent ways showing how it's impacting decisions or how it's being considered into decisions. As of today, I'm not sure that has ever occurred. I think we've asked NIMS specifically for any examples of when that has occurred, and we have not been presented any examples either. One thing you could do is, again, relating back to the letter from Jim and Rose, look to those task forces. You have an LKTK and Subsistence Task Force, and you have a Climate Change Task Force. Both of those task forces are active right now. The work of those two groups is vital to diversifying the knowledge that we use for fisheries management and turning our attention directly and systematically to the problem of climate change as related to our fisheries. Tribal inputs, which are that deep knowledge base and time-tested cultural values underlying thousands of years of successful marine stewardship, that's the way to get them in. They finally, need to make their way in robustly and systematically into the council processes, not just for equitable treatment of tribal communities, but for the council to be justified in saying what it does is based on the best information and ecosystem fisheries-based management to ensure the best possible management and outcomes. That's all that I have for you. Thank you for hanging in there with me.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. All right, are there any questions? Don't see any. Okay, thank you for your testimony. Okay, so I understand that Dave Franklin will not be joining us. We did have one other person who was trying to sign up to testify, but was unable to due to some technical issues, as I understand it. So last up will be Ephraim Freilich.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman, and thank you, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Ephraim Freilich, and I represent the Independent Pot Cod Harvesters. We're a recently formed group that represents catcher vessels 60 feet or greater in Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands Pacific cod fishery. And so recently a group of our fellow Bering Sea pot cod fishermen has been pushing strongly toward rationalization, as you know, and it's been represented that the vast majority of the fleet and sector are of the entire thinking and of the same thinking and same mind of moving forward with this rationalization at the current rate. And for this reason, we've recently formed our group to ensure the diversity of voices and perspectives are heard clearly and in the proper forums. We are still in the process of formation, but our group is, at about 10 permit holders right now, and we expect to hopefully have a larger membership in the near future. And even within our own group, small groups membership, we do not have a singular agreed upon position, but we do agree unequivocally that the current process must be slowed down and taken with more measured consideration and engagement from all participants. Any solution must work toward maintaining access while promoting fairness and equity amongst all permit holders and crew. And so, we've been participating in, as was previously mentioned during this comment comment period in discussions with the entire sector. And, you know, during some of those discussions, and most recently some I've been on, you know, it's been represented that the train has left the station on rationalization, and there's not opportunity to provide, you know, additional comments about how we want to come to agreement within our sector. And that's a frightening thought to many of us. You know, we want to have the ability to properly and responsibly structure the foundation of this conversation. And up to this point, many in the sector have felt unheard and without any meaningful opportunity to engage or help craft ideas through previous internal conversations. And as was mentioned, there's a lot of new entrants. So with our group's formation, we hope this dynamic will immediately change going forward, and renewed conversations will commence to find an amicable path forward amongst the fleet with all stakeholder input included. In the coming months, the independent pot cod harvesters intend to openly communicate with goodwill and honest intention amongst our own membership and with the entire fleet, with the state of Alaska and the council and any interested stakeholder to ensure the full diversity of interest and thought are taken into account in any process into which we may enter. And so with that, I'll conclude my comments, and I really appreciate it, and we look forward to working with everybody.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes public testimony. It's 4:06, and I don't have a great sense of how long it will take to get through action. We can keep going if the council would like to, but I guess I'd like to get some indication from council members if you're comfortable pushing through, as I don't want to get started and then have to break and come back in the morning. Are council members comfortable with carrying forward? Okay. Mr. Cross?
Mr. Chairman, if I understand, all we have left is any motions. That's what's left to do, is just the motions and discussions, and then we are finished. Just as one council member, I'm in favor of pushing through, but I realize there might be others that have conflicts, but I'm fine with pushing through.
Okay, Mr. Down?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't have a good feeling for how long this will take, but just looking at my list of things and notes that I made from the list that was put forward and the comments that I've heard based on Mr. Witherall's list, I'm guessing we've got an hour or more here. So I have some concern, as you voiced, that we could get started here and end up either very late or getting to a place where we think that, geez, maybe we should have started in the morning. So based on that, just, you know, my feedback, I'm certainly willing to be here tonight as late as it takes, and I will make that happen. But just out of some concern about how much time it takes, the morning, I think could be a good option too. I'd like to hear what other council members feel. I'm willing to oblige with the majority. Thank you.
And Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd appreciate it if we could continue on. I do have another meeting to attend to tomorrow morning. This meeting was scheduled over the top of a Board of Fish meeting, so I would definitely appreciate it if we could push through. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I haven't heard anybody say they can't push through later into the evening, so let's, with that, hearing what we've heard, let's just get right into action if folks are ready. So with that, we do have a particular list that Mr. Witherell started us out with. Just get that real quick. right, so a letter on the Russian military briefing. Mr. Twite?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think after that very thorough briefing, I think it is worth a letter in response from the council just acknowledging the thoroughness of the briefing and the responsiveness to the stakeholder concerns that have been raised so far. I think we could also note that this essentially, there's many reasons why we depend on Coast Guard presence for sustainable fisheries, and this really just adds one more reason why we depend on Coast Guard presence and the importance of the Coast Guard assets in the region. And I think we could note that. And then finally, I think we should probably note that we think more consideration needs to be given to how to ensure that coastal communities, small boat fisheries that may not have access to many of the communication resources that the companies and the co-ops have, that more thought, more consideration should be given to how to make sure that they understand the situation and are informed as well of at least what we know. And just that we could even suggest some forms or some possible avenues of outreach for Coast Guard and state to consider as they do that. But I mostly just thanking them for their responsiveness. I think we all understand just how off guard everybody was caught by this, and I think the Coast Guard rose admirably to the occasion, and the Coast Guard and state working together have really given us a much better sense of both what happened as well as what we can expect for the future. So I do really appreciate the work that they did to pull that briefing together. And that definitely deserves sort of prominent mention. But that's my suggestion for a letter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Twite. That makes sense to me. Other council members like to provide any other feedback, or Mr. Witherell? Anything else you would need from us? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the premise of the letter. I think I would also like to include just, some sense of the alarm. I mean, I think it's incumbent upon us to still recognize how alarming that situation was, and the few things that at least the industry stakeholders have identified that could help them should that situation continue, given that the report mentioned it will likely continue. So I'm not saying we should focus on that, but I think it's important to do a little bit more maybe than just thank them for the report. Thanks. That's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Down, did you have a comment?
No, not on this. No, thanks. Other than I'm in concurrence with the letter. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Witherall, does that give you what you would need?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think we can craft a letter based on what I've heard, and I would be certainly willing to circulate it to those council members that are interested in seeing the draft before it goes out.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Okay, the next item is the request to NMFS to address concerns over stranded BSAI P-cod. Mr. Down.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So we heard in public testimony about this issue during the B reports, and in summary, the issue is that, as I think everybody on the council understands, there's a difference in the cod allocations in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands, and that split requires that a certain amount of that fish that's harvested combined takes place in the Aleutian Islands, And this year with no processing out there, there's quite a bit of fish left in the Aleutian Islands. The catcher vessel trawl fleet, which usually takes a large chunk of that, was absent because of the lack of anybody to deliver that fish to. And so it falls to the person kind of holding the bag at the end of the season that fishes in the Bering Sea, that there's a possibility that the Bering Sea is going to close this year. And there's concerns about that. There's really not a lot we can do about that. I spent time since those comments during the meeting talking to in-season management, and really the request, I think, is, one, the freezer longliners and other groups that are continuing to fish are going to need to take some of the fish in the Aleutian Islands. That will help whatever they can. It's happening in a really tough time of year when the worst weather, some of the worst weather months of the year are coming up, and people could be forced to head out to Aleutian Islands that don't really want to and haven't fished there extensively before, and it can be very tricky. So it's a difficult situation. The other issue that will help is for the trawl fishery to the extent that they can avoid the incidental catch, because that ICA amount will cause the Bering Sea fishery to last a little bit longer. I think currently we're looking at somewhere between maybe 6 and 8 weeks longer. Currently 6 weeks without the ICA. Whatever's left in the ICA might be able to keep the Bering Sea open a little bit longer. So I just wanted to have a place marker there when I brought this up during the B reports. I wasn't sure where this was going to go, but I don't think there's much we can do about this other than just recognize that there is an issue, and perhaps at some future date the council's going to want to revisit how that split is done, but certainly right now I don't think there's an appetite for that. And so the only suggestions I have is to catch what we can in the Aleutian Islands and to avoid incidental catch in the Bering Sea. That's the issue in a nutshell. Thank you very much for allowing me that time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Down. Any other council members? Okay. All right. So that brings us to the discussion of sablefish allocation overages. And Mr. Jensen and Mr. Down were both noted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give a start here. I'm alarmed by the very large overage of sablefish in the BSA trawl fishery, and I'm concerned just as well as some of the people that have spoken in testimony before this. And I have a motion, but I've decided to hold on to it until December meeting after I hear the plan team and SSC recommendations for sablefish apportionment before initiating any new action. So at this time, I'll just make it noted that I'll be talking in December after that apportionment. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Down, did you have anything?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to hear that Mr. Jensen is going to be bringing forward a motion on this in December. I think, we're limited on our ability of what we can do about this, and that's frustrating for people. I think accountability measures are called for here. We'll have this conversation in December. I think it's a good chance for council members to really think about what is it that we want to do. It's my memory and my recollection that we asked industry to bring us an incentive plan or something that would help to avoid this, and that hasn't worked. So I think we don't have any choice but to go forward with a motion that will look at things like incentive programs brought to us by industry to the extent that they're able to do that, including hard caps and a lowering of tax, or to do what we can to control these things that maybe industry is not going to like, and we as council are not going to like to have to talk about. But I think that those are the kinds of things that we will have to talk about based on the lack of the ability of the fleet to control bycatch when we've got ABCs that are 400 times over it. Really, we have an ACL here that means nothing, or means very little. It means a lot of discards is what it means. And so that's not intention of the council. I wish I had a real elegant solution to this, and I'm looking very forward to looking at this and see what Mr. Jensen offers in December. So I appreciate your recommending this issue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down. Other council members? Okay. All right. That brings us to the fourth item, bycatch threshold for Bristol Bay Red King Crab. Mr. Down?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll be very quick on this. This is another issue that I had flagged earlier in public testimony. You know, we're at a position where the SSC at this meeting informed us that they are unsure of the status of Bristol Bay Red King Crab. We have a discussion paper on PSC thresholds coming to us in February. As one council member, I think that one of the things that I would like to see addressed to the extent possible, we'll see what we get when we get there. I'm not, I don't have a motion on this, but as one council member, I think that there's a good chance that the Bristol Bay Red King Crab is going to reach an overfished condition. I think there's a likelihood of that at least. And what MSA National Standard 1 says about this, it says that if we have a 50% likelihood of reaching an overfished condition, that the council must take action. So I'm looking for that action that we will take starting with the February discussion paper. And I'll be anxious to see what we can do at that time to take some action on the unfortunate situation that I think we could be headed towards, particularly in light of the status and the direction of the stocks of Bristol Bay Red King Crab. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Any other council members on this point? Okay. The fifth bullet was the acknowledged contribution of observers during the pandemic. Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I described it pretty well earlier, so I don't need to reiterate that. It's my understanding that Mr. Witherall's got a couple thoughts about some possible ways of accomplishing that if other council members think that it's a good idea. So maybe throw it open to Mr. Witherall if he feels like any of those are ready for prime time yet, or just to give folks a sense of what the scope might be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, yeah, our staff has been looking into the possibility of perhaps sending a letter along with a coffee mug or something to the observer companies for distribution to the observers, just thanking them for their contribution and noting the importance of observer data to the sustainable fisheries management process.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be a workload for staff to do that, although if the companies were to be of assistance in that could make it a lot easier. Otherwise, it would be a pretty tremendous workload trying to reach all of them. And again, I think the message is that while we certainly absolutely appreciate their contributions every year, we really recognize just how challenging this year was due to COVID-19, and make them feel like they did something that's worth returning for in 2021 instead of having 2020 be a cause for sort of a large exodus of trained observers from the Observer Corps. Give them a sense that what they went through in 2020 was noticed and appreciated, and that essentially with the unspoken message that we want you back. We need you. We need trained observers, and that a year like 2020 is tough, but at least it goes a little easier when people acknowledge that they understand what you went through and they appreciate that you went through it because what you did was important.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherell. Mr. Twite. Okay, let's see, moving to, before we take things that are not on the list, let's just hit this last item of various committee schedules and agendas by chairs that do wish to speak up on it. Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As I noted in an earlier agenda item, the TRAWL EM committee pointed out in their minutes that in order to help keep the EFP on track for implementation, the TRAWL EM committee thought it would be worth meeting at least during twice next year instead of just a single time, and suggested those dates, and I don't have them right in front of me. But so that would be our intent with your assent.
That would make sense to me.
And I guess while I have the floor, the Ecosystem Committee, we're looking to hold a meeting between now and the December meeting. I believe we've settled on November 12th as a date. Depending upon how council discussion goes regarding some of the input we heard at this, we may want to talk about when another Ecosystem Committee meeting should be scheduled earlier in 2021.
Okay. Any other committee chairs wish to discuss committee schedules, agendas? I can just real briefly speak to the Community Engagement Committee. We are the committee was hoping to have an in-person meeting prior to finalizing recommendations. Come to the conclusion that's not going to happen, so we're scheduling a meeting for early January to discuss the final recommendations to the council and potentially review progress towards a cultural awareness training. Any other council chairs or committee chairs? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in a similar boat with the IFQ committee. I had originally said we would hold off on meeting until we could meet in person. At this point, it's become clear that agenda items are starting to pile up and that likely may not be possible in the near future. So I've been, with the assistance of staff, looking at dates that we could schedule an IFQ committee meeting prior to the council's April meeting when we expect to have several IFQ-related agenda items. I don't think we have a firm date yet, but we are tentatively looking at kind of a mid-March date, hoping to get that committee meeting on the books before people really start to peel off when the IFQ fisheries open. And we do have quite an agenda, and hoping to, the committee has not yet seen the IFQ Access Opportunities paper. There's definitely a desire to have that committee be part of the POT review. And then we have some, the small scale fishery lease may still be prime at that point. We have a hired master and potentially a quota share transfer mechanism item to look at, as well as a new item that came up in the AP and was passed by the AP this time regarding processing on board. So we have quite a full agenda for that committee to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the partial coverage FMAC committee, there was some definitely testimony and in our motion push for some analyses that we'd previously tasked relative to cost efficiencies. I have had some conversations between that time and today with Alaska Region and FMA folks to see if they need further direction from the committee or from the council on what might in particular go into a zero selection criteria analysis. My understanding from those staff is that they have direction both from our previous council items and from the testimony that was provided on that item today. So they feel like they're in a good position to do that. That said, I think the partial coverage FMAC would need to meet probably in the spring, maybe late March or April. And the intent there would be to try to review the progress of those analyses or anything else that we might want to see in the ADP for 2022. It seems very early to get that in the agenda, but just to be clear, the council's real only opportunity to affect the analyses that go into that October draft is in June. So we need to have that committee work and input prior to June. So again, I'd be looking at a spring partial coverage FMAC meeting, and then the full FMAC typically meets in May, and that's co-chaired with Mr. Twite. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can give you a quick report on our recent NPRB meeting, which I'm the chairman of, if that would be acceptable. It seems like this is as good time as any, if I have your approval. Yeah, okay, so 2 weeks ago we had a virtual meeting of the North Pacific Research Board, and I just wanted to report back to the council that it went well. We funded $1.9 million in 7 core projects and $80,000 in 4 outreach projects. What's important to know is that in the 2021 RFP has been approved and released, and what might be interesting to stakeholders is that there's new flex grants available for $100,000 for 1 year of research funding in any category, and there's, I believe, 10 of those available. We also made $350,000 available for COVID impacts to researchers that were funded in 2020. That'll allow them to reschedule research cruises, recover moorings that were lost, and not be able to be recovered because there weren't vessels available, and just generally finish the projects that they started due to losses from COVID. And we also funded $350,000 for the Year of the Salmon Pan-Pacific Cruise Partnership with the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission, and we allocated significant funds for co-production of knowledge with tribal partners in the next year, and we're working on those partnerships now, and expect we'll be able to announce that we have $150,000 that we've allocated for LKTK and co-production. So we're investing in that new emerging discipline as well. I just wanted to inform the council that's kind of the work we did over our virtual meeting, and we're continuing to fund science that helps inform the council's management needs.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Anything else on committees before we move on? Okay. Council members, other action items? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff.
Okay. I imagine it'll be posted here shortly. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is that the council recommends prioritization of the following agenda items for the December 2020 council meeting. Must-do issues are the B reports, SSC reports, executive session and staff tasking, charter halibut annual management measure recommendations, the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish harvest specifications and ecosystem report, Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest, final specifications and ecosystem report, and the Cook Inlet Salmon FMP final action. The additional prioritized issues, the BSAI Pacific Cod TRAWL CV LAP program, initial review for that, and the BSAI Pacific Cod POT CP initial review for that document as well. And then survey planning for 2021, and that the estimated total of those agenda items would be 40 hours. Add the following issues listed in order of priority if additional time is available, otherwise scheduled for February. Small sablefish release, initial review, and BSAI crab PSC limit reductions, preliminary or initial review. And with a second, I'll speak to my motion, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As is the new tradition in this virtual meeting world, I thought it would be helpful, since the council received some positive feedback at our last meeting for the staff tasking agenda item, to actually have a motion that the council adopts in terms of making recommendations to yourself, Mr. Chair, and the Executive Director for the December 2020 council meeting. And this particular motion that I'm proposing, no real surprises here. It tracks exactly, at least for the must-do issues and for the additional prioritized issues, with the three-meeting outlook that Mr. Witherell spoke to and presented to us and walked through earlier in staff tasking. And I did, based on the conversation that we had with Mr. Witherell, I did, as we did in June, suggest a list of additional agenda items, should time be available, to be added to the agenda in December. I realize that's likely not the issue for a couple, or not possible for a couple of different reasons. I think we are pretty fully subscribed for December, it sounds like, with the must-do and additional prioritized issues. And as Mr. Witherell did mention, there might be some analytical constraints for both the small sablefish release and BSAI crab PSC limit reductions in getting those anytime before February. But ever hopeful, Mr. Chair, I wanted to at least put those on the list. Should something happen that time would be available in December, I would recommend that the council recommends that we try to get those issues on the agenda for December. Otherwise, schedule them for February. I'd be happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions on the motion? Mr. Twike, did you have a question?
I do. And I'm not sure whether it's for Ms. Baker or Mr. Witherell. I was thinking about the executive session for this meeting, for the December meeting, because that includes the selection of AP members, or the at least 8 AP members, and traditionally that's kind of a multi-step process. I was trying to think through how that was going to work in this virtual world, and how long. Seems like it would probably take longer, but I'm wondering. I noticed that staff is suggesting that we devote essentially a half day to the executive session prior to our actual public sessions on the Thursday, and I'm wondering if that's the reason. So maybe this is just the point where Mr. Witherell can sort of walk through how he thinks that executive session will be working and how much time that will take relative to what's laid out here.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Witherell.
The executive session in December in an in-person meeting generally takes about an hour and a half just to go through AP, SSC, and in this year PCFMAC appointments. We can certainly, we would have it using the Adobe Connect platform, but using a different meeting room than is published. So we would ensure that it was a private meeting. It may take a little bit longer this year. It may take 2 hours. I'm not entirely sure. I may have a couple of other issues to bring forward in executive session in addition to those, to the appointment process. So my thought was that we just start in the afternoon and finish up when we can. It may not take the whole afternoon.
Thanks. One of the logistical things I was wondering about is there provision then for each of the states to meet on their own at some point during the executive session and have the within state discussions about the AP slate that we traditionally have?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, without revealing the insider baseball, if you will, or how the process is done, I can certainly make as many private meeting rooms as we need. So we can have
Thank you. That's helpful.
Meeting rooms.
Okay. So in essence, we really have 6.5 days of meeting blocked out right now. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. The B reports may take a little bit more time. I think there will be interest in having the end of the year NIMS management report in its entirety as a verbal presentation, perhaps even the fish and game report. So it may not just be the written summaries that we had this time.
And also the recusal report?
Yes, that is also part of the B reports, and that will be a verbal report as well from Ms. Moker.
Mr. Twite?
I guess where that leaves me is thinking that the 7 hours that Ms. Baker shows, I think it was 7, shows for that whole category of things might be an underestimate, and that we might be better to sort of plan that around 10 and think that we're looking at more like a 43 to 45 hour, at least a 43-hour work schedule for the December meeting instead of the 40 that she's suggesting. And that is pretty much, that's over 6 days. That's for sure. So I think her basic point I think still makes sense, which is there's a core there that probably will occupy all of our time.
Appreciate the input, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Twite.
Ms. Kimball.
Mr. Chair, I had a question on the motion. To go back to that, Ms. Baker, I just, based on that discussion in part, wanted to understand, in order to help set expectations for the last part of your motion on adding the following issues, is it your intent then that those 2 issues would be on our 3-meeting outlook in February, and then if by chance after the ED and the council chair confer there is some space provided, we could move them up to December? Or where's the starting point for those 2 items? That's my question. Thank you.
Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The starting point is the current 3-meeting outlook, which has those 2 agenda items on February. And the intent here was, again, just on the unlikely event that additional time is available in December. I didn't want the council to miss the opportunity to provide recommendations for what might fill that time. I realize it's unlikely and that they will likely stay in February, but February is the starting point.
Thank you.
you. Any further questions on the motion? The amendments. Okay. Any comments on the motion? Okay. All right, no comments. Any ready to vote? There opposition to the motion? Okay, passes unanimously. Baker. Further action. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm thinking about the letter that we received in public testimony, as well as some of the testimony that we received about expressing some concern about council pace on several ecosystem level issues, and suggesting some points of prioritization or emphasis going forward. And I wanted to just briefly suggest where I think the council is relative to some of those points of concern. And I'll start by acknowledging that we have not progressed as far as we hoped on several of the issues that they point out, that are pointed out in testimony. I find that disappointing. I know a lot of people do, but that's reality. This year has been extremely challenging dealing with COVID-19, and it's been challenging all across the spectrum, both for us as a council, but also for the people who are engaged in the activities. For instance, the FEP task forces and the FEP plan team also. And it's been difficult to pull together an ecosystem committee for reasons that have already been referenced for some of the other committees. We are starting to gear back up again. We are expecting to get reports from the task forces and the plan teams on our February agenda. That's the soonest we can fit them in. And I believe it was February, maybe it was April, but the ecosystem committee is scheduled one meeting with what's looking like a pretty full agenda, and I think I'm going to suggest that a second meeting is in order to get detailed reports from the task forces and from the plan team prior to the reports to the council, and also suggest that the council may want to begin to take up the concept that's been advanced of another forum on the ecosystem, the State of the Ecosystem Forum, and use the Ecosystem Committee maybe to identify some focus topics for that forum, as well as some ideas on who to engage in a planning team for that kind of a forum. I don't know yet when the council might actually be able to host a forum. There's a lot of value to that forum, but much of that value came from the in-person discussions. Certainly there's a value to everybody hearing the same information at the same time. We're pretty good about doing that virtually now, but we're not as good about those one-on-one discussions or those small group discussions and having them coalesce back into a larger group. Doing that virtually still seems difficult. But beginning to plan now for something that might still not occur for another 9 months or more does seem to me to be a good idea, and a way of reassuring stakeholders who are concerned about the impacts that 2020 has had on making progress on issues that they hold to be really important as the ecosystem is changing rapidly around them. I think it's important to begin to pick up momentum again on that as a sign that we as a council share those concerns and we understand the level of concern they're expressing. I also think that the testimony has brought forth a couple of thoughts about where the Community Engagement Committee and the Ecosystem Committee might intersect. And so, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that after the Community Engagement Committee has met, it'd probably be useful for you and I to chat a bit about how to synthesize what the Community Engagement Committee is addressing and some of the expectations around the role of the Ecosystem Committee in certainly being a forum within the council for many of the coastal communities who have real concerns about how the ecosystem is changing and about how council actions may be affecting that. That finding sort of a common place between the two committees and a path forward, I think, would be useful as well. So, suggesting a couple of activities. One is considering scheduling another Ecosystem Committee meeting, including in that tasking for both the updates, receiving the updates on the FEP work, but also beginning to scope out what another ecosystem forum might be like. And then also, once your committee has finished a lot of their work, doing some cross-coordination, at least between us, on those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any council members wish to provide feedback? Ms. Kimball?
Yes, Mr. Chair, my hand was up for another issue, but I do have a little feedback, and I'm glad that Mr. Twite brought up this letter, I think, which was well laid out, and I think we are getting back on track with our Ecosystem Committee and with the FEP task forces, so I'm anxious to see what that work will create. I think kind of outlining what a second State of the Ecosystem workshop might look like would be a good task for the Ecosystem Committee, if that's what Mr. Twite was suggesting. I feel like we get a State of the Ecosystem report every October meeting and December meeting, and what we're doing within one of our FEP task forces is ensuring that we get both local and traditional knowledge incorporated into that report as best we can. So I'm really more focused on the task force output than yet another full workshop at this point, in order to ensure that we're able to capture that information in our current process. So that's my 2 cents on those items. But otherwise, I'm glad to support the Ecosystem Committee's work in that regard.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Any other council members? I do, on your second point, Mr. Twite, we've had very preliminary conversations between us, and I do think there might be good potential for some of that cross-coordination with the Community Engagement Committee that you spoke of, so I'd look forward to that. All right. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Council members, or anything further? There were some other hands up previously. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The item I had meant to mention was it looked like Mr. Witherell was looking for feedback on the Bering Sea Ocean Islands TRAWL CV LAP effort and whether we needed anything additional or out of the ordinary there. And, we didn't get additional public testimony on it, but I guess I agree with Mr. Cross's initial comments that staff has put that document together for us to be what seems like released maybe as soon as this week or next, and that provides a lot of time for stakeholders to review, understanding that we will have to have another initial review before we even get to our final action review. So I guess I'm not seeing a need to extend our council process and our session to do something different on that account, given that we have so much ability and time to review that analysis ahead of the meeting. And I think that's actually the key to getting good stakeholder feedback. So that's also my preference, aligned with Mr. Cross, and maybe others have other opinions, but I just wanted to follow up on that ask from Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Other council members on that particular request? Mr. Down?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a few other items I'd just like to touch on briefly here.
Oh, Mr. Down, I just was looking for follow-up on Ms. Kimball.
No comments on Mrs. Kimball's suggestions. Yes, thank you.
All right, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a follow-up comment to Ms. Kimball, and I agree with her for essentially the same reasons. I really appreciated the staff recommendations in the report for this agenda item to think about perhaps additional ways that staff could do outreach, and I don't want those to get lost. You know, if we continue the virtual meeting format and perhaps need to think about those things in the future. But I completely agree with Ms. Kimball in terms of if indeed the analysis is going to be released fairly soon, that really I think is the critical component for stakeholders to review the document to have sufficient time in preparation for December. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Marks?
Yeah, I think it's been said, but I'll just express my agreement to keep moving on it. I feel like it wasn't going to be a major hurdle, and we could get the SSC feedback in February and be pretty much fit together real well. All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marks. Mr. Witherell, I think that's probably all the feedback you need.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few items I wanted to touch on just based on public comment that we heard during staff tasking, and I realize it's getting late, but I'll stop short of apologizing for taking so much time in staff tasking this go around. But I do like to give to the best extent that we can, and when it's appropriate, to give feedback to people that come to us with genuine concerns. And so there was a few items that I had some notes on here, and just, you know, a reminder. It comes to mind that a quote from Jerry Merrigan when he was a council member that every item is important to somebody. So in that light, the IFQ report to the fleet was brought up. It's not a report that I recall. I'm not all too familiar with that. But I just wanted to recognize that I heard that request. I intend to follow through after this meeting at some time with Ms. Campbell and see if that's something that the IFQ committee would take up, see if there's a willingness there to look into, you know, what does it take to reinstate that, and more importantly, you know, why was it no longer provided? Was it a lack of funds or something that just wasn't being used? So I thought I'd recognize the fact that that I heard that, and if there's anything I can do as a council member to follow through with National Marine Fisheries Service. I won't put Ms. Ike on the spot now, but I could follow through and see if I can't, I can commit to folks to follow through with that, just see if I can figure out what happened to that report and why we no longer see that. It seems like it contained a lot of good information. So that's number one. I've got just a couple other quick items that I would like to bring up, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence.
Mr. Down.
Thank you. So the second item was testimony that we heard from Vernon Wilson. I appreciated his testimony, and He brought up a number of times the Chinook bycatch genetics report, and I may be wrong about this, but it seems to me that we were supposed to see a new genetics report. It was on our agenda for April of this year, and we haven't seen that. I don't know what happened to that report, or if I missed something. And again, I'll follow through. I can follow through with Mr. Witherall and folks who ask Fishery Science Center and see if I can find out where the most updated information is on the genetics report, because it just rang a bell in my head that, hey, I think we were supposed to see an update back in April, and I'm not sure that we ever did. So I wanted to make a note of that. And I don't know if Mr. Witherall or anybody has a comment on that, but if not, I'll cover my last and final item for this meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Witherall.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, of course, our April meeting wasn't scheduled. It was canceled. Yeah. So we didn't get the report, and we have it scheduled, the full annual report scheduled for April 2021. It's on your 3-meeting outlook. So we'll get that information out to you when it's ready.
Yeah, thank you very much. The reason I brought that up, I think that was a standalone item. I think that was just a genetics report that we were to get. It wasn't part of an annual report, but now I understand that we will be seeing that in April of 2021 as part of the annual report. So I appreciate that. That's I'm sure that is helpful to Mr. Wilson and his group. And then the last thing we heard from two folks representing the pot cod catcher vessel sector in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands, and I just wanted to make a note that I would encourage the group to continue to work together. I think it's quite a good thing that Mr. Froelich is representing a group within that sector, and I think that's going to be incredibly helpful. And it was unfortunate to hear that they feel that they have not been heard. I know I attended a couple of meetings myself as a member of the public, a couple of meetings that they had where it was a very open format. I think most of the folks that on both sides of the issues were represented and had opportunity and platforms were given. So. But I just wanted to recognize, I think that's very good. If there's anything I can do as a council member to help in that respect, I sure will. So that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for indulging those comments.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification, because this is back on the genetic reports, just because it was brought up again, and to ensure Mr. Wilson has the information he needs. I mean, our April meeting was canceled, but it doesn't mean that those genetic reports were not done and provided. So those 2020 genetic reports are listed on our website under the April information, and that would be reports done on the 2018 bycatch, because there's a lag time. But I just want to ensure Mr. Wilson knows that those were provided and have continued to be provided on the time series, which is annually to this council. So even though we didn't have an April meeting, that information is still there and collected. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is not an item for action, but I have to say that there were several times during this meeting when I was just struck by how fortunate we are to have as many people as we do working so hard to support this process. And, it came up in terms of the observers, but I noted it as well in terms of our staff who pulled off, I think, an excellent virtual meeting. It came up when I was listening to Ms. Dressel give an SSC report and thinking about how hard the plan teams and the SSC members worked to help us quantify the uncertainty that was caused by missing a year of surveys. It certainly came up during the halibut ABM presentation, the salmon FMT presentation, many others where I was just watching our staff, and I was very much in awe of how fortunate we are to have some incredibly smart, hardworking people in this process, and I just did not want to end this meeting without acknowledging that. It's just a very sincere appreciation that I was struck by several times this week.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Very, very well said. I think all of us probably have very similar sentiments to that. It's such an incredibly challenging period to work through, and I know this is a lot more stressful for staff to run a meeting this way, and then just the length of this overall. Can't give enough thanks for all the hard work done by all staff to make this happen as it has. You know, there's the occasional technical hiccup that can't be avoided, but just all the planning and contingency planning and all the efforts to make it happen. Very, very humbling to be a part of this process. Such a great group. Mr. Marks.
Yeah, just to echo that, and I know there's often things that go on behind the scenes that we don't see, but I mean, for the most part, it was very well run and seamless, so thanks for all the work.
Other council members. Okay. Well, if I'm not mistaken, that brings us to that magical point in the meeting. Wow, great to be finishing up on Wednesday. Thanks so much again to staff for all the hard work to make this happen, and great effort by the council to have another productive meeting. So look forward to seeing you all in December, virtually again, unfortunately, but we're working our way through it. So, Mr. Witherell, anything else from you?
That's it, Mr. Chairman. See you all in December.
All right. Well, great. I don't have a gavel, so we'll just have to virtually gavel out, and I'll talk to you all soon. Thanks again.
Well done. Well done, Mr. Chairman. Well done.
Good night.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.
Audio recording for this meeting has ended.